glow. Little vet rubber bullet through your buttonhole. You're making me uncomfortable. Slumber, damn my cavalry. Sandman points you down to me. As night make the rest is atrophy. Accordingly, I got a quota. I lose smoke rings, no hot rollers. Brought your forecast and a shovel. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Bubbles buried in this jungle. Polar jungle, frozen butters. All my sculptures look so dusty. Those one day go catch your boss. Security turn green cause I never lost. Fuck everything over up to God. Black pen through my index push pause. No, you can't talk, I'm smearing you. Don't have shit locked, I hear the proof. Betty from London about amusing me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Look if I ever let a bitch get used to me. Respect, no test, resist, and desist when I check. Respect, no test, resist, and desist when I check.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, all the girls, and all the MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today's a fantastic day. Today is Memorial Day. That's right. It's Monday, 29th, 2023, 11:20 a.m., and it's Memorial Day weekend. It's a 3-day weekend, and I hope everyone's having a great one so far. Obviously, we take no fucking days off, and I know that if you're in Turkey right now, you're probably not having the best time. Real. But, you know, we're going to make the most of it regardless. Anyway. Bro, I've never watched the start of a stream before. Does he always have a fucking opening sequence? Fuck yes, I do. And actually, another opening sequence that we have after this introduction. There's always a 10-minute intro, music waiting, you know, loading screen, and then there is an introduction song, oftentimes community made, and then afterwards I get into exactly what I'm about to get into now. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news for all my parasocialists. For everybody that's wondering what I do in between the time period where I press the stop stream button and press the start streaming button. And are you the eldest boy? Yeah, we'll talk about Succession a little bit, like we have to. Sorry, spoiler alert. Also, happy Memorial Day weekend to all the veterans out there. Is Memorial Day weekend the veteran one? I don't even fucking know anymore. I feel like American holidays are always about veterans. You know what I mean? They somehow figure they do it all for the vets. You know what I mean? It's always like, is this about veterans? Nope. But somehow it became about veterans. Like, you know, we don't give them anything. We don't give them health care. We barely give them fucking any amenities that we promised that we would give them. So it's always like, hey, here's another fucking day. Make you think that like we care about you type shit. You know what I mean? Anyway, Memorial Day is the soldiers that died in war. Veterans Day is the alive soldiers. Well, you know, I am a soldier that died in war. Banger streams lately, man. One day he'll make it big. Thank you, dude. I think we're gonna make it out. Okay. Memorial Day is for the veterans who died. Okay. Got it. Okay. I am a veteran who has died, so this is my day as well. Once again, that's the kind of valor I'm stealing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a valor thief. As everybody knows this. Anyway, what have I done? So yesterday I ended the broadcast with Austin, and we shot perhaps the best episode we've ever shot of the fucking podcast. I don't even know if it's out yet, but like, it was so silly. It was so stupid. We did the Fear End episode. Oh, it has been out. It's been out for 2 hours. It was insane. Okay, like it was just complete madness. It was complete madness. I don't know, from top to bottom, start to finish. Highly recommend you guys watch it. It is your Dom side came out with Austin. Yeah. Oh, did you guys like that? I mean, there's some spoilers in here right now, but you created a gay monster by giving Austin that outfit? Yeah, I know. I don't want anybody to ever say, like, Hasan, you don't know how to fucking dress ever again. Because, like, I do know how to dress. It's just, like, I have a goofy-ass body. Like, my body doesn't fucking fit clothes in the same way that, like, Austin's dainty-ass body fits everything perfectly. He's, like, a perfect medium. Anyway, but yeah, that's what we did. And after that, I didn't really do too much yesterday. I just watched Succession and I fucking passed out, honestly. Woke up, dainty dude is jacked. Yeah, dainty in comparison to me. Not dainty in comparison to the average like Twitch watcher. He is incredibly fit. He is in phenomenal shape. I just meant like he has like he's tiny in comparison and he's perfectly medium in comparison to someone like myself. Okay. So I watched Succession. I will obviously do a little bit of Succession watch for you guys, a little Succession analysis. Okay. So spoiler alerts will be issued when we do that. Dude, almost everyone has a goofy body. My body is the goofiest. Where'd you get this sweet hat? This hat, I fought in the war on both sides. What war? The war where these hats were given. It was cross-dress for less clearance bin war, Black Friday, like a war, kind of. Anyway, the war. Yeah, the war. That's where I got it. So, should I get started with the Succession shit? I mean, I didn't do anything. Like, this morning, I woke up, I worked out. I've been doing like a little bit of leash training with Kaya. You know, I took her outside for the first time ever. Like, out, just, you know, to the sidewalk, nothing crazy, but just like a little bit. And you know, I'm training her to try to get like, you know, comfortable with a leash, the sits, the stays, the pause, the come heres, that kind of stuff, you know. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I've been doing. Fiona will be getting picked up today. Did you watch Barry? No, I haven't watched the third season or the last season of Barry yet. So I don't care about the fucking dog. I want to seethe about Succession, bro. What? Sure. Let's do it. Let's do some Succession memes. I don't know if you guys watched it or if you haven't watched it. I don't really care. But I am Daddy's eldest boy. That much is true. I am Daddy's eldest boy. Okay? That's me. I can't believe they put that line in the fucking finale. Okay? I can't. I cannot comprehend how they put that line in the finale. That line is directly, this is the most Twitter show of all time. And my timeline was going fucking brazy with it. Like, they were going absolute bananas mode. I had to, like, not look at Twitter until I finished it. Okay? And the reason why I'm saying this is because, like, everyone knows Succession is written by the most Twitter-brained fucking dudes online. The most Twitter-brained people of all time. It's written specifically for Twitter. It's basically written almost perfectly for this community, you know, people who watch this shit. And the reason why I'm saying that Daddy's eldest boy thing is actually a line from Twitter is because when Succession first came out, okay, when Succession first came out, there was a meme on Twitter. Does anyone remember? There was a meme on Twitter where someone recreated everyone's characters, basically. Actually, I'm gonna perma you, you fucking asshole. Fuck you, 15-month subscriber, suck my dick. Shit. Okay. It's a great show. Oh, here, this is it. This popped off. This meme basically popped off on Twitter when the show first came out. And I'm not even kidding. I'm pretty sure the eldest boy was a direct reference to this.
Hey, Dad, I want some M&Ms.
Fuck you. God damn it. These are my M&Ms. God damn it. Fuck off. Now,
Right.
Now you go fuck off.
Okay.
God damn it. Fuck you.
Okay. Right, okay. Shiv, your dad just opened a bag of M&Ms. Do you think he'd give me any?
Siobhan, come here.
I'll get in it for both of us. Watch. I don't want any of your candy, Dad.
Not even my M&Ms?
Wait, is this real?
Hold out your hand. Fuck you. Fuck off.
Fuck
God
off.
Damn it.
Jesus Christ. Hey, Dad. Can I have some M&Ms?
Fuck off.
Okay.
Logan, in my village, there was a man. He keep all the candy for himself. Until one day, they find him dead. He choked on a piece of candy. Enjoy your M&Ms.
Mr. Roy, I'm sorry to bother you.
Greg, dude, he's so tall.
I noticed that you have some M&Ms, and I have very low blood sugar, and I'm feeling kind of faint. It's not serious, but I could pass out and hit my head and die.
Fuck off, Greg.
Oh, okay.
Ken, come here.
Okay.
Still want some of my M&Ms?
Yeah?
Then put this on.
Okay.
Now you wear that hat, and you never forget that you'll never be anything more than Daddy's #1 candy baby. So fuck off for good. God damn it! I bought these M&Ms with my own fucking money. Candy's for daddies, not for little babies.
That this meme banged on Twitter, and basically it is literally like it captures the essence of the show very well. That is literally the show. Okay. Now maybe I was misremembering. I was having a Bernstein Bears moment, but I feel like he literally said, "I'm Daddy's eldest son," or "I'm Daddy's eldest child" in this meme. But I guess he didn't actually say that. I'm the eldest boy. But guess what? That was a line in the fucking season finale. It was insane. Okay? The show's great. I don't really dick ride for shows that hard, obviously, other than, mostly anime. I think the one follow-up, he says that directly. Yeah, didn't he, straight up? He also yelled it with spit coming out. Yeah, no. That, "I am the eldest boy," was such an insane and such a perfect fucking way to end it. It was so good. It was so fucking good. And the people who are saying, the ending is too open-ended, no, it's not. First of all, it's, not even as open-ended as The Sopranos ending. No, they absolutely tied that shit perfectly. I think the ending was great. It was not open-ended at all. Let me tell you something. And I told my mom this last night. I had this conversation with her. Obviously, the Mattson deal, they're going back and forth. They're trying to fucking ensure that it doesn't happen. But then Shiv the Shiv comes in and is doing sexy time possibly with Mattson, who's a gross perverted tech bro who's on the spectrum, but also he's an Elon Musk type pretty much. Oh, you're spoiling it right now, lol? Man, I said spoiler alert. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, I'm going to talk about the Succession ending, okay? Calm down for literally 2 minutes. Okay? So, obviously, this is this show, everyone's a villain. Everyone sucks. But it's awesome. I love watching creepy, gross, rich perverts who are awful to one another and awful to themselves. It's great. It's a great show. And it also has a lot of palace intrigue with respect to, how these big media conglomerates work. And a lot of that stuff is pretty good. I'm going to tell you what parts of it I didn't like as much this season. But before I get to that, let's discuss the ending for those of you who were saying like, oh my God, it's so fucking open-ended or whatever. It's not. Every single one of these emotionally and mentally stunted fail sons and daughters recognize deep down in their heart of hearts that they are nothing without this institution that Logan Roy has built. And when you already have billions of fucking dollars, none of that shit matters. The money doesn't matter. What matters is status and power. And they know it doesn't matter how many billions they will get from this deal. Without Daddy and without Daddy's empire, they will never be able to have even a little bit of power. And you hear that in the conversation that Kendall and Roman have, where they just go, we're bullshit. We're fucking bullshit. We're all bullshit. They are. They are fucking bullshit. That is the ending. The ending is they all fucking lose. Siobhan makes a deal that makes no sense whatsoever, or decides to, at the last second, fuck over Kendall. And it's, in my opinion, perfect. It's a perfect ending to this entire saga. If they all got together and then they took control of the company, that sucks. You don't fucking want them to win. You want them to lose. They're fucking losers. Okay? They're losers. Siobhan basically is a conniving bitch, just like and a cold, calculated, conniving bitch, just like her mom, who she fucking despises. She also personally thinks that she has some level of control over Tom, which she doesn't. She has no control over Tom, but she doesn't even realize that, okay? So she's, after lording her status over Tom, her entire fucking, throughout their entire relationship, and being abusive to Tom, okay? And being awful to Tom, and even calling him like you're shit cattle, like you're not good stock, you don't come from like a lineage like we do, okay? She basically gets womgansed. I don't know how to say it, okay? Succession is based off the Murdoch family. No cap. Yes, I know. It is. Siobhan has always been a fucking dumbass. The entire show, the entire season. The only reason why you don't consider her to be a dumbass is because she's basically signaling to you. She's virtue signaling to directly people like you who make it, who want to feel like she's actually smart because she's like, her head's on the, she's on the right path. So I knew that Tom was going to keep Greg on, by the way. I fucking knew it. There was no shot. There was 0% chance that he was cutting Greg. Not even for a brief second did I think that Tom was going to be like, yeah, you're done. You're fucking out. No shot. Not because they're the disgusting brothers, but because that's his Greg. That's his bitch. You know what I mean? Like, he also obviously loves him because he's also a fucking dumbass tall guy just like him, okay? He's a disgusting piece of shit and an idiot and, like, wants to suck the biggest dick in the room just like Tom is, okay? So he sees a lot of himself in him, which is part of the reason. And the other part of the reason is because, like, he loves having a bitch, okay? Yeah, that's exactly what Tom would have done. Exactly. So anyway, that was a given. That was a wrap. That was very obvious. And also, like I said, the Siobhan misstep, in my opinion, is that she thinks she has any control over Tom when, like, she's not wrong. Tom only cared about Siobhan as far, maybe he loved her at some point, but he is everybody's bitch, and he only was like using Siobhan in a lot of ways to basically reach a certain level of prominence, okay? So I think that she got owned in the end as well. She was petty, she was selfish, She made the wrong choice in the end, and that was expected. She was supposed to make the wrong choice. Great show, but I'm glad it's over because they made dressing like a business major at a Christmas party way too cool. Enough with the Alan Ruck fits already. Yeah, that part is actually an unintentionally annoying aspect of this, where everyone was doing the stealth wealth. Oh man, I'm doing stealth wealth. It's like, no, you just look like an annoying tech bro, okay? You paid way too much for the same shit that you could get at Gap. The Shiv cycle. I think I'm smarter than everyone else. I scheme. Scheme blows up in my face. I need my family. I think I'm smarter. I mean, yeah, that's precisely what happened. Meanwhile, the Connor Roy bag getting process. We're so back. We're so back. We're so back. We're so back. Yeah. Well, Connor is, just like every libertarian, a total fucking cuck, which I personally loved. Like, they didn't even hide that. They just very openly were like, you're a cuck. He's a libertarian cuck. He was so great. God, all of the characters were so well written. Okay. Thanks for the talking points. Now I can reply to the Succession girlies IG stories. Who the fuck is Succession posting on Instagram? Conheads, if you're in line to vote, stay in line. Yeah. Best scene from the finale slap fight. This made me so happy. It made me so happy when Greg finally slapped him. It made me so... This was awesome. That was their sex scene, literally. It was the closest you could get to the disgusting brothers fucking one another, okay? Please click this kawaii Tom meme. It's worth it. Girl, you say, love you. Boss bitch. Girl power. Princess Diana Tom Wom Games comes out on top. We really need to look back on Succession's fandom fondly. America's youth were cheering and making kawaii memes about a cucked CEO who ran a right-wing news network, and they were right to do so. That shirt is insane. There's Greg and Tom fan edits. What the fuck?
On the phone with your girlfriend, she's upset. She's going off about something that you said. She doesn't get your humor like I do. I'm in my room. It's a typical
Oh my God.
night. I'm listening to the kind of music she doesn't like, and she'll never know your story like I do. 'Cause she wears short skirts, I wear t-shirts. She's cheer captain and I'm on the bleachers, dreaming about the day when you wake up and find that what you're looking for has been here.
The Disgusting Brothers, dude. God, they were so awful. They were so bad. They were so nasty. I mean, everyone was. Who wasn't nasty? Succession, but it's a romantic comedy trailer. Tom and Greg. Yeah. It's great. It's basically fucking great. It's great. It's awesome. It's just like so. It's such a silly show. I love HBO's at its best when it makes like shows about disgusting, perverted, awful rich people being scumbags to one another. Okay? And I mean that when I'm talking about White Lotus, and it's the same fucking energy when it comes to Succession. I will watch every fucking show where you have like these billionaires and millionaires that are just being disgusting perverts who just hate one another, who are just such gross scumbags, and you root for no one, but you simultaneously root for everyone. Like, the stakes are so low, but it's also high because you want them to fail. You know what I mean? It's great. What did you think when he was pressing his brother's scar in? It was awesome. I can't stand Kendall. He single-handedly almost made the show unwatchable for me. Yeah, that happens, but that's just good acting. Also, Kendall is literally him in real life, I'm pretty sure. I rooted for Ewan Roy. Okay, dude. No one roots for him. He's just like, you know, he's a side character. Anyway, Jeremy Strong is literally Kendall Roy. That's not even, you know. He is, if you've ever seen any of his, like, if you've ever seen any of his interviews, that's him, like, straight up. Him switching to lying about killing the kid was insane. Yeah. They said that Kendall has trouble getting out of character outside his role, and that made him hard to work with. Yeah, he is an amazing actor. He is a really good actor. All true Kendall fans were rooting for his downfall. That's his natural state. Yeah, Ewan was unironically a hypocrite the entire series. Like, he is the classic. I'm a Culkin Bros stan. I wish Kieran and Rory did something together. Dude, he fucking crushed it. I mean, goddamn, they were all so good. They were all so fucking good. They were so good. It was a great show. Great show overall. Was a big fan. They wrapped it up. Here's what I didn't like. I'll tell you that much as well. For example, I think like the Fox News gets to vote for, Fox News gets to make the call for who's the president, and the back and forth dealings between the, president-elect and like billionaires. That is the only area where you can tell they had no access to. Every other part of the show is so realistic. Okay. It's hyper realistic, down to like, murdering the fucking waiter and everything else. Like, it's very clearly written by people who had access to these fucking fail sons, and they knew these fail sons, whether when they went to fucking Harvard with them, and like that's how they were able to write them so perfectly. The only part that was not as good, in my opinion, was like the election cycle stuff, where it's obvious that they just have no access to those kinds of like conversations and how that kind of stuff works. Former CNN press was consulted for those scenes. No. The election expert scene is fine. I'm talking about the billionaires like calling up the fucking the president-elect. Like that stuff was, I think that was the only stuff that just seemingly wasn't as realistic. And as because you just don't know. You don't know how that stuff works. You will never know unless you are literally a billionaire. Unless you went up to a fucking unless you went up to Robert Mercer, or you went up to like I don't know, some fucking billionaire that was like in the Trump White House. You know what I mean? Like what was that guy who left after the tariffs happened on China? Like unless you're one of those guys, you're just not gonna know. Was it Carl Icahn? You don't know. You don't fucking know what kind of wheeling and dealing and how they talk to one another. And like how that works. No, it was not the mooch. So, here, let's watch this. I'm done with the spoilers. We're just going to watch Succession, but it's a romantic comedy trailer. This is from 2 years ago, so I can't literally spoil anything. And then I'm going to blast off, and then we'll
Screw it up.
Greg, you're going to get a plane ticket to New York. Your great-uncle Logan's birthday, and they're having a big party.
This is cousin Greg.
It's Greg. No?
I'll answer to both.
I hear you're the new kid.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of starting.
I hear you're coming in.
Come in and see me, and I'll look after you.
Thanks, man.
This is so funny.
Talented Mr. Greg. Dude, are you carrying dog shit?
No.
That's disgusting.
They're just bags, really. It's just a mental barrier. I'm more than a sprinkle.
You're smart, you're ambitious, you're loyal. I'm gonna accept
See, it's shit like that that's just great writing, okay? You have this fucking goofball who, like, I know this is not the point of the trailer, but like, I'm gonna ride for the writers a little bit here, but like, that's great writing. Like, this guy's a fucking idiot, and he's using a doggy poop bag to put cookies inside of, okay? And like, that conversation, that back and forth, like imagining a scenario like that is great. That's so great. That's so fucking good. Like, that's so smart. That's so clever. It's so funny. That's great writing.
Really. It's just a mental barrier. I'm more than a sprinkle.
You're smart, you're ambitious, you're loyal. I'm gonna accelerate you. New title, you're moving up. You could throw away the training bra. Yeah?
Yeah? I think she's having an affair.
No.
No, I mean not.
Shut up, Greg. You're not gonna let me get her.
He doesn't deserve this. He's a great man.
You can talk to me about anything, you know? Pals. Yes?
Yeah.
Mr. Bond. I've been expecting you. How are you? Oh boy. Great. There are vibes.
We're looking for love in all the wrong places.
You're spending so much time hanging out with Kendall, the girl can start to wonder.
I hear you bent from.
It's complicated.
I will not let go of what is mine!
All the things we've done, you know, we're in this together, man.
You trying to seduce me, Tom?
Yes, I am.
In a friendly way. I'm staying here tonight. I'm slavering, big man.
If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together.
Will you kiss me?
I'll never tell.
We're here for you.
We're here for you.
İyi ki izlememişim ya bu ne? Bro, are they gay? No, guys, this is what is known as a joke, okay? These are two characters that are not gay at all, but they have a lot of, they have this kind of dynamic with one another. They turned it into a rom-com. It literally is in the title, Succession, but it's a romantic comedy. Oh my God.
You!
Let's go out. We're all trying to do the right thing. Of course we are. We have a bond.
Greg, I'm having the time of my life. What precisely are Greg sprinkles?
Like a tart sundae with a little Greg cherry on top.
Hiring scabs have made it into esports. Please explain more jokes. I just don't want people to like, I want to be, I constantly find myself in the middle of like two different facets of like extremely online communities where like there's people on the one hand who are like, oh, no jokes. Like, I don't really understand it. And now it's your problem. And then there's people on the other side who are like, why are you explaining the jokes to people who don't get it? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it's like, I want everyone to be able to enjoy this, okay? I want everyone to be able to enjoy this broadcast, okay? That's why I do it. That's why I try to explain it to everybody. I want this to be a good space for like both people who don't understand jokes and both people who do and don't want to fucking constantly ruin them. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know the YouTube Games channel that went to Estonia to like figure out what's going on with Zaum had made like a 2-hour documentary. I'm probably going to watch that today. No, you're spreading misinformation. Okay. League of Legends players are striking. From what I understand, the Players Association is striking, which is awesome. We'll talk about that in a little bit too. Okay, twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Let's blast off. I think it's like a lot of people look to the NFL, right? A lot of people look to the NFL and think like, oh, these players are doing like horrible things to their bodies for the chance of like, for the really unrealistic like chance of a lifetime to become like a legendary player. You know what I mean? And for those, yes, the succession talk is over. And what a lot of people don't understand is like those players, sure, they get CTE, but that is nothing in comparison to the mental anguish that league players go through, okay? And I mean it. What league players are doing to themselves, no one should do. Like, I am not interested in you know, making it illegal to play football. I am absolutely interested, on the other hand, of making it illegal to play League of Legends. I think that you should not be allowed to play League of Legends. I think that it is the worst thing that could ever happen to a human, okay? I think it robs you of your soul, okay? I think that it is significantly, like, the impact on your mind is so much worse than CTE, I would say, okay? League of Legends player here, wish I was addicted to drugs. Exactly. So for that reason, they should be adequately compensated, of course. I noticed today's Google Doodle is just a tiny American flag and wondered if anyone was crying about it. The answer is yes, and it's just 20 minutes ago. Isn't it great how the Google Doodle for the day has plenty time and excitement to create stuff for LGBTQ icons, but Memorial Day gets nothing? DuckDuckGo is starting to look better every day. That's fire. We found Indian Rachel Dolezal. Wait, what? That's fire. Yeah, DuckDuckGo is the Google for right wingers. Actually, it's better. It's so much better. So we'll cover all this stuff. Larry gets Memorial Day. Oh, this sequence. Oh yeah, let's do my favorite sequence because it has Chet Hanks in it. This is one of my favorite Larry David moments. Also made even better by the fact that Chet Hanks is in this sequence as well.
Look who's here, the happy couple.
Hi, everybody.
This is strange. Oh, my baby.
Hi, Mom.
Victor, my boy.
How you doing?
Okay, so this is our friend Richard Lewis.
Thank you for your service, bro.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And our neighbors Leslie and John.
What a hero you are. Thank you for your
please.
service.
Oh, thank you. The real heroes are still there, but I appreciate it.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yeah, grateful nation.
And this is our friend Larry.
Hey, hey, nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's, you know what? I'm gonna excuse myself.
Victor.
Classic.
You didn't thank him for his service, asshole.
They thanked him. 3 people thanked him. Why do I have to thank him?
Fuck, how hard would it have been? Thank you for your service.
Does everybody have to thank him for his service?
Now you've ruined everything, Larry. I'm making all this delicious salmon, and the whole night is ruined.
Are you sauteing that?
Yes.
Would you mind broiling mine? Is that a face?
Get the fuck out. Leave.
Okay. Thank you for serving the hors d'oeuvres. Thank you for being a very good manager. Thank you for coming over in this brisk weather.
Thank you for leaving.
Perfect. I mean, it's perfect. God, I love comedy. It's great. Larry David is such a fucking icon. I mean, this is awesome. Like, why? Why should you have to fucking dick ride so hard? It makes no goddamn sense.
This is what my outfit would be if I was fighting on the battlefield in Pearl Harbor.
Oh my God, are you serious? Oh no. Fiona, get out of here. Anne. Thank you. Immediately Kaya starts bargaining. Jesus Christ. Okay. This is my Memorial Day weekend. Okay. This is my fucking Memorial Day weekend attitude. Do you get it? This is how I'm riding for Memorial Day weekend. Memorial Day, for those of you who are not from the United States of America, I just found out, is for all of the veterans that passed away that we are, thinking of in memoriam. Okay, that's what it is.
This is what my outfit would be if I was fighting on the battlefield in Pearl Harbor. So since Pearl Harbor is kind of like an ocean battlefield terrain, I think this gorgeous vintage blue t-shirt would look so good. So since Pearl Harbor happened in the 60s, I feel like this gives a very like vintage vibe. But yeah, this t-shirt is kind of like a windbreaker t-shirt. I think the ocean blue color just matches so well with the whole like Pearl Harbor, ocean, Hawaii aesthetic. So for pants, you guys are...
This is self-aware, right? Like I don't think anyone can cook this up without being self-aware because it's so good. It's self-aware, right? Like down to the Pearl Harbor was in the 60s mention, like, come on. No. It's got to be a bit, and it's a brilliant one. If it's not a bit, I don't know what to say. I think like the point of this is to literally go, oh my God, Zoomers are out of control. They don't know anything.
You guys already know that I have to do some sort of camo to match with like the army theme because duh, I'm in the army, like I have to have some camo ons. And they also have like stars on them because I'm the star of this Pearl Harbor war. But yeah, these pants are so like war vibes. So for shoes, I'm gonna go along with like the ocean blue theme.
Okay, that's like a gross ensemble, but
because we are battling in Hawaii. So I have these blue Jordan 1 lows and they're gonna go so well with my war t-shirt. So my combat Jordans are on. Now it's time for accessories. And of course I had to go with some pearls because we are battling in Pearl Harbor. But yeah, you guys, I'm like so obsessed with this battlefield fit. I'm gonna bring this sponge for a weapon because just in case when the missiles land in the water, I can block my face so I don't have to mess up my hair or makeup. I can just block the water like this and the sponge will absorb all of the splash debris. My last weapon that I'm going to bring is this micronized creatine because I bought this off of Amazon because I know all the gym bros use it. So I think if I eat this and share it with my other teammates, I will gain like some sort of superpower, like incredible vibe. But yeah, you guys, what do you guys rate this Pearl Harbor fit? Let me know in the
slay, dude. Fucking slay. Thank you for your service. He served and he protected. I love this. I actually love the way. What is it?
What's up, you guys? So I'm going to be trying this Bud Light for the first time today. I've never had this type of beer, so let's give it a try.
Oh my God. Is this the Freaky Friday moment? Why do I feel different?
This person is awesome, dude. What the fuck? Yo, the Zoomers have too much microplastic. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, I kind of love this. Oh my God, this is so good. Oh my God, it's so zesty. It tastes literally so zesty.
That's fire. Oh my God. The hashtag taste test Bud Light zesty. Smash that follow right now, you animal. No. I don't follow. I don't really follow that many people on TikTok. I don't want to like change the algo on my fucking on my TikTok For You page. You think you Beyonce or something? Shaking my head. Yeah. Okay. Where was I? What was I gonna say? Monday Fun Day suggestion. Zoe Santagato podcast plays the Riz ChatGPT game and tries to seduce it. First up is trying to Riz Joe Biden, Waluigi, etc. Chica 4273. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. What the fuck? God damn it! I love Joe. Joe Mama. That's right. Yeah, we'll do like the insanity. We'll get to the debt ceiling in a second. We found the Indian Rachel Dolezal came to be a Republican black girl. She started saying how white people are better than black people. Said the N-word and let her white boyfriend say it, and now people found pictures of her family, all Indian. I found a girl that's more whitewashed than you. Now I gotta take a DNA test again because y'all wildin'. Y'all gonna be looking real dumb. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no, no. Oh no, no, no, no. Yeah, when someone said Indian racial dolezal, I thought that like someone was faking being Indian. Didn't Mindy Kaling's brother do this? I thought that was like fake. Prince Oberon Red Viper, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Brown girls in Toronto, like this is Toronto activities. It seems that's what people are saying. That's what the Desi Toronto constituency is universally screaming in the chat. It seems. Brampton, what the fuck did you say? You heard me, motherfucker. You got a problem? Could be New Jersey, though. That actually, that tracks as well. I don't know if she's from Toronto, but Toronto brown women love saying the N-word. Jesus Christ. I want to see this person's like actual TikToks. You should attach the videos before they get scrubbed from the net. Oh, she went private, pretty sure. Come on now. I got to say some. People call me whitewashed because I'm not ghetto and loud. What? She says, for real, like, sorry, I'm not wearing 7-inch nails and screaming. I know, right? Dead, dead, dead. Mindy Kaling's brother actually did this? Didn't he do it? Mindy Kaling's brother, I posed as black to get into med school. Vijay Chokal Ingam, the brother of writer and actress Mindy Kaling, has sparked controversy with his new book in which he claims to have been admitted to medical school after posing as a black man. In the book titled Almost Black, he claims he pretended to be a black man. I thought that was a meme, dog. I can't believe this was happening. Which one got into medical school? Indian American Vijay or African American Jojo? No. He named himself Jojo? What the fuck? Nani? Chokal Ingam is reportedly estranged from his famous sister and the creator and star of the Mini Project. Chokal Ingam now works as a writer in graduate school admissions. Wait, that's the funniest part about this saga. Wait, he got into med school and then turned around and is now a graduate school admissions consultant? What the fuck is he consulting people on? The top of the hour ad break and how you can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account? Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky, like those from Prince of Baron, Red Viper, and Chica, which gifted a total of 10 gifted subs. Or Tamana with another 10 gifted. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Bro, that's so funny. He's like, yeah, I got into med school by faking being black, and now I teach other people how to do blackface. Like, what the fuck? There's a CNN News
When it comes to
interview.
college admissions, how much of a role should race play? incoming freshman class identify as non-white. 50.8% to be precise. But at the
Guys,
same
stop
time,
the
came
presses.
news that the Department of Justice is investigating.
Guys, stop the presses. 50.8% of the incoming freshman class is non-white. Uh-oh. New Matty Healy Swifty lore dropped. Oh, let's go. This is my favorite shit, dude. Matty Healy was spotted wearing a red care merch, an anti-feminist podcast hosted by two neo-Nazis. Dude, okay, that's okay. This is, you know, I'll defend Matt Healy, but this is a bridge too far. Matty Healy interview with New Yorker, names Red Scare and the Adam Friedland Show, but not you. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I don't think he like watches me all that much. I think he's like I think he's more of a podcast guy. Hold on, how do we Now, Matty Healy says, nowadays we want artists to be liberal academics, not bohemians. Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, he's a dirtbag leftist for sure. But like, you know, anyway, I don't want to get into it too much. But this is a bridge too far. I agree. The weirdos in the comment section smell like piss. The podcast backed by Peter Thiel, a Republican mega donor, the de facto goal. Dude, Stan Twitter finding out about Red Scare is so awesome. Oh, God, that's great. That's fucking great, dude. Oh, that makes me so happy. Dude, that is so great. That's so awesome. Every day, this Matty Healy. Brace denounced Matty Healy. I denounced Matty Healy as well. Yes, I heard. The Matty Healy Taft saga has officially broke containment. My normie girlfriend and normie friends were talking to me about a weird podcast called Cumtown at a party last night. No one should know what Cumtown is. No one. I'm not even kidding. No one should know. Okay? Never forget brave, beautiful Dasha, who fucking who had a spot on Succession, which, by the way, is a testament to how fucking online and how Twitter focused Succession was as a show, who then flubbed it because like she really wanted to do a podcast with Alex Jones. Like she was so committed to having the art ho turned fucking tradcath aesthetic that like literally just absolutely lit her fucking possible Hollywood career on fucking fire. Just fumbled the bag. One of the biggest bag fumbles in my opinion. Matt Healy has done more to spread leftism than Bernie. True. He's doing it. He's doing Matt Healy for the DSA presidency spot now that Nick Mullen is no longer the president. Is the art ho in the room with us right now? I don't want to get too far into this, but I mean, I don't know. The podcast is backed by Peter Thiel, a Republican mega donor. The de facto goal of the podcast is to connect the two ends of the political horseshoe by spreading the idea that identity politics and feminism are dividing the working class. The women who host the podcast have repeatedly questioned the Me Too movement and the veracity of Mia Farrow's allegations against Woody Allen, spoke about how the Holocaust is given too much attention in America, and espoused trad views about the role of women in society. I think the funniest, like, I don't understand if this is serious or not. It's not that serious, but it is very serious. I don't know how to explain it. I find it funny that this is happening. I do. When are you going on the Adam Friedland show? Look at what happened to Matty Healy. The answer is never. Okay, I told Adam, I was like, I'm not coming on your show, bro. Look at what the fuck's going on with Matt Healy. There's a 0% chance. Are you out of your mind, dude? There are aspects of online which should never see normalized. I know. Quick synopsis about Red Scare. Red Scare is like another one of those like post-Bernie, post-Chapo Brooklyn podcasts that started off being like, oh, we're edgy, but we're leftist. And then quickly devolved into, in recent years at least, a podcast where like two dumb broads, okay, basically demonstrate how fucking stupid they are on a regular basis. That's it. That's like, but hey, look, if that floats your boat, if that makes you excited, go off. I don't really give a shit. They are tradcaths. They are traditional Catholic, and when I talk about this very specific type of like Brooklyn person who is who's like, yeah, the real working class just says the N-word. You know what I mean? Like that's the Red Scare podcast. Like like the working class is white and says the N-word, okay? And nothing else. Like they're transphobic and they say the N-word, and like that's the only way you can fucking that's the only way you could identify the working class. Damn, Phoebe Bridgers in the Seeking Derangements hoodie. What is happening? Why are all these fucking famous celebrities like watching the weird? I mean, Seeking Derangements is great. I have no that they're awesome for the record. They're tradcaths, so they have more socially acceptable way to be transphobic in your 20s, like many other easily tricked adult converts. Yeah, as I've stated many times over, okay, if you're gonna be a revert or a convert, you're supposed to fucking go to Islam, okay? No other avenue there. I'm sorry. If you're really interested in like a hard-ass mission, then Judaism, okay? Because those motherfuckers don't want you. They will put you through trials to actually be a part of the religion, okay? And even then, it might not work. Islam is more welcoming, but it's also more like real. Out of the Abrahamic ones, especially, like, it's Judaism or Islam. Not the one that is mostly known for pedophilia, okay? You can't just, like, go your whole life being a libtard and then be like, I'm a Catholic now. Like, shut up. No. Bullshit. Bullshit. Bullshit, dude. You went with the pedophile religion in your old-ass age? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I have never seen a Catholic convert that is normal. I've never seen that, okay? I've never seen that. Anybody that puts Catholic convert in their bio, they're getting a fucking column. They're getting a column, and they're writing a column for one of those like conservative magazines that's been around since like 1968, okay? And is just exclusively floated by some like dead billionaire. I don't know who the fuck's funding them, okay? I don't know what's going on. They're just so abnormal. Grew up Catholic, and everyone who married in the family is a certified freak. You're spot on with this. Yeah, Rod Dreher is a great example that comes to mind. Anyway. Rod Dreher took it even further and moved to Budapest and became Orthodox. Respect. I respect that. Okay? I respect that. Like, being raised Catholic is already dog shit, okay? Just ask anyone who's been raised Catholic. It fucking sucks. Most Catholic people I know are spending the rest of their lives trying to run away from the religion. So when I see motherfuckers who are like, I'm hugging and kissing Catholicism in my adult age, it like blows my fucking mind. It's just very odd thing to do. Anyway, how do we get here? We were talking about Red Scare, Matty Healy saga update. Turns out there are Matty Healy's a Red Scare fan, and this Stan account is reading them to filth, and I'm here for it. Obviously, ultimately, it doesn't really matter. They hate me. Their fan base fucking shits on me all the goddamn time. They're all the sassiest Brooklyn people who like are I guess so pathetically sad about like the trust funds that they have from their parents that they like try to run away from their liberal arts college background every fucking day by LARPing in an identical capacity to the fucking weirdos on Twitter who are like, homosexuals can't do this. And then they show like big burly guys working at the oil rig. Red Scare is exactly that, but with like, you know, a background in like kind of being leftist originally. Okay? Basically. So, the Red Scare podcast is notorious for platforming fascists and repackaging fascistic beliefs to sound appealing to the left. They've had Alex Jones, Steve Bannon, Ann Coulter, Michael Treacy, Curtis Yarvin. Wasn't Michael Treacy like dating the other one? Not this one, the other one for a while. I don't even fucking remember, but there was something like that going on. Tulsi Gabbard and Glenn Greenwald on the podcast. The podcast is backed by Peter Thiel, a Republican mega donor. The de facto goal of the podcast is to connect the two ends of the political horseshoe by spreading the idea that identity politics and feminism are dividing the working class. Why do they hate you? It's literally no different than every other fucking Twitter guy who like wants to do what Felix has been doing as a career, that thinks like the best way to get as much prominence on in those circuits is by saying Hasan is corny. That's it. Like it's literally all the fucking Chapo reply guys, like Felix reply guys specifically, who don't realize that I'm good friends with Felix, who, you know way too much about this shit, brother. Of course I know way too much about this. This is like, I mean, this is it. These are, a lot of these people are people I know personally. I don't know if you know this. Like, it's not even just my job. It's like people that I know personally, peers. No, and excuse me, Felix. God damn it, Biederman. So the Glenn Greenwald one was where they were shitting on you, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Glenn is so funny. Watching Glenn Greenwald interact with like the Red Scare podcast is so funny because like it's so obvious that he, as a 50-year-old man, is so desperate to be like a cool person. You know what I mean? He's one of the girls. He's a cool guy. It's sad. It's a sad way to watch a Pulitzer Prize winner journalist who you had a profound amount of respect for succumb to the saddest whims. Anyway. Yeah, Disco Elysium updates is great. My friend's a Chapo fan. I asked him what he thinks about it. He said he doesn't like you. When I asked him why he couldn't say anything, yeah, you should ask him if he knows that I'm friends with the Chapo boys. But hey, who knows? So yeah, they're not even funded by Peter Thiel. They went to some parties thrown by people who were getting Thiel AstroTurf money to make a fake un-PC art scene in New York City. Yeah, no, they're like not even fucking. It's like somehow lamer than being funded by Peter Thiel is when you try to get the Peter Thiel bag and fail. But yeah, there was for a brief era a understanding, an idea that like some people were pushing for that are just stupid. That like the Brooklyn art scene was actually going to be like reactionary, and it did not happen. Okay, that actually never happened. It was never going to happen, really. But you know, they were like, oh man, everyone's going to be like, yeah, we're going to be so un-PC. Like we hate SJWs. It's like, listen. I shit on a lot of like the hyper commoditized identity politics stuff that we see on a regular basis, co-opted movements that turn into commodities, and how, you know, Walmart is throwing up the Black Lives Matter fish, shit like that. Okay, and that's normal. Criticizing that is normal, but making it your life's mission to be like, we're doing reactionary politics, but from like a cool way, but like kind of in a leftist sense. Well, you're a fucking dumbass. You're no different than the neck-bearded weirdos that do this professionally online with like stacked Funko Pops behind them. You know what I mean? You just added like all you did at that point is just added vocal fry to the dynamic. You know what I mean? It's not punk rock, and it will never be punk rock. You will never be able to turn around and make Catholicism into being punk rock. It's just so fucking stupid. What would you say to people who think that's what you do? Do what? Edgy leftist politics? I mean, if you think what I do has like this kind of edge, like this, being hurtful or being like transphobic for the sake of being transphobic or anything like that, then, you're unsalvageable in many respects because you're gonna get hurt the moment that you step outside. You know what I mean? No, you're a 30-something trying to dunk on incels. You're better than trading petty insults on the internet. You can carry yourself with more dignity. Fan, by the way, don't you do the same thing to centrists? No, you're a 30-something trying to dunk on insults. We got a new account in here. We got a sock account in here, boys. New World 2467. I wonder how many times they've been banned. The moment that you say trying to dunk on incels is the moment that you've lost the plot. I don't have to try to dunk on incels. Incels have dunked on themselves. They're incels. What the fuck are you talking about? You're defending centrists and also dunking on incels is weird. Anyway. You to them is like Charlie to iDubbbz. Like you say cum and cock, but don't actually defend transphobia or saying the N-word. Yeah. I rarely ever dunk on incels other than just like point out how fucking weird they are in many respects. But yeah. Making edgy jokes with the understanding / context of the culture is actually an ally move. It shows your awareness that you can make nuanced jokes without being transphobic, homophobic. Look at yesterday's stream with Austin. Yeah. Anyway, but I do find it really funny when Stan Twitter gets a hold of this stuff and then just like starts doing call out posts on fucking the Red Scare. If you have any doubts about Red Scare being a far-right recruitment tool, look no further than its host co-headlining a Young Republicans National Federation event with Roger Stone, a longtime GOP advisor whose most recent activities include advising the Proud Boys. Like, I don't think it's that serious. I will say it like this. Red Scare is not that serious. If you take Red Scare seriously, then you're an unserious person. That's it. Like that's all I gotta say. It's literally like I'm no fan of them. Okay, I'm not. They're not fans of mine. But like, they're not exactly doing anything new. You know what I mean? Redefining the genre or have like any kind of serious prominence. You don't like transphobia through the Valorant voice? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just, it's stupid. You're literally looking at a podcast where one of the hosts almost killed her fucking baby when she was pregnant because of her refusal to take the vaccine. So, what are you doing? Like, that's real. That literally happened. You're looking at adult converts of Catholicism. Anyway. It's, that's it. She didn't want that baby coming out R-worded. Yeah, she almost had the baby coming out not at all. But yeah, if you want to, like I said, oh wait, the name Red Scare is not ironic in this scenario. That's so much funnier than I thought. No, they originally started off as like basically come town for the gals. Okay, that's what it was. But they're not very funny. So, you know, you can't really keep that afloat unless you just like dive further and further into a new avenue. And the new avenue is just basically the old avenue. You know what I mean? Like, it's the oldest avenue of all time. Just doing yet another fucking podcast with right-wing perspectives. Dasha was pretty good on Succession. I'm going to just act like this isn't happening. Oh, 100%. I do actually agree with that. I think Dasha was great on Succession, all things considered. I can always be, oh, not just women, gays as well, yeah. Mostly gays, actually, but some women too. So, yeah, that's it. She was fine. She didn't have much to do. Law. I mean, whatever. It's like still kind of cool in a weird way. Even if I'm not in agreement, it's still kind of cool in a weird way to see like a person in like a person who's like friends with a bunch of my peers and friends, you know, get a prominent role in a show that I'm watching on television. Okay. So that's where we're at. I love that these people are like very upset at Matty Healy once again. I'm literally bisexual brown man that has been a Hasan fan for years, getting questioned by cis white men in the chat, all because I have an opinion. Man, shut the fuck up. You're such a fucking... Just shut up. You're so smarmy and annoying. Like, I'm a bisexual brown man. Like, shut up, bitch. No one cares, okay? You fucking loser. God damn it. I hate when motherfuckers come in here and they're just like, me, cover me. Like, what do you think? You think it's a New World 2467 day today? Is that what you think? No, it's Memorial Day, bitch. Shut the fuck up. It's like, I can't deal with this shit. I hate it. It's like the most annoying part about fucking being in like a leftist space is all these fucking dumb motherfuckers who are so narcissistic, but they mask that shit with like I give you a crumb of attention and you just like go off on it. You go fucking crazy. Anyway. And then people will clip that and go, Hasan is so ruthless to like bisexual brown men. It's like, shut up. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. Anyway. Yeah, today's the day we suck off our fallen heroes, okay? And don't talk to me unless you are a veteran who died in a war like me, okay? That's right. It's my day. The New Yorker did a Matty Healy piece, which is fucking awesome. Gotta watch this. Gotta read this. I mean, come on now. And also, I found out that Phoebe Bridgers is a Seeking Derangements fan, which is awesome. They're great. Seeking Derangements is great. Bro, I switched to a salad at Chipotle instead of the burrito bowl due to so much better. No, I don't like it. I actually don't like the salad bowl at Chipotle at all. Park that car, drop that phone, sleep on the floor, dream about me. I don't know what this is about, but it's great. I'm, great. Glad to see Seeking Derangements getting prominence. Okay, what are people wearing in Tokyo street fashion? We might look at that later. Okay, we might look at that in a little bit. Oh, here's another awesome moment. This is the Gateway Pundit, by the way. Good news, guys. Lol, article written by Gia Tolentino, famed daughter of human traffickers. Wait, what the fuck? What is that? Is that... I have no idea what you're talking about. Wait, really? That's a thing? Who... Gia Tolentino? Not Gio Tolentino Discourse, please? Who is Gia Tolentino? Who's Gia Tolentino? What the fuck? Brace been following it, lol. I gotta have Brace and Felix back on the show it's been a while. Gia Tolentino parents. She said, my parents recently pointed out to me that there's some misinformation about them that have been spreading online. It's since taken on a life of its own and morphed into petty internet gossip. I wish I hadn't had to write this, but I wanted to make some things clear. I'm grateful to everyone who read this with kindness and generosity. For example, these are the full charges of the second superseding indictment for what would have been charged as a second trial. What the fuck? Wait. Wait, she deleted it. She deleted the article. Main character on Twitter a couple of years ago that had a meltdown because she was like, yeah, my parents had slaves. What? It's not worth it if you don't know who she is. She just wrote a hit book a couple of years ago. It was very similar to the story on TikTok yesterday. Oh, her parents had like servants or something, like live-in servants. She admitted all of this on Twitter and a bunch of talking heads went, oh my God, sorry for you. Okay, I don't know anything. Why are you guys giving me like fucking broken... Gia Tolentino, human trafficking? What the fuck? Someone kindly filled me in on Gia's parents' situation. So my question is, what the fuck? Were her parents traffickers or was it all a misunderstanding? Seems pretty legit. If you Google around the incident, you find contemporary news articles that have some pretty damning witness testimony. They were white collar as fuck about their human trafficking though. So obviously that makes it okay. Seriously though, whether or not they were human trafficking, by the strict U.S. legal definition, it was horrible and exploitative. They charged very impoverished immigrants huge sums of money to assist them with job placement and then kept them in terrible living conditions. They're bastards and deserve none of your sympathy. Why is this dog barking so much? She paid to have a lot of it wiped off the SEO in like 2019. If you want to continue this coverage of Matt Healy on Memorial Day, he needs to enlist in the military and die. Chat, who was Matt Healy again? Another, whoa. You missed the hot take. You missed the hot take guy. It turned into, I like and actually I love Matty Healy now. Like that's what it turned into. I love fucking weirdos, man. God damn it. You guys are so awesome. Keep doing what you're doing, you know? You're the heroes of this chat. Chat, who was Matty Healy again? Is that the person Hasan likes still, even after admitting to watching race play rape porn? Another Hasan hot white take. Yeah, dude. Like, I know you're still find this guy your friend. This guy's my friend. I'm going to blame it on you being white, but I would never be friends with someone who regularly masturbates to black women getting raped, laughed at, spit on, and then having watermelon swoosh in their face. You do you, Hasan. It's so hard to like you sometimes and enjoy most of your stuff with takes like this. But then again, I'm a black woman, so it's not only you are a man, but a white one at that regularly defends problematics. This person is my great friend. Single issue chatters. They literally took in when you said friend of the show. Yeah, I don't know. I need to explain something to you, okay? When I say Joe Biden is a friend of the show, do you actually think that? Like, do you think I'm being serious? Do you think me and Joe Biden are friends? Do you think Joe Biden is a fan of the HasanAbi broadcast and like regularly comes on? Or Tucker Carlson is a friend of the show? Why am I not allowed to be sarcastic even in my own fucking community, goddammit? I love when a hater is fake naive, like, hey, wait, aren't you the guy who horrible thing? Yeah, exactly. I love when those person, I love when people are like, who's this person again? Let me fucking give you a detailed synopsis, detailed analysis. Yeah, Ted Cruz is literally a friend of the show, actually. That is not even a joke. Ted Cruz unironically is a friend of the show. Okay, I'll own that one. HasanAbi Productions video has so many comments saying this. They all think you defended him. I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, it's just friend of the fucking show all around. Ted Cruz is a HasanAbi head. That's like not even a joke. Ted Cruz is literally a HasanAbi head. He made house memes. He made jokes about the house when a friend of mine actually met him and asked him questions about me. And he literally made house memes. Lemafay, I'm dead. This guy 2 years ago posting in a thread on a forum for a sex game called Slave Quest. Fuck yourself. Jesus Christ. The CIA is back at it again. How do I use the spy cams? Dude, that took you... that took you like... What the fuck? That took you like 3 seconds to find that. That is insane. That's like terrifying. The speed in which you figured that out is actually terrifying. Not having a good time back there. An anonymous gifter. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Okay. God damn, dude. Nobody's safe. All right. We'll get to the Matty Healy stuff in a second. Here, let me give you guys this real quick. Here's a brief clip from the pod. Take that shit off, you slut.
Okay. Jesus.
Take your fucking top off right now.
Okay. I don't know how to close this. Oh, I got it.
Let's see those goddamn nipples.
Hasan
Come on.
is whoring me out.
Take that fucking shirt off. No, it's supposed to be skin
like
tight.
a wetsuit.
We got you the same size as the boy you like.
No, it's supposed to be skin tight. It's Will's right. It is like a wetsuit. Oh God! Oh, I hate.
I
it.
hate him.
Yeah, he's such a bitch. He's such a bitch.
I was not prepared for this moment at all.
If we were not on camera, I'd call you the F slur right now. He was such a baby about it. He's like, oh, I don't want to take my shirt off. And I was like, dude, are you stupid? You look fucking incredible. Like, what's wrong with you? He literally had to like check 8 times. Okay. He had to make sure that like the camera and the lighting worked to like make him look good. He was like, oh, well, I look kind of fat right now. Like he was just like refusing to do it. And I was like, you're so dumb. They're going to eat this shit up.
This is not something that
Take the tag off.
I hope nobody makes any
Take the tag off before you put it on.
He looked so fucking good too. Trapped so hard. He's like,
That's just how I look when I breathe.
Got it? Sorry, I can't get him over my...
Okay, go put the pants
Now
on.
put the pants on.
Oh, God.
Dude, you look so gay. It looks great.
It's actually a good shirt, yeah.
It looks really fucking good.
You have to take the pants.
Wait, okay, I'm just going to go behind. I won't look in the mirror.
You
No!
will. No,
No!
we trust you.
I promise I
We
won't.
don't trust you.
we don't trust
You're
you.
the least trustworthy person in the world.
Okay,
Yeah.
get the camera. Wait.
So you can go here.
Oh,
No, you can come here.
oh my God.
Because he's going to have it on them.
Cutie, don't look at my butt.
I'm not going
How
to.
did we get here?
I don't know. It's so funny. The episode was great. It's probably the dumbest, like, it's probably one of the craziest, most unhinged episodes we've had in a while. It was great, though. I couldn't even get Cutie to, like, shit on Taylor Swift and Matty Healy. So much so that, like, Will and I started playing the role of, like, the Twitter stands. We started playing the role of the fucking Twitter stands. Where can you watch it in full? Fear and on YouTube, baby. That's where. And Cutie very quickly took like such a normal. She took like such a normal fucking role I was actually expecting her to just like go crazy over it. You know what I mean? I was expecting her to just like be very like I don't know. I was expecting her to be like doing like a call out. Patreon paywall OP, yeah, that one was great too. The Patreon paywall episode was insane too, even more unhinged. Austin loving this. Fucking Christ, dude. Don't show me. You cannot send me anti-Piker tweets. Don't do it. My Swifty roommate is pissed and she's been a fan for over a decade. Yeah. Oh, there's FaZe drama too that we're going to cover in a little bit. So am I reading all the news articles wrong? Is Matt Healy not doing all this bullshit? No. Matt Healy has the worst of all worlds, okay? He has, throughout his career, said a lot of edgy shit, but also edgy shit that, like, doesn't correspond to possibly his personal worldview. I don't even know what his fucking personal worldview is. Maybe he's a right-wing reactionary. I don't think he is, though. But regardless, he said a bunch of edgy shit that will always look awful if you, especially when you're trolling, that will look awful when you post it as a fucking thread. Okay? That's it. And, like, most people don't understand that I'm so consistent on this principle that, like, with iDubbbz, I've said the exact same thing. A lot of his content and his commentary holds, okay? A lot of his commentary and his content is great, except for the parts of which that are not. The problem with Matt Healy is that the Matt Healy dudes better start paying you money. I've never heard of him, but you've been on his meat for a week. Oh, my God. Listen. This is a fucking hilarious situation given how this happened, okay? You have this, like, explosive Tumblr standum that met another Tumblr standum, Swifties, 1975 first. The 1975 Tumblr standum first found out that, like, when put side by side, one behind the other, Matty Healy on paper looks fucking awful and gross, okay? So they freaked the fuck out. And then the Swiftie fandom freaked the fuck out again, and it turned it into like, this like explosive situation. He said a bunch of like racist, bigoted shit too. It's not just like edgy stuff. Okay? And people make it out to be like the most important, most significant thing of all time. They're still talking about it. And it's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep going. It's gonna keep happening. People are still gonna keep talking about it. Because again, it's like it's drama, it's stan culture, it's celebrity intrigue. It's like all of the worst aspects of being extremely fucking online. So nobody gives a shit. Nobody gives a shit about anything other than this kind of gossip, okay? And that's what I'm talking about for the most part. It's all irrelevant things in the grand scheme of the world. It's completely irrelevant. It's completely fucking stupid. And you know, most of these people can't reach Matt or Taylor, so they just like chirp online, and then they usually find someone like myself to yell at because I'm significantly more accessible. Okay. That's it. It's just irrelevant gossip. And when I cover it with like the irreverence that it deserves, people get very mad. They're like, dude, you're taking a side on this. You're like defending Matty Healy. Why the fuck don't you have an opinion on this that like is similar to mine? And it's very funny. There you go. I want more of it. I think it's because they put Taylor Swift on a pedestal. She's just a person who's dating a guy who doesn't seem that great, but like, who cares? Exactly. But if that was the case, then, you wouldn't have that many albums be sold. Okay? They just can't understand why we're making fun of everyone involved, because in many respects, we're also kind of making fun of the people in this community as well who are taking it very seriously. And this is like their comfort stream. This is like their safe space. So they expect me to probably have like, I need to know Matt Healy's take on the 1956 Hungarian Revolution before I make a judgment. Yeah. They want me to take it with the same severity and seriousness that they're taking it. And that's why it creates a lot of drama internally. When someone you don't know says things like this, you go nuts. Nah, they yell at you because you destroy people that do this. But when it comes to your friends, you always go soft. This person is not my friend. I don't know this person. Why do you keep saying this person is your friend? Like, how did we get to a point where, like, I'm fucking Matt Healy? You know what I mean? I'm the one who's dating Matt Healy, actually, okay? I'm in a homosexual relationship with Matt Healy now. How did this happen? Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand. Like, you have to fucking literally, like, you need medication, man. This wasn't your stance with the Kanye situation. That is fucking insane. Comparing, dude. Like, again, and then you run into, like, in the most unhinged comparisons. And then, of course, I'm inevitably going to, like, end up coming across like I'm defending it because I'm defending the circumstance that you just presented, which is psychotic. Like, you're defending a dude who was, like, making fun of Kanye West and Sig Heil, apparently, on fucking stage, which is edgy and cringe and fucking is not going to reach the audience that you're trying to reach. With, like, the person who literally was like, Adolf Hitler is great in his most unhinged, mentally ill state. Like, you're stretching so fucking hard that you became Fantastic Four over here. Yeah, not only are you parasocial, but you are clueless at the same time. Exactly. It's like the worst it's the worst aspects of, like, parasocial psychopathy. Maybe you meme too much and no one cares about him, so they thought he was your friend. You said you'd bring him on the podcast. It's your own doing that people think he's your friend, brother. Not enough people know. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. I also didn't even know what the fucking, like, I didn't even know what the name of his band was until, like, last month. And these motherfuckers are like, oh, dude, that's crazy. Like, you're besties, and he's also the same as Kanye West. Please, Hasan, no more of these people are taking you seriously. You also said you'd have Trump on your broadcast. These chatters are so fucking stupid. Of course I would have Trump on my broadcast. I am saying this with full seriousness. I would love to have Trump on my broadcast. Doesn't mean I'm going to agree with him. I'm a good faith chatter, so I never made a judgment, but I did think that Matty was at least an acquaintance of yours before I saw. Anyway. Fuck, where were we? You brought Christian Walker on. It was probably end up the same. It was for the memes, and you push back a lot. You know. As a Swiftie who's seeing Taylor on my birthday, I personally don't care. It's her life. I don't know her. She can do whatever she wants. As long as she's not actively causing harm to people, she can do whatever she wants. I just want to listen to her music and add my own meaning to her songs. Exactly. That's the most normal adult take on the situation. That's like what you're supposed to do. Anyway. So this person that we banned was like in forums, in racist forums, talking about like video games related to slave play. Like, what's happening here? You were in racist forums posting feet. Ashley Babbitt's grieving mother, Mickey Withoft, was swindled by a grifter. Mickey needs to help continue her selfless activism in Washington, D.C. This Memorial Day, please remember Mickey Withoft, her team, and her veteran daughter, Ashley Babbitt. The guy who set up the Ashley Babbitt Fund reportedly stole all the money. How many times has this happened? How many times has this happened? Every fucking time. Every time there's another one of these like dumbass, like, let's build the wall ourselves, everybody, type fucking situations is always a grift. And I love it, dude. More of this. Steal all of these dumbasses' money. I know that like the person who did this is probably a bigger piece of shit, most likely. But it's fucking awesome. They're so stupid. They just keep dumping so many funds into like the let's restore the fucking Third Reich fund or whatever the fuck on Twitter or on GoFundMe. And it's like, yeah, you deserve to have your money stolen from you, you fucking idiot. Why did you do that? Why do you have so much money? Thoughts on Rumble's acquisition of OTK mizkif? I banned someone yesterday because I thought they were like another one of those like unhinged mizkif haters who like it was like lying about him or something, you know what I mean? Like in the chat, because there's like sometimes like there's Miz kids who are really fucking annoying and we ban them, and then there's like people who just like care so much about like what he's doing or what he's not doing, where they're like, oh, mizkif did this, mizkif did that. I literally thought it was fake. I thought it was fake when this dude was like spamming over and over again. Mizkif's going to Rumble. Mizkif's going to Rumble. Mizkif's going to Rumble. Mizkif's going to Rumble. And then I found out that it's not even fake. It's real. Mizkif is actually fucking doing like a Rumble play. Like he's getting a Rumble bag, which is hilarious. Apparently he's not like, he doesn't have an exclusivity deal with Twitch, so he's just doing like some shit on Rumble. Dude, you should have seen Train yesterday on Poke stream. I can't even relax and watch Poke without Train spitting shit about mizkif and grouping you in with the PG-13 streamers. Yeah, I know. I'm famously the most PG-13 streamer, as everybody knows.
Announcement is that basically
at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's what he's going to say. Pre-watched, okay? And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can go to Rumble. Or if you no longer want to see those ads and stay here, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. I will not be going to Rumble. I'm still here. Okay? What is wrong with you? So much. I am brain broken. Anyway, Takuto Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
I will be twice a week.
This man buzzed his hair and is going to Rumble, boys. Now, I told you guys this ahead of time. Like, well, I talked about this when Gideon signed a contract with Rumble. They are now trying to move away from like the alt-right streaming space. Like they're trying to basically look like they're not just a space for like weird right-wing reactionaries, and they're trying to like appeal to a broader audience. So that's what they're doing. Will they actually succeed in that regard? I don't know. But they are very clearly trying to diversify by getting mizkif, by getting anyone pretty much. Like, that's why they got Kai and I Show Speed. That's why they got Gideon, and now they got mizkif. That's what they're trying to do. Mizkif ain't helping that image looking that white and bald. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So yeah. Mizkif has those fans, though. It makes sense, but it's a double-edged take. Wait, what do you mean? First of all, you're right. I apologize. Mizkif's not white. He's Italian. Just because they added a few drops of melon into the pool isn't going to change the normal audience's minds anytime soon. I do agree with that. I don't think that they are going to successfully rebrand and become like a normal streaming platform. But maybe, who knows? I mean, I don't think so though. I don't think that it'll be successful.
Or for a few hours, and that's it. I will be, your Pog Champs can be ready. I will be streaming on Rumble. Yes. I'll be.
Or by bringing unexposed users to the platform, they aim to convert them into alt-right content consumers. They are ideological or astroturf. No, I think I talked to some industry people a while back about this, where they like very seriously suggested Rumble as like as a player in the space that's like trying to grow, and I laughed at them, not realizing that they were legitimately trying to do this. And I'll tell you this much: they were like, yeah, they're a bunch of Canadian guys who like happen to grow a lot without intentionally growing a lot in this space. Like they didn't want to like originally be like the right-wing platform or whatever, but when they started making money that way, they just leaned into it. You know what I mean? And now they're trying to, I guess, like rebrand. Does that make sense? Do you think Kick is losing the Rumble? No, I think that money has no allegiance. Makes sense. Yeah, I think that they just want to grow more. Is it owned and funded by right-wing billionaires? I think Getter was the one that, I think Peter Thiel might have given them money too when he saw that they were like a right-wing space, if I'm not mistaken, or was it Getter? Anyway, the dudes are, Rumble has had foreign governments demand censorship of our creators, and even more disturbing, we've had U.S. companies demand censorship on behalf of foreign governments. One day there will be stories told on how we hold the line for American values. Yeah, they're still very much like a alt streaming service, but every aspect of like their signing, like every time they try to sign people, it shows me that they are absolutely trying to like become more normal. But they don't. It's fucking stupid, because the more you try to say like, oh, we're a free speech platform, we're a free speech platform. Yeah, they went public via SPAC last year, and I think that's part of the reason why they're trying to do this. Yeah, Peter Thiel backed it once it became this like right-wing area. Like once it became this right-wing platform, Peter Thiel was like, oh, great. Like he became a backer of it. And I don't know if they're like ideologically like trying to fucking convert the youth by getting mizkif, or if it's because they're publicly traded, they're just trying to grow. I think it's more so because because they went public via SPAC, they're probably trying to grow as a platform across the board. They just want money. Most of these people will just want money. They don't give a fuck. Yeah. It's just they're desperate for market share. It's not because they're like, it's not because they're like legitimately like thinking, oh yeah, we'll turn we'll turn the Miz kids into right wingers, or the Gideon fans and Kai and Speed into right wingers. Gideon, Kai, Speed, and Miz don't scream trying to become normal, especially when you have so many big right-wing people. No, that is precisely what it is. What do you mean? They're going after who they can get. Okay, so remember, Rumble's not going to come to me. I'm not going to fucking go to Rumble. So they have to go to like whoever they can go to. So you also are forgetting, like, also Kai is the most normie-facing streamer of all time. I feel like streaming is slowly going to lose popularity now that the fake 5G scandemic is officially over. Some streamers realize it, and they're desperately grabbing the last bags that will ever be seen in the space. I think there's some truth to this as well. On the streamer side, of course, deals like this are done for money. That's what it is. 100%. I think everybody knows that. I think everybody understands that. I think it's also laughable to like think that that in and of itself is somehow fake or bad. You know what I mean? Yeah, of course that's the reason why they're going and trying to farm as much they can. To be honest, there is a lot of streaming spaces for less moderated site. Yeah. That is precisely what it is. Like, if no other platform is going to host you, if like the normie facing platforms like YouTube and whatnot are not going to host you, they're not going to serve you, then you'll go wherever they give you money. Why the fuck wouldn't you? You know what I mean? Especially because, listen, platform wide, the COVID explosive growth is gone. Viewership is down for most streamers. Okay? Less ad deals, less sponsorships, all that shit. Obviously, I am in an island of my own, so it's a little bit different given the nature of the content that I create and also what my revenue model is, which relies on subscriptions, voluntary subscriptions, instead of like ad deals and sponsorships and things of that nature. And I also, which is ironic, everyone always fucking misunderstands what I've said about this, but like when I say I live within my means, I mean like I'm not interested in making even more money. Like I could take on fucking sponsorships and whatnot. I'm not saying that I live like a super cheap, Spartan lifestyle. Of course not. I live lavish. I live in the lap of luxury, but I don't make like incredibly expensive moves or big gambles in any meaningful capacity. I'm talking about relative to my income, right? Which is part of the reason why, even if I were to take like a massive hit, and you said the wrong word, you said basic income and people went crazy. No, I did not even say that. Where was that fucking clip? That clip was absolutely clip chimped, okay? That was 100% clip chimped and astroturfed on LSF, and people still use it nonstop. You're misunderstanding. I did not say that at all. I was literally talking about like why I don't make investments and whatnot, or why I don't take sponsorships. I think I said basic necessity or something, and immediately corrected myself. But of course, you know, people are just mad and take whatever out of context. Yeah, exactly. It was like, XQ defended you in that clip. He said it was probably taken out of context. Yeah, 100%. You're not aiming to run a business like Lud, H3, etc. Exactly. I wonder if anybody has that actual clip and like what I said. But did you say you are playing for the love of the game and not for the normal stuff? The clip from Twitter? No, that's the clip chimp part of it. Not the actual fucking clip itself, not the extended clip. I don't want to just look at the clip chimp. I want to look at the full clip so that people understand. That's 36 seconds long. That's how you know. When a clip is like weirdly 36 seconds long, you should probably stop sending me the Borpaspin clip, please. Jesus Christ. It's like very clearly manually edited specifically so that you can like maximize the outrage. 36 seconds is short? Yes, it is. Part that I just fucking despise. Like, the how much does a person need really is not even a conversation that we should literally be having at any stage, okay? But especially not this stage. And I'm not fucking saying that because I'm rich, okay? I don't give a fuck. I already give a fuckload to charity. I already give a fuckload to the government. Way more than any fucking wealthy person ever does. And I don't care. I live on a basic necessity budget for the most part anyway, okay? The reason why I say that is because it's fundamentally not the conversation that that Marxists should be having. If a society, no, this is cut. Where's the actual
built
the
as
uncut
a
version of this
dictatorship of the proletariat?
Okay, basic necessity is insane. No, this is edited. This person edited this for not because like they're not because they're like doing it in an unintentionally evil way or anything like that. I'm talking about like I don't have any needs for investments here. Like we'll watch the rest of it. This would not be a problem. Like there would be no inequality or wealth inequality. Is this it? Didn't you say most people couldn't afford your diet? I mean, yeah, because I can eat out. When I say bare bones, I mean like within my means, but it's like food. Expensive because of the delivery mechanism of the food, or a car that is expensive, or a house that is expensive. That's what I mean. Yeah, like see, people misunderstood it as well in the chat, and immediately I corrected it. But it's still well within my means. There you go. The conversation around basic necessity and you live in $1 million house rich, oh my God, brain dead. No, I'm talking about fucking shelter. Expensive, yet still shelter. Stop saying LA mansion. Stop misunderstanding my point that I'm making. Oh my God, I fucking hate how reactionary every single person turns into. Literally, every single person turns into the least charitable reactionary fucking idiot the moment that this can of worms opens, okay? So many people are just like, I'm leftist because I fucking hate rich people. You should be leftist because you hate the way that commodities are produced and the relationship that the working class has with the means of production. You fucking dummies. You don't understand. Fundamentally, the reason why Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk give money. What was the point of Hasan trying to make? My basic necessities are met? Like, as in, we're talking about investments here, okay? If I remember correctly. We're talking about investments and like the constant need for growth and the constant need to like make more money. And what I'm referencing there is that I already make so much money. I'm satisfied. And my lifestyle is not like unaffordable in relation to how much money I make. Okay? That's it. It's a lot. It's a lot of money. But that is precisely the reason why, because I'm satisfied with my current lifestyle and can make luxury purchases when I want to, okay, I don't feel the need to consistently make more money. It's a thing that I've talked about a lot. When I say I live within my means, okay, or when I say basic necessities, I'm talking about what I spend most of my money on. That's it. And people always get mad at it because they're like not fully understanding what I'm saying. I've never actually hid the reality that I have a lot of money. I mean, it's not something that I have ever intended to hide. Okay? And I'm not hiding it at all. You know what I mean? It's not, and people regularly try to clip shit out of context and make it seem like that's what I'm saying. And it's very weird. It's very odd to just like jump to that and be like, dude, Hasan, he's trying to LARP as a poor person. Like, what do you want me to do? Constantly show how much wealth I have? And what is really stupid about it is that like, when I do sometimes make expensive purchases and I do it publicly, they go, you're flexing your wealth. Okay? That's it. So it's like there's a no winning situation. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Okay? Damn, Hasan really had to walk that back, huh? Oh, God. Yes, you're right. I was, for some weird reason, hiding how rich I am here, I think. Yeah, you're right. Despite the fact that I'm like literally openly stating how rich I am in the fucking clip that you just watched. Me to philanthropy is unironically to stop people from thinking the way that you're thinking about them. How do you not understand that when you fucking fall for the aesthetic shit every single fucking time, you unironically are making it like you're making the argument that like Elon Musk, who doesn't live in a house, by the way, is actually a better leftist than someone like myself, okay? The world's wealthiest fucking billionaire is literally a better leftist than me. I mean, come on, right? I mean, he doesn't live in a house. Warren Buffett lives in the same house that he bought for like, what, $50,000 or some shit. Hasn't moved out. Probably a better leftist, right? Would you say that, you know, ultra capitalist hedge fund manager Warren Buffett is a better leftist than me? Because his house is, if we're only hyper focusing on the aesthetics, you will constantly lose sight of the real prize, okay? While I still donate a shitload to charity, like, what I'm talking about is, I have a lot of expensive shit, but all of my expensive shit are car, house, things of that nature, or clothing, okay? Computer. That's it. It's not to like hide my fucking wealth or anything like that. Everybody knows it. You can find, you know what my sub count is. It's public, okay? And I'm not even hiding it here. Could you watch a clip of you watching a clip of you creating an infinite stream of you going off on the chat for having basic luxury needs? Yeah. In the conversation about unequal distribution of wealth, you're 10,000 times closer to a homeless person than you are to Jeff Bezos. I know, but they think it's a cop-out whenever you say this. You talk about this all the time. I don't understand why people still try to make that point. The only thing you're hiding is the ads at the top of the hour. I already ran it. So you're 15 minutes late. This is a fundamental thing that most people don't understand. Leftists don't even understand this. That's why they always fucking come in here and fucking yell at me. If I stop streaming tomorrow, I don't just make money off the pre-existing money that I have. Okay. The optics of the conversation are near impossible to make good. This entire convo is a trap. This is why certain communities jumped on this and always try to jump on clips where you talk about your wealth. No one is going to listen to the nuance because it's too easy to point fingers and you say rich, privileged, hypocritical, capitalist, socialist. Exactly. Exactly. Which is why I usually just don't give a fuck about the naysayers and people that go crazy over it. And I just do what I want to fucking do. And I keep doing whatever the fuck I want to do. What do you think about the left discourse that you should try to avoid showing luxury stuff because of you buy because of optics? I don't care about that either. Okay? My entire personality, if you want to call it a brand or whatever the fuck you want to call it, revolves around me being a normal person who is unimaginably lucky. Okay? Any normal person who is unimaginably lucky and in my shoes is going to also make stupid fucking consumer choices. I'm a hedonist. It's not something that I fucking hide. I don't think that you should hide it. I don't think that you should live an ascetic lifestyle because you said that like you are a leftist. I don't think that that is the case. The optics in this regard, and you're right, Least the Range Gray name, is literally just poverty fetishization. I don't think it's smart. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, could have donated that. I've donated more than you've ever imagined in your life and will continue to do so, for the record. Okay? I don't want to fucking have this silly conversation. Could have donated that is so stupid. Like, why? Why don't I get to have nice things? I want to have nice things. I think you should have nice things. Okay? You don't see me coming into your house and doing accounting for you, dumbass. And what you are upset about in this regard is like, one, not something that you also follow through. Two, not something that I've ever advocated for. You're just basically pocket watching and then considering that to be like a social commentary or a political commentary. Charity and donations are not socialism. I do it, not because it's, because I believe it's socialist or anything like that. I do it because I think it's the nice thing to do. I think it's the right thing to do. Okay? You're so right in the latest pod that the trending tab being busted has been so good with much less cancellations. Oh, absolutely. A leftist made a critique about your purchases recently. That's why some people are chatting in here about it. Yeah, I saw. What is it, kavernacle or something? And I think that that wasn't even a bad faith argument. I think that they were making a good faith argument in general. We just have a disagreement on it. That's it. It didn't strike me as like someone being like, oh, Hasan is rich and that's fucked up. it seemed like someone who was like genuinely a fan who just had a disagreement on like on the way I present myself online. But the reality is that I don't really care about this conversation, and I think that like my actual actions in the real world probably show that. My question was also, just so you can clarify it, I agree with how you deal with it. Yeah, I don't think he was like hate farming me. I think that was like genuinely what he perceives to be constructive criticism in that regard. And I want to point something out here. I'm not even saying like, oh, wow, like I bought a Porsche because like I want to show people that like you can be leftist and be rich. Like, no, it's not that. I bought a Porsche because it's nice. Okay, that's it. Because I'm getting old. And I would drive a nice car before it's like too embarrassing to drive one. Okay, that's it. Everybody likes nice things. It's very stupid to fucking act like you don't, or it's very stupid to make it seem like luxury commodity purchases are somehow something that you're not supposed to do if you're like a real leftist. It's a Lee's broke boy. Who cares? Brother, it's too embarrassing now. I don't think so. It's a wonderful car to drive. It's fun. New video. Hasan gets a lot of hate from the left and right versus consumerism. For this video, I'm talking about our left's relation with the consumer capitalism and ask if it's pointless to be an ethical consumer as much as we can. Yeah, I watched pieces of it.
Only exists.
I watched like the main part where it was like he was just like talking about my materialism, right? And like I said, I don't think it was like bad. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think this was like a disagreement. I don't think he was like trying to. I mean, you can make up your mind on it if you want, and go watch it. But ultimately, who linked the shit? It's okay. It's not a problem. Like, it's entirely all about envy at the end of the day. They just don't want to admit it. They have to have what you have, but they're upset that anyone on their side is not suffering in the exact ways that they do. Instead of agreeing that everyone should have opportunities and commodities you do, easier to be mad at you than yell at the unchanging system. Yeah. No, I don't think he's like he's a hater or anything like that. For the record.
I don't want to partake in this system. I don't want to be complicit. I don't think everything in your life has to be about changing the world. I think sometimes it is what makes you feel better about yourself.
Yeah, I mean, he did a whole post about like how he rejects materialism, right? It's just like, okay, that's your personal preference. It's not mine. You know what I mean?
Possible, but now we're going to get into Hasan. So a lot of left-wing people absolutely hate Hasan. I don't personally hate him. I think he's a net positive, but I do think sometimes his response to criticism is really bad. He's explained
like this comes from just not really watching me all that much, but watching other people react to me, because I hear this all the time. Hasan hates criticism. He's like, he doesn't respond well to criticism. It's the bullshit.
Why? Because he feels like so much of it is bad faith. Now, lots of people meme on him and make fun of him, especially right-wing people, because they're like, well, this is the king of the socialists. The king of the socialists who spends $1,000 on a Gucci shirt he'll wear once and buys a car for $200,000 or, pays $140,000.
Respond to criticism then? I mean, I do regularly. I do respond to criticism regularly. I respond to criticism in my chat probably 8 hours a day, but on top of that, I do respond to criticism regularly.
Later and stuff. And I know this is old drama now, but I want to go through it, and
I also think there's a lot here that comes from the Twitch income links when you spoke about this.
I feel like there's something going on. I feel like there's something in the news. I don't know. I woke up immediately. My timeline is like people defending me, people shitting on me. It's wild. And then I start seeing the messages and I'm like, oh boy, here we goes again. Another day of wonderful discourse here at twitch.tv. TV. That's right, folks. New controversy just dropped. We're getting right into it, dude. Everybody knows how much money I make, at least in this community. It's up there for a reason. For those of you who are unaware, there was a massive data breach over at Twitch, and its source code is out in the wild. I don't even know how the website is up right now. I don't know how the it's working, but this morning I woke up to a 125 gigabyte data leak. I don't even know how protected my information is on Twitch. I don't know anything. But according to a report by
Chris Smalls made a point in your favor about materialism, and he's done more for working people than 99% of leftists ever will.
VGC, an anonymous hacker posted 125 gigs of torrent.
No cap, this Cavernacle's portrayal of you in past videos definitely helped me reassess a lot of bad faith criticism other creators had regarding you and other controversies. All I'm going to say is this. Whenever a motherfucker says Hasan is rich and a leftist, and that's fucked up, look to what they're doing. Are you a stevedore? Are you working in the docks? No, you're doing what I'm doing. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, what if you are doing what I'm doing, okay? Whether it be a Substack or a coffee or a fucking a Twitter posting job that you want to turn into an inevitable podcast, okay? That means you ultimately do not have a disagreement in the way that this service is being produced, because that's what you're doing. You're doing the same thing I'm doing. You know what I mean? You get it? The fuck? I'm tweeting from the moms with children and you're a hypocrite. Yeah. Oh man, motherfuckers made literally pages for this. Look up your names. Yeah. I once started clipping Hasan receiving criticism and responding to it, and haters didn't give a fuck, saying someone doesn't take criticism well is just a bullshit excuse that sounds reasonable that they don't actually have to back up with evidence. Yeah. As a person who isn't super materialistic, if you want a luxury commodity, that's fine, and that's not a pro-capitalist endorsement. It's just a feckless commodity consumption. As a person, yeah, that is exactly what it is. But let's
let
continue.
Hasan kind of explain himself, and then just talk about like how, as leftists, we should even feel about someone like this who clearly does good work in a lot of ways, educates people in a lot of ways. Like recently had like Lowell overruled on explaining about prison abolition. Like you can't say Hasan is doing damage, and maybe you can say even the aesthetic is appealing to people because he seems like a normal, like rich celebrity. But then I'm gonna get into some of the criticisms as well, and we'll look at him responding to the backlash for his shirt and for the car. Twitch streamer Hasan came under fire after he wore a $1,000 outfit at Coachella, which critics argued went against his socialist views. He hit back saying it's wild how he's been made the villain in this dispute. So let's have a look at him respond to the shirt and the car.
Like, look at this. She literally said, Hasan bad, my outfit good, I'm a better leftist. 68,000 likes. I know where it comes from with right-wingers. Like, oh, socialism is when no money. Socialism is a poverty cult. Socialism is a poverty cult. Dude, I never said I don't like luxury shit, okay? I mean, the shirt was not a good purchase regardless. When I am a normie-facing leftist content creator, perhaps the only one who is not a weirdo. I'm just a normal dude. So all of the abnormal weirdos that are permanently online are like, he's not behaving in the way that we would want. The idea that you're a good leftist or a bad leftist revolves around like how you spend your money is so stupid. People think you're just a performative socialist. I don't, but that's okay, fine. Like, who cares? Yeah, I'm a fake. I'm not real. I'm not a socialist. I'm a capitalist. Okay, I love capitalism. Num, num, num, num, num. The reason why I got Gucci shirt, which is incredibly expensive and felt disgusting. Not that it matters. I can buy whatever the I want, and anyone that gets mad at that can suck me from the back. So I was like,
by the way, they say this is a bad response to criticism. And yeah, it's not a good response to criticism from your perspective, because you do legitimately think it's like insane that I bought an expensive shirt, right?
But like the reality is, that's ridiculous. You would never do this for any other content creator, okay? Do you see what I'm saying? You would never do this for any other content creator. So of course I'm going to react this way because I don't think these are valid criticisms. Why am I supposed to sit there and go, you know what? Thank you for literally looking at an Austinox meme and getting very upset about it. That was paired up with like a photo of me hitching a fucking ride to New York with the Dobrik vlog squad from like 6 fucking years ago. It's not valid. Like, not every type of criticism is actually valid. You know what I mean? I don't mind you liking this stuff. I just don't watch the show for fashion stuff and buying cars, to be honest. I love your stuff, though. Exactly. I want to get something. I want to get something nice. Okay. I want to get something nice. We're at Coachella. This is going to be douchey. Every celebrity, every famous person, everyone that has a decent amount of money at some point is wearing Gucci with not a single person getting mad at them. So I went and I bought this shirt, and the shirt is very expensive, but that was the reasoning behind it. In the grand scheme of things, 200K isn't even that much. No, it's a lot of money, man. You're crazy. Like, don't be this person either, okay? Like, don't be the type of person who's like saying 200K isn't that much. Of course, it's a lot of money. It's not $200,000. It's like the car itself is $140,000, okay? Like, if we're talking about actual numbers, it's a load of money, man. Are you crazy? Most people don't make that kind of money in a year. Are you insane? Of course, it's a lot of money. So here's the thing I don't get. Like, do people think that I'm saying this to like flex, or do people think that or do people understand that I'm like correcting a chatter who I think is like saying the wrong thing in defense of me? Like, I don't want you to go out and say like, oh, that's not that much money, whatever. Like, no, it's just, that is objectively a lot of money to spend on a car. So I do understand why people go, what the fuck? I can't believe you have that much money. No, it is. It is. It is a lot of money. Like, don't be delusional, you know? That, of course. It is. I did lease the Porsche, but I could have fucking bought it. I could have bought fucking 10 Porsches. Like, it's ridiculous. Totally an abundant purchase. It's a luxury car. I'm 30 years old, you know? I don't want to be like a 50-year-old guy and then finally be like, you know what? I'm going to have a nice car now. Like, no. No matter what I got, people were going to be mad. For example, if I were to have bought a cheaper car, if I were to have gone with another Toyota, they were going to say I'm LARPing as a poor person. Like, I'm LARPing and LARPing as a poor and trying to make it seem like I'm a poor person to be more relatable.
So do I hate Hasan for buying a 1K Gucci shirt and a 200K car? No. Would I do that if I was him? Like, would I feel comfortable doing that? No, as well. So I want to talk about that because I've outlined how I'm not materialistic. I would never spend that amount of money on anything, even if I was as rich as him. But it is a guy who seems to like the life of celebrity.
So that's the thing, like, but that's not criticism. Like, I don't think this like says anything about a particular individual. And also, we have no way of knowing that either, for the record. But it doesn't matter. I don't, like I said, this guy's not a hater. So everybody calm down.
And it's not a guy who is socialist because he hates consumer capitalism. He very much enjoys consumer capitalism more than most of us do because he's allowed to. And you guys can ask yourself, if you were that rich, would you do what he does? I personally wouldn't, but a lot of you might say, hell yeah, I would buy like loads of cars. I would spend all that money and I would flex all the time, which is fine. He made a good point as well in a tweet afterwards. He says, like, Markiplier has this reputation as being an amazing guy, way wealthier than me, and no one ever criticizes him. But I can see both sides, really, because there's been lots of socialists throughout history, communist revolutionaries, who have come from, like, wealthy backgrounds. And sometimes you need that because they need to be removed from everything so they can actually write the political theory. Like, Karl Marx was bankrolled by Engels, who was a very wealthy man, right? If I'm going to give fair criticism to Hasan, I respect a lot of the good work he does. I respect a lot of the people he has on his stream. I respect a lot of the ways he teaches his audience about things. Out of all the political...
Man, I respect Asmongold. He knows he has money and now takes no money from Twitch. Is that something you would ever think about doing? You think Asmongold takes no money from Twitch? What? Like, you think Asmongold streams for free? Like, he makes no money at all on Twitch?
There's no better example of like people fucking falling for aesthetics. Asmongold isn't doing this deliberately either, by the way. He's just living his fucking life. But like you look at like the way he presents himself on stream, authentically himself, just like I do, and you see that he is living in like a regular house that he's lived in for a very long time, and all this stuff. And you think like, oh no, he's like, what, like streaming for no fucking. He streams on an alt, no ads, no subs, lol. First of all, there's still ads that run on it, even if he doesn't run the ads himself. And secondly, he makes a shitload from his fucking YouTube. Probably it's just a different form of generating revenue. Like Asmongold has more money than I do, man. I don't know what you're talking about. He also owns multiple companies, like, and there's nothing wrong with that, for the record. I just want you to understand, like, there's actually nothing wrong with the way Asmongold does things. Anyway, let's
political
continue.
Twitch streamers, I would say he's actually one of the best, who has politics that fit in more with my own. But like I was saying earlier, I still think if you are like an actual socialist who wants socialism on the path to communism, don't know if he does, then I think you still have to kind of like live your morals. Like we all have hypocrisies here and there. Like a 200k car, and I know he jokingly flexed it and stuff, but when loads of your audience are just like young working class people, and you're teaching them this theory, and then you're buying very material things and kind of like showing them off, like a 1k shirt you're never gonna wear.
The only flexes anyone has ever seen from you is Ausinox tweets, lol. There are some people who see influencer adjacent social media posts and immediately calls them flexing. Yeah. Also, why would you work for no returns? That goes directly against your worldview. Yeah. For the record, for that chatter who might be a little misunderstood, like he probably doesn't understand it. What you just said is like the exact opposite. Socialism, if anything, is quite literally about getting more of the value that you generate back from your bosses. Okay? That's what that's about. Like it quite literally is that. It's getting the bag, if you want to think about it like that. That's not capitalism. Okay?
Where again, I don't think it's personally like the worst thing ever, but it just speaks to your worldview, and that's why people might have a problem with it. Like I said, Hasan, net benefit, net.
I wonder if this take extends to someone slightly less wealthy than you. Like, should a middle-class person feel bad about owning a house when there are homeless people? Should a working-class person feel bad about having a job when someone doesn't? Where is the line? There is no line. It's just vibes-based for the most part. And most things are. So I don't really have that big of an issue with it. I feel like the only criticism that can come from luxury spending as a socialist is if the person does not donate. I guess. I think no matter what happens, it's very hard to escape the notion that like you are supposed to be Jesus if you're a socialist. You're supposed to be a good guy, and what good guy is what I think it is. What my values are, or what I have ascribed to socialism. That's what it is.
Positive, but my main problem is if this is what you're teaching people, there's a limit in how they will reimagine society, and that's what we actually have to do as left-wing people. I'm not advocating for Bernie.
For the record, I've said this before. If I lived in a city where there's public transit, I would never have a fucking car. Okay? I do not live in a city where there is public transit. I live in Los Angeles, California, where you need a car. That's it. If I lived in a city where there are, like, where, you know, it's mostly public housing. If I lived in Vienna, I'd be living in public housing. That's it. 65% of Vienna housing is public. And it's plenty nice. You know what I mean? So ultimately, ultimately, I am living inside of the standards around where I choose to live. So the idea that like, how could this work in a socialist utopia or anything? What is this? Can't the line be being a multimillionaire? Lol, you want to really sweat that? Yes, a single millionaire is also the line. Okay. This sounds like someone who's bought into the socialism of poverty cult. I don't have means, so I don't want means, but nobody should want means. Kind of the opposite of owning the means and taking it
Sanders
back.
to become president, and then everything will be right in the world. I'm not advocating for Jeremy Corbyn to become prime minister. I'm not even advocating for the UK becoming like Denmark or something, because I see that as the path to a different future. And countries like the UK, Denmark, they only exist because of the global capitalist exploitation. And I've actually seen some other left-wing streamers saying like, I want everyone to have an iPhone, like the same iPhone as me. And that fundamentally is the wrong way to look at how we're going to change like the fundamental inequality of the world.
Wait, what? No, it's not. No, that absolutely is not. Wait, what? What, is he like a degrowth guy? Like, I don't get it. Is that, I don't really know enough about his like actual ideology or anything, but that's what? Unless he's like literally a degrowth guy, this would be a very weird take, because like, no, everyone can have some form of like a PC in their pocket. I mean, the entire problem is like how that extraction of the fucking minerals work currently in the third world, and how it relies on third world exploitation rather than more ethical standards that we could place. That's, yeah, I don't really get that at all.
Because we don't want to give everyone consumer capitalism. We don't want everyone to have the same consumer capitalist lifestyle of me or even Hasan. We don't even want that to be possible, because at this moment, there is not enough resources in the world. The planet can't even sustain wealthy countries having this lifestyle. How would it sustain the whole entire world? What we have to recognize is we're going to have to give up some privileges as Western consumers if we want equality at all. And that goes beyond that we actually exist in this consumer capitalism relative well because we exploit poor people. And this whole thing goes actually into companies like Gucci, clothes companies, where we exploit the labor of poor countries so we can have these nice consumer capitalist things. So yes, I appreciate Hasan, but my problem sometimes with a lot of American leftists is that I think because America has this such aspirational culture of I must make it, I must climb the ladder, I must buy all these things to show my wealth, where the UK kind of has like this class system where it's like know your place peasant. I think sometimes what's missing from the American leftist like understanding of how we achieve things like socialism and communism is a fundamental rejection of consumer capitalism, not just because it's unethical, it's because you're playing into capitalist realism where you're normalizing this and you think the mark of progress.
If he thinks that I'm normalizing consumer culture, I think he like I don't agree with that at all. Like, I'm existing in the same space that he's existing in, okay? We live in a world where me as a singular individual has absolutely zero capacity to like undermine global capitalism with my actions. Oh, I don't really understand that at all. Also, by his logic, working class Westerners are benefiting from capitalism. They are. It's called, yeah, they are. You are a part of the labor aristocracy. You are still significantly, you are. That is true. There is truth to that. Now, there's two ways to go about it if you are a propagandist. Okay? There's two ways to go about it. To live an ascetic lifestyle, okay? And live by Spartan means and promote yourself as this socialist Jesus, or to just be a normal person, okay, who isn't making like You know, I'm not buying like a fucking jet ski or some shit. You know what I mean? That I'm never gonna fucking be on top of even. Okay. But like, socialist Jesus, so Jesus, yeah, exactly. He's implicitly endorsing the idea that technological innovation is exclusive to capitalist consumerism. Exactly. Things like the iPhone and everything else are made by workers. Okay, the problem there is not the iPhone itself and its existence, and the problem is not like what the iPhone signifies. It's the way that commodity is produced. That is the issue. That's what you're supposed to change. Okay. How are you not buy designer shit? So you're saying it should be normal? I know you're a big iPhone guy, but I don't think he's especially owning smartphones. Just everyone owning iPhones specifically is a bit silly as they're on the more designer expensive side, I think at least. The iPhone and the Android are priced competitively. There are cheaper versions of both. But the idea that like the newest Androids are somehow cheaper than the newest iPhone is just completely incorrect. The goal is to get to a place where like it's being designed and made in a way that is both sustainable and also the workers that are making it are they have ownership over the means of production. That's it. No jet ski? Okay, you're good then. What a wild statement. Jet ski is just one example of something that like I don't need. Or fucking a yacht. Or a private jet. Okay? Like you're hyper focusing on like one example that I used and trying to like laser in on it to make it seem like that is like all I'm saying. Oh, you buy a jet ski, you're rich. That's it. No, that's not what I mean. Okay. I don't think that you could disavow all capitalist commodity consumption anyway. Like that's impossible. That's why we say there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, because there isn't. So I don't know.
For the world is every country reaching the same level of consumption, like I said, which is fundamentally unethical and also would destroy the planet. So someone like Hasan,
he's not wrong about this, but like there is not something I can do as an individual that, and it's not a standard that he places upon himself either. If adjusted to his own current income and his own current financial status, he is not meeting the standards that he presents either. The only difference between him and myself is that I just have more money than he does. We do the same thing. We make content. You know what I mean? So from that standpoint, and this goes for everyone with a Ko-Fi, everyone with a Substack, everyone with a Patreon that is like saying similar things, it's just like everyone buys useless shit. You know what I mean? Everyone buys useless shit within their own means. And that's a perfectly normal part of existence. The people that say, Hasan, I can't believe you bought that, will then go and buy a Warhammer figurine. You know what I mean? That's an expensive hobby. There's nothing wrong with that. I think this is more so just a misunderstanding, a disagreement, and a misunderstanding born out of that disagreement. That's what I'm saying. A degrowth conversation centered around Hasan specifically is often utilized as an out for working class people not to participate in it. It's not just the price of the good that's bad, it's the good itself. A lot of people in this chat have bought expensive computers, for example. To another person, they would turn around and say, that's not good for me. Why did you do that? I don't need a computer, so why did you go out of your way and purchase an expensive computer? Well, he wanted to purchase it, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? That's it. Most people, like, I've never met a person that hasn't, done that. But if they did turn around and say, like, no, I actually don't buy anything. I just, like, live literally off the ground, and I dumpster dive for my food, and it's the most ethical way of, and the most sustainable way of existence, is like, well, why are you doing that? You definitely don't need to. You know? Buying a computer isn't conspicuous consumption. I feel like that's the issue here, not buying expensive items. Yeah.
Buy what you want, do what you want. I still think you do good work. And also I hear the criticism of, he's just like teenagers first, leftists, they see he's not there to make them all radical communists, which is fine as well. But I'm saying sometimes, because of the parasocial aspects, Hasan's ideology will become their own ideology, and then it's hard to move them out of that. You see that so much with Twitch streaming communities, in that they literally just become clones of the Twitch streamer and can't really actually have.
Can you explain why billionaires buying private jets and things like that isn't okay then? Or is that okay because it's within their means? Well, I do have my disagreement with billionaires does not revolve around them buying private jets and yachts. I think you understand that if you've spent enough time here. My disagreement with billionaires revolves around how they've become billionaires. Okay? In a perfectly structured, perfectly organized economy, okay, in a socialist economy, they would not be a billionaire. Okay? That's the point. Because you cannot make $1 billion through your own wages, or you cannot make $1 billion if you are engaging in some level of profit sharing rather than keeping profits to yourself. That's the point. Now I'm gonna keep playing this video. I think it's important to distinguish. I know my question seems silly to chat, but it does help. Thank you. Yeah. It's not even an issue. They fundamentally misunderstand socialism. Marx talked about how hobbies and interests are important and enjoying life is needed. How to spend your actual earned money isn't the problem. Yeah, no, precisely the case. Like, I want people to have the same level of autonomy and independence that I have been fortunate enough to have. You know what I mean? It's a purely philosophical and ideological discussion. Westerners can't have cheap iPhones, fast food, and there would absolutely be no need for decline in consumption for workers to get their fair share. It's not a question of strategy, but ideology. Hasan, this is stupid to entertain. These people hate you for several reasons, but are all misplaced anger or for the clicks. You wanting them to stop hating you is admirable, wholesome, but that's not happening. I don't think this person hates me. That's why I'm looking at this. I rarely ever look at like YouTube videos like this. But the reason why I'm showing this to you is because I don't think this person is just like Hasan bad. He bought like a lot. I know that we are so conditioned in this community, and I myself am conditioned into thinking like all fucking criticism of this nature is usually oftentimes bad. Oh shit, I thought she was about to pee. I got so fucking scared. Okay? You do agree with not participating in pure capitalist behavior. You refuse to do trading. You're not a landlord or an entrepreneur. You just stop there and it's perfectly fine. I think it's also fine to push those anti-capitalistic sentiments further. Yeah. And I say that, but I have a 401k, you know what I mean? Or an IRA, I guess. I think that's what it's called. And I do think that you should as well, because you still have to live within the system that you are existing in. Okay? Like, socialism doesn't mean that, like, you don't have a fucking, if you don't have a pension, there's nothing you can do. You're fucked. You know what I mean? You just die. Once you are no longer a productive laborer, you die. That's not what I'm saying. Okay? You should. You should do that. And I tell you all the time, you should save for retirement. But ultimately, we've moved beyond at that point. We've moved beyond the main point of contention.
Handle positions that go beyond that. So now I just want to talk about the politics. So I had something on Gucci, and it was about
Hold on, I'm gonna
Gucci hiring contractors in
I'll be
Italy
back in a
for
second. I gotta
China,
take
which
Kaya
is
out.
paying like sweatshop workers €2 an hour. And this just talks about all these Chinese immigrants who go over there and they make the fashionable brands. They're actually called like ghosts because no one actually wants to see them in Italian society because it's so xenophobic. But I wanted to focus on a more extreme example. So $26 a month. Ethiopians are being paid the world's lowest wages to make your Calvin Kleins. Ethiopia is trying to become the new Bangladesh of garment factory labor by promising the lowest wages in the world, but the workers themselves report they're struggling to survive on $26 a month while stitching clothes for Calvin Klein, H&M, and other brands. In 2015-16, Ethiopia built the state-owned Hawassa Industrial Park. The park currently has 25,000 employees producing garments for brands like Levi's, Guess, and Tommy Hilfiger. Meanwhile, the influx of workers has driven up the cost of accommodation. A single room within a few km of the park costs about $52 a month. One young woman showed us the concrete ground floor room she and 3 fellow workers rent from a homeowner. There's no toilet, only an open air latrine nearby. The woman said she and her roommates work different shifts and she had some of her belongings stolen. Sometimes she added there's no food left when she returns from work. All 4 women sleep on thin mattresses on the floor. When it rains, water seeps into the living space. We heard from others at the park that some employers hand out plastic sheets, which employees place between their mattress and the concrete floor in an attempt to stay dry. An October 2017 survey told of workers fainting from hunger, as well as being too tired from walking 3 hours a day to come to work and go back home, and the lack of energy and fainting due to the workers not eating properly because they cannot afford to eat 2 meals per day. I'm sure there are good videos about like fast fashion and designer fashion and how it's all built on this really cheap labor from the poorest countries in the world. Bangladesh is a big one that makes clothes at like Primark.
I think he's like, this part of the argument is like probably one of the worst angles because I suspect, I don't know if he mentioned this, but that means you can't wear anything that's made in the West, first of all, like that's made by any brand whatsoever, but including like the shirt that he's currently wearing. You know what I mean? Like he's currently wearing a jersey. You know what I mean? I guess technically the only thing that you could wear is HasanAbi merch because like that's made domestically manufactured by union labor. You know what I mean? So, and that is the main difference. Like, what's the difference if you purchase an abundant amount of mediocre price items that collectively equal the value of one large purchase, such as someone buying 5 Supreme jackets that they equal the value of 1 Gucci shirt? Like, what's the... Every single thing. His argument is that you're rich enough to afford something non-exploitative, so you should do that. Yeah, that's ridiculous. I think that it is ridiculous. Especially because, I mean, he also made this argument about the fucking $140,000 car, right? That I leased, the Porsche. that is made by unionized German factory labor. It is environmentally better than a regular gas guzzler. And yet he didn't have an issue with that. And he was actually criticizing that when in fact, that in and of itself was me, I guess, doing that. That in and of itself was me buying something that is more ethical. But he's also doing that thing where he talks about you and talks about something horrible in the same breath. He's not saying you are doing this, but is associating this with you. Yeah, like, I know reading is lame, but if any person in the chat is interested, here's an article on luxurious communism by a French philosopher. I think the concept goes along perfectly with this discussion, especially the part about the aesthetic vocation of communism.
And now Ethiopia making these designer clothes. And like I said, although in Western countries we are all exploited under capitalism, we also have to remember the global exploitation between countries and brands from like Western countries and poorer countries like this, which are significantly worse off, and they can get away with more labor violations and paying them less, and often the result is also worse quality as well. But capitalism does not care about that. It's all about profit. And although the story I'm telling you is like nothing new, that's how everyone knows the saying, no ethical consumption under capitalism. I think sometimes as consumers, we have to be aware, like all these designer brands, they're being made in Ethiopian sweatshops. And in that,
For
do
the
you
longest-
really want to play into materialism where you'll spend a lot of money on designer clothes, while you also know it's being made with really coercive and exploitative labor, where 4 women have to sleep in the same apartment, which costs a significant amount of their monthly allowance, and it has like no toilet, and you know, it really is a terrible place to live. So that's my main thing, is that
Yeah, it does go back to making consumerism your moral compass. Like it's just like it's the most significant signifier of your values is what you consume, whether it be like the movies that you watch, or whether it be the clothes that you own, which of course, ironically, again, he's currently wearing a jersey, and Gucci uses slave labor, by the way. Yeah, first of all, everyone uses slave labor. The point I'm trying to make is that it's not just Gucci that does this. It's not acceptable, okay? But their labor practices, the labor practices that any mega corporation is engaging in, or any corporation in general is engaging in, is pretty consistent. That's the whole point beyond that's the whole point behind this statement. There's no ethical consumption. Okay?
there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. But with someone like Hasan buying something so throwaway, like a £1,000 Gucci shirt, that's what I kind of mean.
Also, it's not even a throwaway. I've worn that shirt a lot. I wear it all the time. It's become a meme in and of itself. But that, you know, even if I didn't, it's kind of odd.
When you have to just like live your values a bit more, because he probably knows that designer clothes are made with exploitative labor, and he's also helping perpetuate an ideology of materialism. And I just think as left-wing people, especially as influential left-wing people.
Okay. You can't on the one hand say it's like luxury clothing and then simultaneously say it's throwaway. And also I don't like this argument basically says like anything above my pay grade that I'm currently at is unethical, but the current pay grade that I'm at is currently ethical. Like I'm purchasing clothing that is made with slave labor because I have no other alternative. Hasan is purchasing clothing made with slave labor, but he has an alternative because you know, he should not do that. He should be like doing a massive read on every brand that he purchases from. He's saying you treat it as a throwaway, which I'm not, but it doesn't really matter. I'm not doing that either. I don't know why he's like saying that. But ultimately, including the very jersey that he's wearing is created in an identical capacity. So I don't really understand why he's saying that like there's no ethical consumption under capitalism, but Hasan should actually act ethically and consume ethically. I think you're mostly right, but it's a decent critique that since you have the means, maybe you should make an effort to buy clothes not made by slaves, even promote those brands to us. Well, that's funny that you should mention that, because there is a part of my life where I do have control over that when I make my own merchandise, which is absolutely something I've done. So that argument falls on its face when you bring that up, unless you're just like arguing that everything that we should be doing, like all the clothes that you should be wearing are just ones that I have made. HasanAbi merchandise, which is not even a fucking ad, because the real ad comes at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. We know and love you for your merch, but I think chatters are saying, why don't you buy more ethical clothing? Because I don't even know where to begin. Okay? I don't even know where to begin. It's clothing. Like 99% of clothing is done inside of the same fucking slave labor shops, inside of the same factories. And even if I were to turn around and other than when I'm making clothing, which is a different point of contention, which is why I don't do that. Okay? Which, by the way, if you'd like to take control over your life and no longer see the do it on stream law, yeah, hold on, I'm going to get to that part as well. I don't personally think that like me looking for ethical clothing or whatever you think is like ethical clothing on my fucking cobalt mine using iPhone and my fucking computer is actually going to move the needle in a dramatic capacity. Okay? Bro thinks you got to stand in a store researching a company for a shirt like 30 minutes just not to get the shirt because every single one you're doing is unethical for every shirt. Yeah. It's one that I consider to be a foolhardy project because I don't even personally believe in it. Like, I don't think you should be researching. I don't think it's normal. I think that is an abnormal request. Surely there are people that do that. I'm sure. Maybe. Okay. But ultimately, that's still a ridiculous level of like attention to detail. If you consider that to be a sustainable lifestyle, and I'm not engaging in it because I think that I'm not engaging in it and that makes me somehow a hypocrite, then yeah, I guess I am. Chatters think canceling their favorite streamer for buying a Gucci shirt is politics. The left is fucking cooked. Yes. I've done this song and dance personally. Even the EU brands I wear now and the dyes and machines, the shipping, etc., it's all unethical in the end. The system is fundamentally broken. Yes. Because ultimately what it comes down to is, why are you... I mean, it's no different than you claim to be a socialist and yet you have an iPhone. That's where it comes down to. That's literally where it comes down to. And it also is a ridiculous expectation for an ultimately foolhardy endeavor. Like, let's say I go to any shop I go to and I spend 35 minutes on each individual brand that I like. I go into a store, I like a t-shirt, I put it on, I'm like, wow, this fucking fits me. Okay. Then I try to source where the shirt was made, how the materials were sourced, and if there was, and search the ethics of every single fucking aspect of it. The brand you like gallery department says it's made in the USA, but I can't find where the shirt blanks come from. Like, how does anyone find out when it's not Googleable? There's also that part as well. Okay. Ultimately, this argument comes down to, I don't like Gucci and I don't like that you bought a Gucci shirt. And I've never said that like buying a Gucci shirt is ideological. Seems like you really are a capitalist. I guess it does. If you think that it is, when you're talking to someone who literally works with the largest unionized garment manufacturer in the fucking nation, who has actually literally broken their garment manufacturing systems due to the high volume that was necessary to sell unionized garments, okay? You're going to lose this conversation, 10 times out of 10. Because listen, none of you motherfuckers do this anyway, and it's a total cop-out to say, well, why doesn't Hasan do it? He has the fucking time and the capacity to do it. No, I don't. That is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous thing to just like go to a store and be like, let me Google every single aspect of this fucking shirt. Were the yarn that they were using, was that ethically sourced? Like, no, of course not. Ultimately, it still comes down to you can't fucking change the system, so you're crying about what a Twitch streamer has purchased. Also, ironically, a lot of those expensive clothes that I purchase are more ethical. I don't buy it because it's more ethical, but that is the reality. That's the reality that the merchandise that I, for example, sell is more expensive than the average streamer merch because it's made in the United States and it's domestically fucking manufactured. You know what I mean? Anyway, it was priced at nearly $2,000. It sold out straight away. If you're a techwear head who happens to be a fan of Hideo Kojima, you might as well consider a vital organ on the dark web to afford one at resale. That's why I didn't even bring up the Porsche thing until, this argument was brought up, but like it's a more ethically created fucking vehicle, you know what I mean? Serious question. Why do you keep talking about this? I get educating people, but there are hundreds of YouTube videos talking about this. Like, it gets annoying? No. This shit is why I see your reasoning of declining the fashion show invitation. Yeah, exactly. This is the most peak radical liberal individualist shit ever. These people will never have actual solidarity with victims of imperialism if they think this is praxis. Yeah, that's what it is. It's powerlessness. Even if you recognize that the world is like completely fucked, okay? Even if you recognize that, you're basically powerless to fight against those systems, so you just hyper-focus on a Twitch streamer.
People, we shouldn't do that. And although he likes to think of himself as some normie, none of us are going to attain that lifestyle or that wealth, and none of us are going to be able to afford to spend that money on things that are made in exploitative ways. So if you are showing the world, like, I am a socialist, here is socialism, I still think you can do that by being a normal guy, buying yourself nice clothes. I'm not even saying don't buy yourself nice clothes, but I just think the excessiveness of it all and going...
No, exactly. This is like... He is saying that, though. He's saying that, like, it doesn't meet my standard. And it doesn't meet the standards of, like, many people. You didn't have this until a few years ago and you're 30. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, I didn't have access to this shit anyway. Buy nice but not designer is again, like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You're just making the train wrecks argument in a slightly nicer way.
Overboard. I think it's a bit much in my opinion. I'm a bit nihilistic as well in my outlook, and I'm a bit pessimistic. So I don't think like the individual being better really affects things. I watched this because I don't think he's like a bad person. I think he's like maybe a little bit misguided. And I think he's like
in his mind making constructive criticism, but I have yet to meet someone. I mean this with all sincerity. I've yet to meet someone who's been able to make this criticism that like fits the bill, that actually makes sense, that isn't like inherently contradictory. Because like if you have a decent understanding of socialism, which I suspect the kavernacle has, then you do understand that like it's virtually impossible to arrive at ethical consumption under capitalism. And when you do that, turning around and like trying to cut out a specific carve out for like a Gucci shirt that a Twitch streamer purchased is always going to be inherently contradictory to the argument that you're making, especially when you're wearing a jersey that was made by, you know, a child slave in Bangladesh. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, okay, what is this then? Like, you're engaging in the same hypocrisies. And ultimately, I guess the best thing you can do is like set this arbitrary boundary and say, right here is the cutoff. As much money as I make and how I spend it, okay? And then anything above that is actually fucked up. And at that point, it's just like, okay, well, we're sweating the small stuff. You know what I mean? He mentioned that. He knows that he agrees, Lamau. Oh my God, this is so frustrating. He disagrees, and that's fine. Chatter being incredibly uncharitable. No, that's my point as well, though. It's like ultimately at a certain point, if we are in agreement on this issue, on the broader subject matter, then it's just a disagreement over like, I don't like your shirt. The issue I guess I have with it is that saying I don't like your shirt is fine. Saying I don't like your shirt because it's like done with third world slave labor, as though it's the only shirt that's been done, created by third world slave labor, is what I have an issue with. Like, it's not a moral decision in that regard. Does that make sense? And I think that ultimately it is completely irrelevant to the grand scheme of things.
Logic with it is about personal values and feeling good about yourself and living true to your values. So that's why I do it, because I'm well aware a lot of my individual choices don't mean anything. And I'm well aware I'm outnumbered by all the capitalists who love consuming, who aspire to excessive consumption. So I don't know if this will really make much of a difference, but it's a good way to live with myself in that I tell everyone my values, I promote my values as something good to aspire to. I'd be a bit of a hypocrite if I didn't try most of the time to live my values. And like I said, we're all hypocrites in some ways, we all fail, but trying is important, I feel like. And especially if you have an audience. Now I want to talk about like the ethics generally, because it's kind of like class based as well. So for someone...
Wait, what? I don't understand it. Okay, I actually don't understand the point here then. Because he just said he's also in violation of his own values regularly. I mean, as you know, he's wearing that shirt, also made by child labor. But then this, doesn't that completely, I don't get it. I think he said he knows that him trying makes him better. But in this regard, excessive consumption is arbitrary. It's excessive consumption within your means, within his means. He is engaging in excessive consumption within his means, recognizes the hypocrisy. I'm doing that within my means, and I recognize the hypocrisy, so I guess that makes it better. I don't really understand.
Unlike me,
I gotta bring
who's
Kai
more privileged and a more privileged Westerner, I don't make like really great money from YouTube, but I'm not a poor person. So I'm in a position to be ethical as much as possible. Like, I have that privilege to actually be an ethical consumer when I want to be. And that is just not possible for a lot of people, because if you are living paycheck to paycheck, you don't care where the food comes from. You don't care where the clothes come from. There's a reason things like Primark are so popular in the UK, because it's like a budget clothing company. And I'm not going to tell someone who goes shopping there that you're a terrible person, because if you need to buy clothes, you're just going to buy clothes. And that's another point of privilege. But I guess what you have to argue and tell people who might be in that situation is you just got to kind of condition them over to leftism and realize that the people who make these clothes, even though you're in a poor position yourself, are actually in a far worse position, because that's the inequality of global capitalism, and maybe using that example to try and get people over to a left-wing way of thinking so that actually it is more of us who can affect change. And there's one more thing I do want to talk about as well, is I think corporations love this ethical consumer garbage. Do you know why? Because they shift all the blame from themselves onto us. So the reason that all these corporations like pollute the world so much more than individuals, that's actually our fault. It's our fault because we buy their products. If you stop buying their products, then that will solve the problem. But also, if you start buying from the corporations who greenwash stuff and they say, well, we're environmentally friendly and stuff like that, then you can feel better about yourselves. And they love that as well as a marketing trick. But the simple fact is, ethical consumption, no matter how many of us do it, is never really going to be enough because of the capitalist system we live in, which allows corporations to basically buy our democracy and get away with all these things. Get away with insane pollution. Get away with toxic chemical spills. Get away with toxic oil spills. Get away with all these things because they buy our politicians. They buy the law. They're above the law. And they like to say, well, if you don't like it, go to another company. Or if you're like Elon Musk, like, oh, buy the electric cars, save the planet. But for people like that, it's just a marketing gimmick to enrich themselves. And people like Elon Musk with their Tesla car factories, they perpetuate the unequal global capitalist system. That's why Teslas are made by cheaper laborers in China, right? So you can't fall for greenwashing all the time because people like Elon Musk love to do it. And are they making the world a better place? Are they stopping pollution? Are they doing any of these things because we have an expensive electric car that most people can't afford? No. So they're all things to keep in mind. And like I said at the start, this video isn't, this is how left-wing people should feel about consumerism. This is how people should feel about materialism, because I didn't want it to be that. Because I know based on everyone's perspective, we will have a different relationship to materialism, we'll have a different relationship to consumer capitalism, like we all have different relationships to various different things. And I'm not going to judge people too harshly. We're all trying to survive in this hellscape. I'm not saying you're a terrible person if you buy fast fashion, designer fashion, if you excessively buy things like tech, which you know is probably made in an unethical way. That's the reason the saying exists in the first place, that there is no ethical consumption. But we shouldn't take that, like we've been saying, to mean buy whatever and don't think about it. Because like I've been saying throughout the video, it's all about personal value. It's all about like living your morals and trying to aspire to be this better person who...
Yeah, this basically wrapped up neatly in a way where it like I find inherently contradictory. I don't agree with I don't know why he made a whole video, because like the end of it literally comes along with him admitting that he's a hypocrite, and he is in recognition of like how you can't really live by your own values. And that yeah, I don't know. I mean, openly even recognizing that like corporations engage in like fake pandering, greenwashing initiatives and things like that. Hayır. Alayım mı? Chicken plate? Hot chicken plate? Sweet green? Okay. I think he's trying to do a lot less than chat thinks he's doing. Just saying to keep it in mind, that's all. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry, but this is the same as the girl who wrote an essay about not going to a Taylor Swift concert. Kind of, but also ultimately, it's a good video. He likes you. I mean, I agree with the ending of his video, but I don't really know why this part exists in the video of like my materialism, because like the final conclusion basically undermines the argument that like I'm engaging in, you know, the, like, extraordinary amounts of unethical consumption that everybody understands is, like, impossible to avoid. His point is that there's no ethical consumption is not an excuse not to try, not saying that you don't. Yeah, but if I had that kind of perspective, again, like, if I thought that it was, like, perfectly sustainable and normal, and I could make, like, these choices, and those choices actually had a good impact, I would do it. You know what I mean? He makes the argument and then makes the argument dismantling his argument by parroting what you said about living within your means. He just does it from a I don't like Gucci shirts angle. Literally none of this matters, and it's why we teach dialectical materials. And when we talk about Marxism, this shit does not matter. The conversation does, though. It's important to walk through all of this. This video would have been good if it was delivered by a non-British person. Yeah. His problem isn't your consumption, but the promotion of consumption, I guess. His main issue seems to be just everyone is going to do it, so why not? Yeah, but the problem with that is that, like, you can literally turn that argument on him, which is, like, him wearing a fucking jersey. You know what I mean? Like, he's quite literally wearing a jersey that was, I don't know what brand it is, like Adidas, Nike, doesn't matter. These jerseys are done in even worse factory conditions. I disagree that you don't have the means to seek out less exploitative products. Like, iPhone is reasonable because it has utility. I'm not asking you to stand in the store and do hours of research, but I think you have more means than most. I'm sure then people would just say you're virtue signaling and maybe doesn't do shit, but why not then? But you just made my point. I'm live fucking 10 hours a day. What do you want me to do? Not fucking make content that I'm making and instead spend time, like, I don't know, figuring out what companies are ethical or sustainable, ultimately to, like, what, buy sustainable clothing? It's useless. Like, I already don't buy Shine, you know what I mean? I don't buy H&M. And the ASOS things that I own, I wear to this fucking day. So, like, what's the argument? Yeah, I'm buying expensive clothing because it's ethical. Could be something I could say. You know what I mean? Is how you say it? Sheen? Shine? Whatever. Does that make sense? This is why people think you don't handle criticism well. You get invalid criticism that they think is valid, and you disagree with it, so they call you out for not taking it well, when 9 out of 10 times the original criticism was based on the criticizer not understanding the concepts being criticized. Yeah. Not sure you caught a stray on this one. I think... I'll be real. I think it's because my name draws clicks usually, and I think he wanted to write a larger point, I guess, about, like, how we should try to make more ethical choices with our consumption, even though there is no ethical consumption under capitalism. And I think he just wanted to use me as a way to get clicks off of it. That's it. People are trying to push the responsibility onto you for something they don't even do themselves. Yes. And part of the reason why you don't do it yourself is because, like, you're either a liberal and completely misunderstand it, or you're a leftist and are somehow behaving like a liberal in that regard, because the way to stop this dead in its tracks does not revolve around your individual consumption choices that you make. That is, if it's even available. Like, you go ethical and sustainable clothing, but like, let me explain to you something, okay? I need you to understand something. I'm willing to bet, I didn't even look at this, right? I'm willing to bet that this in and of itself is probably a liberal NGO that created this. Meaning, they do not care about the labor part of the ethics of it, as long as it's not child slave labor, okay? Like, this is literally greenwashing, which he personally addressed in his video. What is valid criticism about you then? I don't know. Maybe you can find one yourself and we can talk about it. You know what my valid criticism is? Okay, valid criticism about me is that I'm too hot-headed. I have a capacity to constantly want people to like me, even outside of my circles, even outside of people that that appreciate my content. I want all my haters to like give me charitability and actually fucking focus on what I'm saying. I'm way too online. I get derailed a lot. I get stun locked a lot. I get super fucking mad. I yell at random chatter sometimes that don't deserve it. You know what I mean? Okay, fair, because you can't say that the people who critique you are wrong just because they do it dumb. Wait, what? Okay, you're for example, currently you're testing my patience. But right now, but I'm not going to yell at you. But like, you know, people can make wrong criticisms, okay? People can make dumb criticisms. I think that the argument on like how I should live off of your understanding of what socialism should be, and this is usually like what 90% of arguments revolve around, that's what it devolves into, right, is silly. I think that that's a dumb argument. And people do make dumb arguments regularly. That's like the overwhelming majority of the dumb arguments. Bro, you're reading it wrong. Chill. Does that make sense? And a big part of what I do, if we are to look at not like the broader industry, okay, but simply entertainment, content creation, I'm in the sewers. I deal with shit. That's it. Twitch streamers are insanely accessible. And therefore, a big part of the content that Twitch streamers create is just constantly addressing, oftentimes, uncharitable mischaracterizations. So, I do that every day. I do it every day, nonstop. It is impossible. Look, Hasan, only I decide how I can be criticized. Everything else is invalid and probably bad. This is a great example of what I was, the point I was making just now, and this person perfectly became an example. You know what I mean? It is impossible for me to avoid criticism. There is, however, a difference in you know, not being good to take criticism, like not doing a good job dealing with criticism, versus like having to deal with this all day, every day. So when I actually end up banning chatters like this, they will continue stating that despite the fact that I'm doing this hundreds of thousands of times a week, literally hundreds of thousands of times a week, think about that. And on certain circumstances, maybe I'm getting upset and fucking clicking on shit. that makes up their perspective on the matter. They're like, oh, Hasan's a bad guy. This person did not come in here with a charitable approach. They didn't. Because you're a rich socialist and on face value, that's what's off-putting the most people. True, I used to hate you. You're just stubborn, but it's whatever. It's not the same, bro. What the fuck? Like, I think you probably still hate me. Maybe look within your heart. Anyway, I want to make this as productive as possible. For that reason, we are going to move on to a friend of the show, Yugopnik.
To this channel,
his perspective.
hello. I make videos loosely based around the Marxian analysis of the world, and if this sounds scary...
You take shit to get views and make money. We all know this. No. I don't take shit to make views and get money. There are plenty of content creators who don't take any of this shit. I wish that I could be one of those content creators. I am not, because I'm open about my politics. My politics that are very controversial for a lot of people. That's the reason why I take a metric ton of shit in comparison to other content creators who don't. This is a real friend of the show, not a fake one. I take it because there are a lot of people like yourself that come in here just to like argue, and then inevitably they start changing their perspective. Okay? That's it. And that's my goal, is to change your mind. Or at least to have you be a little bit more charitable to a different perspective.
To you, then you're kind of at the right place. I usually make far longer, more in-depth videos on very specific topics and stay away from broad theory analysis. But I felt like these are points so commonly misunderstood that I needed to give my 2 cents on them. Here's hoping it reaches the right people. For analysis, which inspired half of this video, please check out Zoe Baker and Kak Philosophy Now Jonas Cheka's videos, which will be linked below. Rarely who can cold-heartedly say that the way we run the world right now is sustainable or achieves net positive outcomes for the majority of the world's population. If you've looked around or read more than half a BuzzFeed article this year, you know we are living in a real-life example of how the way we have set up the world, defined as capitalism, is incapable of handling crisis. Not because we don't have enough resources, manpower, or will, but because the main thing society is organized around isn't based on human well-being, but profit extraction. Yeah, the cliche criticism of capitalism, so typical, I know. Profit bad, helping people good. So what is it exactly that we left-wingers propose? Is it egalitarian equality of all? A world in which we are all happy with what we have. People are of equal height. Race is literally unnoticeable because we're all colorblind somehow. Everyone lives forever and churches are turned into hospitals. A science fiction universe that would be so unbelievable that no one would even sign off a budget on making a movie around it. Everyone looking the same, dressing the same, eating the same, earning the same, and being given the same, no matter
Great
how
movie.
much work
Equilibrium
they do
is so
or don't
good.
do. Seriously, is that really what people think Marxists want? Do you genuinely believe that modern Marxists,
Yes.
a whole group of people who think everyone around them is missing the bloody point of it all, who consider the liberal and conservative to be as politically literate as a gorilla most of the time, to dream of a world of total unadulterated equality? Let me spoil it for you. They don't.
What?
Good old lobster man.
Wrong. Sorry. He's showing my favorite philosopher. He knows what Marxism is. Yeah. Some people aren't understanding the difference between I don't accept this criticism because it hurts my feelings and I don't accept this criticism because you're criticizing me based on comparing me to a set of facts that are false. They're comparing you to a checklist of socialism facts with the wrong bullet points under the header. Yep. Fire. That's a great take. I'm going to
run in right now and deliver a line only Tommy Wiseau would dream of performing. There you go, they admit to it. They only use rhetoric of equality to set up a society in which they can simply replace the previous elite, the rich, and rule through the iron fists of the party. Well, my benzos-addicted carnivorous crab friend, as lots of Twitter Marxists like to say, please read a fucking book. The proposition of complete equality among everyone is at its core non-materially plausible and therefore non-Marxist.
It's what it is.
Yes.
Egalitarianism's popularity stems from the French revolutionary term liberté, égalité, fraternité, apologies if I butchered that, and it was a term very useful for the time and place in which it was devised. But as material conditions change and develop, and as the newly formed class superstructure grew after the French Revolution, the idea of complete equality became one which lacked universality. What is meant by this is excellently put forward by Marx in a document called The Critique of the Gotha Program. There, a very straightforward but brilliant idea is introduced. Equality can't really be applied to society as a whole, but needs to be looked at on a case-by-case principle. For example, Maria, who has 2 kids, and Ivanka, who has none, receive the same wage. A part of Maria's money will have to be spent on her children, and she would therefore hold less usable exchange value, hold less money, for herself, which would indirectly make Ivanka richer, automatically destroying the very initial reasoning of equality. Here's another example. Should everyone be treated equally during a massive flood where certain parts of town were hit heavier than others? Should the same amount of effort and time be invested?
What's wrong with the world he showed in the beginning? First of all, it's from a movie, and it's like literally shown as bad in the movie. It's not the real world, but if we were to like assume that there could be a real world like that, here is one major criticism of a world like that, even if it was not in a movie, which by the way, I can't repeat this enough, it is in a movie. Okay? It's not a documentary, it's a movie. Fictional. So, why is that unsustainable? Do you like basketball? Do you enjoy watching sports? Sometimes not having equal outcome for all is good. It's unnatural, not even like making a naturalistic fallacy here, but like it's weird and boring to make sure that all outcomes are the same. Who would watch the NBA if we had a limit to we had a max cap to like how tall someone could be? Why would anybody watch the NBA if that was the case? Do you think that that would be better if that was the case? I use sports as an example because it's like the closest to this perceived meritocracy that is otherwise a lie, but it's like the closest that you can arrive at. I haven't watched it. Okay, you haven't watched the movie. It doesn't matter. Just think it through, though. Do you want to live in a world where every single person, no matter how much they put in, is getting the same outcome? This entire video, by the way, is actually destroying the very notion that like Marxists believe in egalitarian principles. Marxism is not about egalitarianism. It's about getting what you need from the system itself and putting however much you can back into the system itself. Okay? To be fair, a competition of clones would be... Okay.
Invested in saving everyone, or should the ones with the biggest threat to their life be assisted first? As you can see, equality, while useful as a rhetorical ideal, is in its very essence problematic because it is not applicable wholesale, and therefore is not ideologically or materially very useful. When applied to work, it becomes especially problematic. If we equalize how much one earns per hour, then the one who can work longer will inevitably be better off than whoever works less. We might have equalized their hourly wages, but they still end up being unequal. What if we make all the total wages the same? Well, then the one who works more but receives the same will inherently end up with the short end of the stick. This is why Daddy Marx and Engels prefer to concentrate on something far more materially significant, realistic, and generally applicable, known as class. It is by eliminating, or at the very least minimizing, the relationship between the exploiter and the exploited, which exists between owners and workers, that we can come closer to a system in which everyone...
Not a high cap, but a salary cap is a successful model in sport. Wait. A salary cap is not played on the basis of each individual, though. A salary cap is on teams in order to ensure some level of fairness so that one team with more money doesn't fucking outspend other teams so that then like they have one mega team that destroys every other team. Do you think that a salary cap implies that LeBron James is making the same salary as a person that's starting off this fucking year? What? Salary cap also is owner-based and owner-created, and it's part of the part of the ways that owners who make a lot more in profits than their wage laborers in this regard do, there's a way to pay them less. Literally anti-worker. I mean, I don't even have like an issue with equalizing salaries to a certain degree. For teams, I mean. Okay? But I do think it's ridiculous that, that's... Like, it would be ridiculous to ensure that every single person is getting paid the exact same.
Everyone is playing by the same rules on the same field. I kind of honestly find this ironic and a bit funny, because in a way Marxists, the very people who are accused of being too utopian with their understanding of so-called human nature, are the ones most critical of it, even though they don't believe in it. The Marxist, through the abolishment of class hierarchy as we know it today, does away with the biggest tools at the disposal of the lazy and ill-meaning to amass great wealth, while the worker, the actual producer of goods and services, suffers. If human nature really is greedy, then shouldn't we try to limit the accessibility humans have to tools that can turn that greed into power? Well, even though for completely different reasons, that's exactly what one could say the left wants. The leveling of the playing field does not mean belief in equality of outcome or equality of opportunity. The latter, while a bit less radical, is unfortunately also an unattainable goal. Even in a non-class society, people will be born with different capabilities in different regions of the world.
It's a nice dream, though, a society where everyone is equal. It could never happen. No, a society where everyone has equal footing is what you're supposed to work towards. Equal material opportunities, like all of their material needs are met. That's the goal. It's not to equalize the outcome of society, okay? That's not what anyone is advocating for. That'd be ridiculous to advocate for that. That's just not how humans operate anyway. No matter what you do, even in a society devoid, for example, of money, there are still going to be other types of hierarchies, socially learned hierarchies that people focus on. That's normal. That's a totally normal thing. Okay?
And under different circumstances, and would therefore never be given true equality of opportunity. Only in a post-organic and post-material scenario can we even possibly begin to imagine something like this, but that is a story for another time. This brings us to our second point, modesty and Marxism. I've been raised by two parents of rather contrasting beliefs in pretty much, well, everything. And therefore I was exposed to two very different outlooks towards modesty, one which saw great value in it while the other rejected it as weakness. They were both right and wrong at the same time. I find that modesty towards actions, feats, and successes is a healthy habit to keep. In contrast, gloating over the smallest thing you've done in your life as if you're a babushka talking about her successful grandson will only attract other insecure people who are much more obsessed with appearing successful, whatever that might mean, than they actually are. Therefore, modesty on its own is pretty great. But unfortunately, nothing stands on its own in a world governed by systems and ideologies. In capitalism, the most common form of modesty is seen as a defense mechanism towards your superiors, be it your government or your boss, and that is very dangerous. What do I mean by this? Let's do a little
This is a
thought
great
exercise. Is it really modesty when you accept the fact that you haven't been promoted at the workplace you've been at for the last 5 years? Or is it fear disguised in the socially accepted notion of humility? Is quietly looking at the ground while your boss shit-talks you modesty, or fear? Is letting your partner boss you around your home modesty, or fear? Is seeing all your work creating wealth for everyone but yourself and accepting that as reality modesty, or fear? Tavarishi, there is nothing modest in letting anyone trample all over you, and most of you know this. But why is it that when applied to material wealth, it is only the poor who should be modest? What is this bipolar idea that at the same time we should celebrate the successes of the wealthy while promoting modesty for the worker? I'll tell you what it is: propaganda. Always has been, always will be. Now, I'm not saying that the idea of modesty itself is propaganda, but weaponizing it as some sort of greater social ideal for those who are struggling is just that. The attempt to manufacture consent by telling you there is greatness in suffering, but also, quite maddeningly, that there is also greatness in wealth and comfort. It's exactly in this blend of the religious idea of humility and its incredibly contrasting ideology of capitalist eternal growth that has birthed this weird mess of a self-denouncing culture. Modesty and most other values at that are split in two halves. One which applies to the majority, sit there, be quiet and be thankful, and another to the economic minority, where handouts are given out to the rich on the daily and humility is never considered as an option. Modesty has been co-opted as a lifestyle in which believing you deserve more is seen as amoral and indecent. But as I mentioned previously, the extent to which it is unequally applied throughout the different strata of society is simply baffling. It's through rejecting the current status quo that great ideas have moved our species forward, be it through the rejection of monarchic hierarchies and feudal work, where listening to your king and local lord was the modest, kind thing to do, or religious dogmatism and the patriarchy, where the modesty of a woman was conflated with the obedience and unquestionable servitude at home. It's by rejecting the version of modesty which the current system is trying to sell us on that we can see the material reality which we find ourselves in, which, to say in layman terms, is pretty shit. So stop taking the boot as if it's some sort of high-end philosophical idea.
That's why people have such a fucking stupid perspective on the inherently satirical approach that that BioShock took to reframing libertarian principles as the with socialist rhetoric. I've said this before, and this is something that like a lot of fucking stupid people love using on the internet. Remember the BioShock statement, like the line, "Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?" That I have used time and time again. That statement I've used time and time again is the most reductive, but also best way to describe socialist principles. Okay? It is. Except people think that that is inherently a capitalist fucking perspective because the brainwashing is so successful that you think a worker demanding more is actually somehow immodest and wrong and fucked up. It's actually capitalist to do that. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow is inherently a socialist statement. Okay? The entire point behind the entire point behind why libertarians and right-wingers use that is because they use everything that is like economically populist as a means to push their own agendas, which are antithetical. No, says the man in the Kremlin, it belongs to the people. No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. Okay? No gods or kings, only man. And that was, that literally is, now it's also anti-government and taxes. I always felt it was more anarcho-capitalistic rhetoric. Yes, it is anarcho-capitalistic rhetoric. But anarcho-capitalism in and of itself is an inherently unsustainable and oxymoronic ideology because capitalism is an unjustifiable construct. It's built on top of an unjustifiable hierarchy. Anarchism is the abolition of unjustifiable hierarchies. Therefore, the concept in and of itself is basically just selling you capitalism again, repackaged in a more sexy veneer. That's the point I'm making. Also, the rapture literally failed. I hope you understand that when, for example, North Korea calls themselves the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, they're not exactly democratic. They're just calling themselves that. I mean, neither is America, but that's besides the point. I'm just, for the sake of this argument, I'm just explaining something to you. People name themselves not after what they genuinely are, but oftentimes what they consider to be the most marketable. Okay? So understand that. Nazis called themselves National Socialists. Were they actually socialist at all? Fuck no. They killed socialists. It was the first people that they killed. That's it. Just because someone uses certain keywords does not mean that they genuinely abide by those principles or believe those things. In a lot of instances, is just marketing, which is why I brought up the "is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow" as an inherently socialist concept, which people always fucking yell at me about and say is not socialist because you are wired into thinking that you as a worker asking for more of the value that you've generated is somehow immodest and wrong. Okay? That's it. And to those who are laughing when I said anarchism is sexy, when your worldview is just reactionary garbage, slapping on even the crustiest of ideologies like anarchy will still make it seem a little bit newer. It's a different veneer. Okay? It's a crusty one, but it's still sexier than just, straightforward reactionary conservatism. Okay?
And bite back.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
There is greatness in modesty, sure, but not in cowardice. Conclusion.
Fucking finally. God damn it.
So, how do these two concepts fit, and why did I bundle them together in the same video? Well, honestly, it's quite simple. It's the two biggest stereotypes of the socialist I could think of, and they both feed off of each other. The image of the socialist or anarchist many have in their heads is of someone who has failed in their pursuit of greatness in capitalism and is therefore trying to pull everyone down to their level, equalizing others in order to selfishly raise themselves up. A petty creature either dreaming of worlds where all are the same, or a quasi-spiritual hack who thinks all should abide by their weird notion of lower self-worth. But as we've seen, that's not as close to the truth as some on the right would like to think. The socialist ideal lays in rejecting the hierarchical injustices of capitalism and rightly calls for the rejection of poverty as some sort of spiritual, modest aspiration, while at the same time understanding the material realities which stop us from dreaming of the impossible. Marxists, in their hyperbolic realism, reject being humbled by how we run our world today, while at the same time rejecting to daydream about unachievable futures. It's a mistake for the wealthy to think of leftists as people who want less or are content with less. A mistake that will cost them dearly. Thank you for making it.
Okay, this is another really good one. Why leftists
When
can't
others
enjoy
like it
anything
have
by
been made
Yugopnik.
possible.
We're watching Yugopnik today, okay? We're watching some Yugopnik because honestly, I'm not gonna fucking sit here and do a theory reading hour. So instead, we'll hear this person's perspective.
And more importantly, completely independent and sponsor-free, thanks to my patrons on Patreon. Check it out in the link below if you'd like to support the channel.
Also, this video is not completely sponsor-free because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, however, though, if you want it to be sponsor-free in your mind, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. You can also get gifted a sub if you are lucky. That's right. That's one other method, one other mechanism. But that is, of course, much like a capitalist organization in the economy, clearly on, how lucky you are. Tamana, thank you for gifting 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
It is exhausting. With lunch, I had a can of Coca-Cola. Instead of enjoying the refreshing black fizz, I kept thinking, hey, didn't these guys use death squads in South America at one point? Enjoyment gone. Later in the day, I sat down to finally play through the COD Modern Warfare campaign. It was a fun little shoot-em-up game until I saw them take a literal American war crime in Iraq and casually blame it on the Russians.
There is only one road, Tariq al-Mut, the highway of death. The Russians bombed it during the invasion.
The convoy was reported to be on the highway. Every plane available bombed the highway for 2 days straight. Pilots called the 3-mile-long stretch of charred bodies and vehicles the highway of death. Initial reports were of tremendous carnage, thousands dead.
Enjoyment gone. My little cousin came over, played K-pop on the TV and started doing a little dancey dance. It was incredibly wholesome. Then I remembered that what we're watching are basically dancing slaves owned by massive record label conglomerates. Enjoyment gone. I went out for a nice dinner and a party, ordered veal, remembered I'm eating a literal baby. Enjoyment gone. Went clubbing afterwards. It was a decent rave. Went outside for some fresh air. Saw a homeless guy who could probably live off of what I just spent inside for 2 weeks. Enjoyment gone. Went hangover to work the next morning, but that's fine. I'm motivated by the great things we're doing for our clients and my chance to do my part. Remembered, I am only a tiny cog in a massive corporate machine which would replace me in a week in the case of my death. A corporate machine that pays me $50 for every 5,000 I make them. You guessed it. Enjoyment gone. Remembered, it was Valentine's Day on my way home. Passed through the mall and got a really nice perfume for my lady. Such a wonderful holiday. It's time to show our loved ones how much we care and surprise them with a nice gesture. My heart was warm until I remembered that it's nothing more than a global marketing campaign used to push us into visiting more restaurants, buying more shit, and spending outside of our capabilities. Only so that we can leech off of that one good thing we did that day for the coming few months whenever we exhibit toxic or narcissistic behavior. Yeah, enjoyment gone. You'd think going to bed would be a safe place. Oh, no. The second I close my eyes, I begin to ponder at the absolute meaninglessness which my life will, statistically speaking, eventually lead to. The incredible unfair nature of our socioeconomic structure, dread of death, despair, war, or worst of all, mediocrity. There's too much to be done. I can't just sleep now. I can't just...
This is why I tell you all the time to enjoy shit.
Hey, what's going on?
There is no larger, permeating stereotype about the modern leftist than the idea that he is utterly incapable of enjoying anything. They're constantly seen as easily offendable, wildly over-analytical, snobby, pretentious, and, quote, inject politics into everything.
The gentle laborer shall no longer suffer.
They're apparently the reason we can't have anything nice anymore.
This is why we can't have nice things, you asshole!
Like big anime titties, skin-tight outfits in Mortal Kombat, or worst of all, leads in movies played by non-minorities.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude. What?
Now, while it would be easy to dismiss these sorts of stereotypes as having come from the shallow minds of Reddit basement dwellers...
That example is so perfect. Because, like, it's the only time you see that example being used for what it actually is, a critique of precisely what that was referencing. Also, I have yet to meet a single real person who has ever been mad at Tropic Thunder. Ever. Like, the most acceptable use and form, and perhaps one of the few acceptable uses and form of educational blackface. But every few months, you have some motherfucker on the timeline, quote unquote, cancel it. But worse than that, other motherfuckers who say, we're going to watch Tropic Thunder because people are canceling it. No one is actually fucking canceling it. It's not real. Okay? It's not a real thing. The video, the movie itself is quite literally making a reference and making a joke about Hollywood utilizing Australian actors instead of like actual black actors. That is the joke. It's a very good joke, which is precisely why I've yet to meet a real human being that looks at that and goes, wow, that's really fucked up. Only on Twitter.
You walk now into the belly of the beast. I suspect that you've heard of me before.
Which had spread like wildfire in the days of the dark YouTube ages of the 2016's anti-SJW craze. I sincerely doubt there is any self-conscious, politically left-leaning person out there who wouldn't, at least to an extent, admit that there is some truth to, well, this stereotype. I mean, come on, we can be pretty insufferable sometimes. I found myself explaining to a guy who just got broken up with how it's capitalism's fault as he was literally crying in front of me. I caught myself switching movies off midway because of an idiotic ahistorical depiction of some past event. Buying literally anything new makes me feel like a total schmuck because at the baseline of it all, I understand that I'm just doing it because I internalized this or that advertising campaign's image of a totally unnecessary product. But, and this is a big but, there is a massive difference between the self-critical view leftists have of themselves not being able to enjoy anything versus the one coming from the right or center of the so-called political spectrum. The key difference is why they can't enjoy things. One comes from a place of...
Well, I can. And not only that, but I tell you, you should. Okay? It's it. That's my argument. You should. Life is too short. We're all gonna fucking die. Be the best person you physically possibly can. But also, you know, enjoy the minor delicacies enjoy the things that that give you pleasure.
Rage at the status quo, at the small and big injustices, while the other rises from a deeply insecure ego that tries to explain away why they, unlike these lefty snowflakes, somehow aren't able to see what the big fuss is about. A combination of massive privilege mixed with the classic, I went through shit, so you should too mentality. The right implies we can't enjoy anything because we're soft, because we overthink things, because we're easily offendable. The same ideological current that wants to ban TikTok because Chimbiling, CCP, Communist Lizard Chinaman, connect to Wi-Fi, very scary.
Mr. Chu, does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Bringing up softness and offendability is like the inbred kettle calling the pot the N-word. I like to argue the opposite. It's not weakness, but rage and anger that guides us. A rage towards an insufferable world we just can't seem to swallow and accept. An anger that builds up with every minute we have to spend pretending everything's all right.
One bad hamburger at McDonald's does not make McDonald's bad. What the fuck does that mean?
Anger, which just like in its physical form, unfortunately sometimes comes bursting out at the worst or most absurd of times. But it's not the anger that is the problem. Nah, I'm not your Zen teacher here. Go buy that somewhere else. The anger is bloody great. It's just misplaced. I don't know about you, but I've always had my fair share of anger issues. My nose was broken twice, and some of my fingers don't even close up completely from how many times I've mangled them against foreheads, noses, and doors. Even though nowadays I write that off as a stupid kid being a stupid kid, I also realize that many of those avoidable events came as consequences of pent-up anger expressing itself at the wrong time, at the wrong place. Pent-up anger which wasn't addressed properly until the bottled up pressure became so hard to handle that something as light as a butterfly's weight could drop it off a cliff. Well, most young and learning anti-status quo people, as I see them, are just that. Angry, confused, lost. Rightfully angry, confused, and lost. But with an unfortunate lack of vision on when punches should be thrown and when they shouldn't.
Exactly. There's a reason why. I mean, I love the Deprogram podcast. I've been on their podcast. Or like, you know, you will probably recognize that a lot of the concepts that Yugopnik is talking about are identical to my worldview as well.
While writing this, I said, okay, these are all great rhetorical arguments, but how about we make them a bit clearer to ourselves or anyone listening to this who might be on the fence regarding the is the left cringe for caring too much question. So let's just go through, 5 examples of shit leftists seemingly can't enjoy as much as other people and why. Let's get some logistics out of the way first, though. As you might know, I'm not the biggest fan of the term leftist, as it encompasses some ideological movements which are, to say the least, very incompatible.
No fighting. No fucking fighting. No fighting. No fucking fighting! Good. Get the fuck in.
But I ask you to stomach through this anti-sectarian utopian dream of mine for the length of this video, as it's both a wide enough and strict enough of a net to cast on the types of people I'll be talking about here. Okay, so here we go. 5 examples of shit leftists seemingly can't enjoy and why. Let's see if we can spot a pattern.
News! Talking about news! Still in the news today! Doing it every way!
News. Why we can't enjoy the news. Usually the way news works in the West is you pick a tribe and then you only watch the shit the people from your tribe show on TV. You foam at the mouth with a pitchfork in hand.
Can't be an angry mob without a pitchfork.
then go online to complain about either the illiterate cousin-fucking rednecks or the college graduate cross-dressing pedophiles. To us, from the sideline, the true left, all this seems equally weird and entertaining, because we don't really have a news cycle backing anyone like us. Hell, our understanding of how privately owned media works makes most news completely indigestible to us.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
No matter how objective it tries to be, when news is a business, it will never cross certain boundaries. Boundaries like questioning the system or, God forbid, pitching an alternative to the status quo.
7/21/2021. Oh my god, Hasan has my video in tabs. Oh my god, if you watch my vid, I'll shit myself. Damn, bro, it took me like fucking 2 years. I went on his podcast before I actually ended up watching his video. This is probably his old account. He probably opened up another one. Yeah. Yeah, look, see, 7/21 is the last message he sent, and then he opened up a new account. And then swapped it over. Where's your Dua Lipa shirt? I'm a real one, baby. It's me, assholes. Chat betrayal. Push-ups are awesome. Running is made by Satan himself. You either become like a good leftist and a good content creator and don't just fucking resent me or hate yourself for watching me like Yugopnik, or you become like one of those fucking weird losers who watched me for a very long time and then fucking turned around and is now like, oh, I'm above that shit. I'm so much better than he is. Fuck that guy.
Whoa. So, put simply, we would love to join this little slapfest you call the discourse.
Kill Christ cucks, behead Christ cucks, roundhouse kick a Christ cuck into the concrete, slam dunk a Christ cuck baby into the trash can.
We need a military that's flat out hostile. We need a military full of type A men who want to sit on a throne of Chinese skulls.
But our understanding of just how much of a waste of time it is designed to make you not think about your real problems.
I hate the media!
Makes us understand it's not much more than just really, really bad TV.
I am tempted to quote the great Leonard Cohen, I'm guided by the beauty of our weapons.
Fucking asshole.
Presidents fight the war? Why do they always send the war? Why don't presidents fight the war?
Why we can't enjoy national identity. Look, I'm as proud as any self-respecting Balkan boy of his culture. His 1,000-year-old heritage and the fact that we're basically the only white people who never enslaved anybody. But boy, oh boy, am I sometimes jealous.
Only because, you know, someone else got there before they did. You know what I mean? Sorry. I apologize for my people.
Of just how big of a part of your personality some of you make it. Two simple truths push most leftists away from nationalist fervor. Number one is class consciousness, understanding that you have far more in common with workers of all nations than you do with the ruling class of your own country, a political and financial elite which often preaches hatred among the same working class people across different cultures and ethnicities. So patriotism without class consciousness feels kind of like not really rooting for your own team, if that makes sense. And second, I'll just let George Carlin rip it.
God bless America? Is that a request? Is that a demand? Is that a suggestion? Politicians say it at the end of every speech, as if it were some sort of verbal tic that they can't get rid of. God does not give a flying fuck about America, okay? He doesn't care. There are 200 countries in the world now. Do these people honestly think that God is sitting around picking out his favorites?
So, a combination of knowing you had no hand in choosing your geography, flag, history, or hymn, and the knowledge that 9 out of 10 times, if you get sent to the front, you'll be shooting other working-class schmucks while the sons of your presidents sit comfortably in Bali, are why it's not exactly surprising when you see leftists cringe and wince at hyper-patriotic, empty gestures.
You mean we're all going to die, Mansley, for our country?
Screw our country! I want to live!
Why we can't find comfort in self-help philosophy or New Age philosophy. This one's more for the liberals out there. Everyone who's ever stumbled or fallen in life knows how hard it can be to find an adequate coping mechanism. While searching for one, many of us, hell most of us, have had run-ins with what I like to call the two fake deep philosophies out there. One is the self-help military-industrial complex, and the second is ass spiritual enlightenment.
Life. Are we just fleshy blips in some meaningless stew of cosmic oblivion? Or is it vice versa?
Or what I like to call escapism, but made to sound like a coherent school of thought. The first, the self-help category, implies that everything can be solved if only you figure out the puzzle which is the world economy.
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle.
That's it, yeah.
And use a special cheat code, a special trick nobody else knows except you, to get yourself out of any mess.
Nobody else knows except you? Which, by the way, is always like what everybody knows. I've never seen like capitalist self-help that doesn't just tell you the basic things that you've learned since like La Fontaine novels that you read as a child, okay? It's literally the same shit repackaged over and over again.
Only $999.99 a month. Join our seminar and we will teach you more. Or the latter idea, a quasi-spiritual pitch sold to us by conmen who...
Oh, I wasn't even talking about like drop shipping and like, buy a property and become a landlord shit. I was talking about like the basic stuff, like the 48 laws of power. Like that kind of self-help shit is always like so basic. It's like what I tell you all the time. It's the same principle that the fundamentals of any self-help revolve around a shared understanding of like values and principles that we already know about, that we've heard a million times over. It's always like, whether it's clean your bed or whatever the fuck, it's always just short-term goals, mid-term goals, and long-term goals that you set for yourself. And when you achieve those goals, the short-term ones that are like really manageable, you start feeling better and you start rewarding yourself. Your brain starts fucking releasing hormones that make you go, oh, this is good. Maybe I should do more of that. And then you just basically build healthy habits. That's it. It's no different than every fucking diet that is a fad being built on top of the basic fundamentals of calories in, calories out. That's it. That's it.
Know nothing about metaphysics and yet try to pitch us ideas of internalizing the world. They take beautiful, deep concepts like self-actualization, finding peace within, understanding the subjectivity of experience, and so on, and pitch it as an escapist tool for people who are down on their luck. Don't think about changing your material circumstances. Don't question why you're in this or that situation. Don't revolt. Just pull yourself inwards and imagine and create a world of your own. Live only in it. What happens outside of it matters not. Well, until you get hungry. So, yes, we can't enjoy either of these concepts and ideas, not only because they're commodified beyond recognition, turned into fast-moving consumer goods, but also because of a key philosophical flaw in them, the unrealistic, hyper-individualist perspective that we can and should handle everything on our own. No communities, no systems, no grander social structure. It's just you and your bootstraps. You don't make it, well, your fault.
God, it's the year of the underpaid employee, spitting 40 plus a week and trying to rape Earth in my off time. You boy dizzy, I can't keep myself busy enough so you can run, and I'ma let you think you won.
Why we can't enjoy most of our jobs. This is a big one for me and for most young adults trying to find their place in the global job marketplace. The daily grind for quite a while used to be explained away by internal corporate propaganda, or what they call corporate culture, in almost, well, all industries. Many, to this day, unflinchingly jump at the opportunity to believe it. Understandably so. I mean, being underpaid, overworked, and pushed on the daily are all things humans can swallow, even proudly, but only if you give them a cause to believe in. We're told, this is what we stand for, this is our vision, you're a part of a larger family, this is a place where you can maximize your potential, and so on and so on and so on. All great slogans, but all empty gestures once you understand that no matter what industry, no matter what position, de facto, your boss does not pay you even close to how much you make him. And this resounding, undeniable fact makes all the fancy wording and talk of purpose, family, and a cause sound like pathetic, childish gesturing. The leftists' inability to enjoy most work in this system is caused by their choice to internalize and understand that at the end of the day they're being played, and played hard. Once you know that, only a weakling can go back to lying to themselves.
And like, the point of non-capitalism is just to make it easier to achieve those goals, because trying to do it under capitalism is fucking depressing. Why would you try to change yourself? No, you should still try to change yourself. That's, I mean, I still advocate for self-help type shit. I definitely still very much advocate to try and overcome your material realities as best as you can. Even if you cannot actually fulfill all of your goals, even the journey itself will be a prosperous and healthy one. Has anyone asked you to watch the news Nick Crowley video, by the way? No, I have not. What the fuck? What is this? Mr. Swirl, the internet's most disturbed user. I don't know if we can watch this, because if it's showing like disturbing graphic imagery, I don't think I'll be able to watch it. Yeah, you definitely should go to the gym. It'll make you feel better. You know what I mean? Like, reads like a lol cow video. I don't know. In German, police uncovered a hard drive filled with numerous photos depicting graphic images, and inserted within all of them was a man hiding behind a distorted, swirling face. It'd be even more prosperous and healthy if we adhere to the principles of laissez-faire capitalism. Yeah. Because nobody embodies this. Oh, I thought this guy was being sarcastic. Wait. Wait, is this guy being serious? If Ayn Rand had her way, none of these issues would exist? No. He said, not at all. Longtime chatters that stop watching you be like, of course that's your contention. You watch HasanAbi and sub for 9 months. You read Zero Theory, no Marx or Lenin, and naturally say the dumbest liberal shit in chat. Until next year, you will be sub for so long thinking you know more theory than Hasan because you watched memes on Marxism. Don't even have to go to the gym. I just bought a pair of 20-pound dumbbells just to do small 20-minute daily workouts with them. Yeah. We are going to watch the Disco Elysium documentary, even though it's 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I don't want to watch the entire thing. Yeah, I have seen the shit going on with FaZe. We're going to cover that too.
Why we can't enjoy mindless consumption. But okay, you can't enjoy your job, but if it pays relatively well, you should be able to find happiness outside of work, right?
Get in, loser. We're going shopping.
You can buy things, buy experiences, blah, blah, blah. And while sure, there's no denying capitalism's inability to mass produce crazy diverse amounts of, well, stuff, this privilege too is unfortunately eventually outgrown. Similar to substance abuse, there is nothing necessarily evil or bad in the substances themselves, but depending on the reason you take them, your experiences will be wildly different. Consumerism is the same. There's no shame in enjoying the little material trinkets we can, but once it becomes a coping mechanism, a way to get our daily, weekly, and monthly fix in order for that little dopamine rush to stop us from thinking about our lack of true self-fulfillment or self-actualization, of, well, finding purpose, then we're no different.
This is directed at you, fam. You think Yugopnik and I actually have a disagreement on like driving cars, like driving nice cars? Did you misunderstand the point that he's making? Moldavite wormhole? Just messing with you about the consumption stuff. For the record, he is literally a defender. Like openly a defender. He's a Balkan man. You think he doesn't want fucking a nice car? He drives a Beamer, brother. For the record, just so you know. I'm glad that we now have a new Moldovan chatter, by the way. Holy fuck.
Than an addict, hooked up on a steady supply of Amazon boxes piling up on the front doorstep. We try to tell ourselves we're doing great because, well, look at all the stuff we have. And that's exactly why leftists, even though we struggle with it, at the end of the day, can't fully enjoy consumerism because we know that the high of a purchase is followed by the hangover realization that, well, you're still as lost as you were before. You just also have an electric scooter now. The lie that we can find purpose in mindless consumption is the greatest epidemic of our time. So sorry if we can't.
You can't find peace in mindless commodity consumption. You can't. Commodities can't make you feel better, though. You know where you can actually find a genuine peace, though? Peace comes from within, okay? It's the things that I just mentioned with respect to fucking self-help. Not the top of the hour, Chad. It's the middle of the hour. Chill. God damn it. You guys are so fucking crazy. No. It's you only find peace from within by, setting yourself out, setting goals for yourself and achieving them, making yourself progress. Learning a new language, let's say. Fucking working out at the gym. Or the gym of the brain, the library. Fuck.
Exactly enjoy it. Well, okay, that was 5, wasn't it? I could go on with even more examples all day, but I'd rather not keep you for much longer. The main pattern between all these examples is simple. The leftist understands that in the current system, be it mindless shopping, the news, chauvinism, job, unfulfillment, or quasi-philosophy, there is a direct struggle between our wants to see the world as what it truly is and constant manipulation trying to steer us away from realizing that. This sort of understanding that all things are ideological and that most things are often far more complicated than what they may seem.
How does leftist ideology provide purpose, though? I thought purpose is not bound by economics. Wait, what? Purpose is not bound by economics, but there are people who operate within the framework of capitalism and tell you that like your only purpose is to fucking get your money up, not your funny up. If anything, it's like like even your fucking hobbies have turned into work, right? That's a good example of it. Like, just play fucking video games for fun, for example. But then all of a sudden you're doing it on stream, and then people are yelling at you if you don't do it on stream and telling you that you're fucking lazy, or telling you that you're too much of a view count Andy. And it's like, well, I also do enjoy playing video games off stream by myself. You know what I mean? It's for enjoyment. I want to have it for myself, you know, a little treat for me. Carnage Jack, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Does lead to us objectively not being able to enjoy quite a lot of things. And while we need to remember that we have only this one life and that it is...
The other video guy literally said that your chat aspires to spending lots of money like one-time Gucci shirts. We do not aspire to that, Lamau. Yeah, it's silly. But like everyone to a certain degree aspires towards making expensive commodity purchases. And what I mean, or a lot of people do, not everyone. But it's just not a fucking lame-ass Gucci shirt. It's going to be something different. It's going to be figurines. It's going to be something that you're collecting. It's going to be something that you ascribe a lot of value to. It's going to be a fucking PS5 that is gathering dust because you originally thought that it was going to be something that you can play a lot of video games in, maybe even old games that they do remakes of or remasters of that will make you remember a time that where you know you were alive and young and had dreams and remember those memories fondly. But now that fucking expensive machine is just collecting dust because there's not really any new games that are coming out because Sony is too busy, I don't know, doing fuck all, as a matter of fact. Who knows what the fuck Sony's doing? But now that Metal Gear Solid 3 is coming out, you can live that dream. You can live that dream, once again, like you're a child, like you're a kid. You know, you're a teenager, and you know, your life is ahead of you.
It's possible to appreciate problematic shit and engage with it critically, acknowledging its flaws while also finding value in them. We also need to stay firm in our beliefs, no matter how annoying it might be for those who haven't yet come to the same realizations. Remember, please, pick your battles. And most importantly, if everyone was content with everything, we would still be hitting rocks over each other's heads. Your instinct to be critical of the status quo and your drive for more are a gift. Do not lose it. Do not be ashamed of it. Because while ignorance might be bliss, bliss doesn't get anything done. My work would be impossible without the generous support.
Yeah, Yugopnik, go sub to his channel. This is the last one. Surviving in Capitalism. Okay, I don't want to watch this. This is too much. It's like, we've already watched enough, Yugopnik. That's for another time. Let's get back to this lady. Hey, remember this lady, the one that was insisting that the tuck swimsuits the target were for children and went on Fox to keep spreading this bullshit? Well, fun fact, she also called for the censored of the president the other day. Meanwhile, her husband is a member of the U.S. military. Kaylee Campbell. Turns out, Kaylee Campbell, Biden left many military service dogs a dying couple after the evacuation. I'm calling for the public execution of this old man, and you can't change my mind. I hope I make the little FBI man in my phone proud. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's awesome. Good for her. Of course she's a military wife. Also, for the record, chuds of TikTok, she's already doing the most patriotic thing, which is absolutely sucking the skin off of the dick of the neighbor, okay? That's what military wives do, all right? Anyway, if you aren't afraid of your actions coming back to bite you, why'd you lock everything down? Try not being so hateful towards anyone who doesn't look like you, and you don't have to be scared. I don't regret anything, goofball. She's a Q supporter and wants to repeal the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote 100 years ago. That's what she said. That's awesome.
So if you thought my video about Target was bad, we're at Palm Springs once again, this time at a Barnes & Noble at a mall, and I wanted to go check out the kids section to see what they were advertising again before June. So I've collected two. So far we have Granddad's Pride, which is all about, you know, changing the narrative, honoring the past, and welcoming a more inclusive future with a pride parade. Then we have Granddad's Camper.
Someone said she's at the gayest place in California complaining about gay stuff. Palm Springs was literally created as an enclave for like the boomer gays that did not get wiped out in the AIDS epidemic that was consistently overlooked by the federal government because it was killing gay people, okay? The idea that, like, you can live in Palm Springs and fucking complain about gay shit is like living in West Hollywood and complaining about gay shit, which is what I do all the time. So, I guess, you know, we are brothers in bond in that regard, or sisters in bond. I don't fucking know. Making TikTok videos in public should be a felony. Don't you agree? True. Yes, it should be. I haven't covered the FaZe drama yet. I will eventually. Hold on. Fear not. It's coming. Maybe I can't fix her, but I can try.
Which is fit right with the newest pride flag. Actually, this one's not even the updated one. Can't imagine what this one's about. Granddad has a cottage by the sea, and seemingly he seems single in this book. But it comes with stickers with the most inclusive flag up to date. How crazy is that? Taken off the shelf, hidden. Good luck trying to find it in Palm Springs, because that's not happening.
Get a job. Get a job. Get a job, you fucking sick, perverted freak.
So if you thought my video...
You're crazy. Completely sane and normal person. Matt Walsh has laryngitis. So what should be the topic for tonight? We should assassinate Hunter Biden. That's what you say. Oof, don't say that. The FBI will raid your house too. Bring it on. If bad things happen to good people, then I won't stop until every left is burning in hell for eternity. The left will feel my wrath, and anybody who gets in my way is getting run into the fucking ground. Every trans pedophile, every liberal, every Biden voter, every single one of them. I hope they all rot in hell. They don't get to walk around peacefully on earth while things like this happen. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Suck everyone's dick like Jody? Like, what? I don't understand. Like, what kind of... Why is she such a deranged poster? She's like, no... if I can... Why are you talking like Sephiroth? You are not an anime villain, okay? You're a deranged housewife who is fucking bored and now has been able to, like, gain a level of prominence within the conservative ecosystem. You're living also in one of the gayest places in California. Shut the fuck up. That's why you're not beating the misogyny allegations. That's true. That is true. I am being a little misogynistic towards her. That was actually a joke more so about military wives and military partners fucking the neighbor when their significant other is abroad. I should have specified. I'm not saying that like that's all women are good for. Women can be mass shooters as well. It's not often, but it can happen. Okay. Is she peeing? No, she's just sitting, chatter. It's more a military joke, so I don't want you to misunderstand and think that I'm making a joke about women in general. Okay? Yeah, I agree about that. I was just trying to ignore this. I know you're not like that. I think it's important to make note of that, though. Anyway. Conservatives. Leftists have co-opted facts, don't care about your feelings, and it's very frustrating to deal with. With the mainstream media and science having such a strong leftist bias, it's starting to seem like the right are the emotional ones and the left are the logical ones with facts to back up what they believe in. That's so funny. Hey man, I don't know if you know this, but you're posting an r/conspiracy. And hey man, I don't know if you know this times two, but leftists, or rather right-wingers, have always cared about emotions. Most of what they say is emotional. They don't care about feelings. They just say facts don't care about your feelings. And because you agree with them, you're supposed to go, oh, yeah, that's right. We are the ones on the side of the facts. No, you're not. Anyway, I can't wait to do that Who's Matt Healy shit. Where were we? Rumble. But here, I have delayed the inevitable. Biden and McCarthy are racing to sell the debt deal to Congress. What is this dog doing? I don't understand how a dog can sit like this. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. Here, let's watch.
President Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy have reached a deal to raise the debt limit, and now they are racing to convince lawmakers on both sides of
Best
the aisle
thread,
to back the
honoring the military.
House is set to vote on the deal just 2 days from now.
I love honoring the military. I'll look at it in a second.
Mr. President, what do you say to members of your own party who say
This person blocked me, by the way.
in this deal?
They'll find I didn't.
I think you're going to get a majority of Republicans voting for this bill. This is a good bill for the American public. The president agreed with this bill, so I think there's going to be a lot of Democrats that go vote for it too.
And the House Progressive Caucus already speaking out against new work requirements in the deal for food stamp recipients.
It is really unfortunate that the president opened the door to this. And while at the end of the day, you know, perhaps this will, because of the exemptions, perhaps it will be okay. I can't commit to that. I really don't know.
And the conservative House Freedom Caucus also pushing back against the deal, saying it does not cut enough spending. Some key members tweeted, no Republican capitulation and hold the line. As for the debt ceiling, the latest warning from Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen estimates that the government could run out of money to pay all of its debts on time, the so-called X date on June 5th, 1 week from today. CNN chief correspondent Manu Raju live for us on Capitol Hill. So Manu, for those of us just waking up on a Monday morning who may not have been following this Saturday and Sunday, break down the deal for us.
Yeah, look, this was a hard-fought negotiation, a negotiation that the White House didn't want to have to begin with. Remember, President Biden, for about 3 months, more than 3 months, just refused to sit down with Kevin McCarthy because he demanded the debt ceiling be increased, $31.4 trillion debt ceiling be increased without any conditions, without any spending cuts, warning that trying to do so would avert a fiscal disaster here. But Kevin McCarthy had a different approach. He demanded spending cuts, a whole slew of conditions. Ultimately, the White House was forced to negotiate and make a range of concessions that is angering both sides of the aisle. Some liberals upset and also some conservatives upset with the deal that McCarthy cut. Now, a little bit about the deal. 2-year suspension of the debt limit essentially would expire in January of 2025. That has caused some concern on the right. They believe that it should have only been 1 year for preventing them from fighting this again next year in an election year. Also, it would ensure that veterans' medical care is not impacted by the spending cuts that would have happened across the board on domestic programs. There's essentially for defense programs, there's not a cut for defense, but that has caused some concerns among defense hawks who believe that is not, they need to have more money for the Pentagon, so expect some pushback from the right on that. But there's also, it would expand work requirements for food stamp recipients. That has caused a lot of angst on the left, and it has a whole host of other issues, such as cutting IRS funding. That's caused some concern among Democrats, as well as rescinding unspent COVID aid. That actually had some bipartisan support as part of this deal. And one thing to watch that actually could generate some opposition from progressives is it would actually expedite construction of a pipeline in West Virginia, a big priority for West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, but something that progressives in particular were upset about. Now, what the White House has been trying to tell Democrats, what they did last night and all the two briefings with the House and Senate Democrats, was they could have been a lot worse. One of the things that did not make it in this bill was to impose new work requirements for recipients of the Medicaid health insurance program. Of course, that's a low-income healthcare program. Republicans had pushed for new.
Bro, oh my God. Increasing the no eligibility limit for any kind of welfare programs from 50 to 54 instead of 55, which is what they were planning on doing, is so psychotic. Okay? Is so incredibly fucked up. Like, it's in a just world. First of all, if this was France, motherfuckers would be up in arms. Okay? It's also like not even beneficial. Like, it makes no sense. You just decided, like, hey man, if you're in between the ages of 50 to 54, fuck you. That's all you say. If you're a working poor person, if you're a poor person in between the age of 50 to 54, fuck you. We hate you. That's it. That's literally all you're doing at that point. It's so wild.
New work requirements for those recipients. That did not get in the bill. They also argued a whole host of other issues, such as the president's signature Inflation Reduction Act was not cut as Republicans had pushed for, which is what they're trying to convince Democrats. This is the best we can get, even as a lot of folks on the right saying those cuts should have been imposed and McCarthy should have demanded more and should not have given the president as long of a debt limit suspension as it's in this current deal, causing a lot of angst on both wings of the party as they try to get this through Congress.
A lot of angst, a lot of unpredictability. Manu Raju, thank you. Yeah. We shall see.
Yes, we will. Let's bring in now CNN economics commentator and Washington Post opinion columnist Catherine Rampell and former Democratic congressman from New York, Max Rose, who's also, of course, a veteran of the war in Afghanistan.
Why are we framing this from the right? Because it's fucking CNN. And that's like the entire point of CNN. It's the entire point of mainstream media in general, but especially CNN, which decided that actually we need to be more right wing. We're everyone keeps calling us libtards, and we got to be more right wing. Actually, that's what we're supposed to do. Anyway, let's get to this guy, Mr. Purple Heart over here.
Heart, among other honors. Nice to see you both this morning. I'm going to start with you. When we look at what's happening here, and I think, as Manu laid out for us, we know there's a lot of skepticism. There's a lot of angst on both sides of the aisle here, but we press people a lot and we say, I need a yes or no answer, as you know all too well. And Congresswoman Jayapal actually gave Jake Tapper a one-word answer when he said, does the president basically need to be worried here? And she said, yes, you should be worried about progressives. If the White House messaging is, hey, it could have been worse, is that really enough to convince progressives?
It will be enough for it to pass. It will not be enough to convince progressives. So you have this incredibly fascinating dynamic right now where Kevin McCarthy and Joe Biden and potentially also the leader of the Democratic caucus, Hakeem Jeffries, will all be working in tandem together to pass this legislation, of course, to avoid economic catastrophe, but also because it is in their political best interests. Now, with this bill, the administration has certainly cemented the fact that it is absolutely, resolutely committed to bipartisanship and normalcy.
Oh, shut the fuck. Oh, God, dude. Oh, God. It is so hard for me to not make jokes about, like, suspecting what he got a Purple Heart for here, okay? Like, it might have been head-related trauma, though, that made him bald, of course. I'm not making fun of his disability because baldness is not a disability still. To this day. That's what I was saying. Not anything about his cognitive impairment. Talking about the fucking bipartisanship and celebrating it. Dude, there is no fucking reason, okay? There's no reason to increase the SNAP benefit work requirements from the age of 50 to 54, okay? The bipartisanship came from the fact that it was 54 and not 55, because the Republicans wanted 55, which means, guys, if you're over the age of 50 and you're so fucking poor that you are eligible for food assistance, okay, food stamps, now you have to work at the age of 50 to 54. Okay? Why? What is the reason for that? Explain to me why. It's insane. These are people who have nothing in general. Okay? They're already some of the poorest people in society, and now you're like implementing additional additional hurdles that's going to make it harder for them to receive it. That's the only reason. Like, who out here is going, you know who needs to get the fuck back to work? 54-year-olds. Okay? 54-year-olds who are currently on unemployment and also food stamps. Those are the guys who I'm always like, fuck those guys. They got to fucking, they're so lazy. Like, why did you do that? Yeah, thank you. It's exactly what this is. The U.S. is squeezing a dry sponge, okay? Thank God for civility on that shit. Anyway, student loan relief was not in the deal, for the record. That's why they're not talking about it. Tax hikes, which the Democrats had targeted wealthy Americans for new tax hikes, but there are no new taxes here. No clean energy repeal, no key provisions on clean energy are from the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, are actually in the bill either. The only thing that is really bad is the 50 to 54 work requirements. The reason why maybe the right is not the right, but like the reason why the media is looking at this as like a kind of a dub is because like nothing truly horrible occurred in this process, specifically related to the debt thing, other than what I'm mentioning. Aren't they restarting loan payments? Yeah, but that is fucking bullshit. However, that is not related to this deal, this negotiation. The IRS was supposed to get $80 billion, okay, in funds, and the only thing that the Republicans were able to claw back on the IRS was the only thing that they were able to claw back on the IRS part. I think it was like $1.9 billion or something. Where is it? Yeah, a win for Democrats was securing $80 billion for a decade to help with the Internal Revenue Service, to enforce tax code in last year's Inflation Reduction Act. And I think they were able to take down $1.9 billion, I thought, but maybe, no, new number is $20 billion. They took $20 billion off of the $80 billion over the next decade. So Republicans really gained nothing. They just did this to sue chaos and make the Dems look bad. I mean, they did gain some. They did gain some. They looked obstructionist, which is huge. That's like a big deal. Not a real 20 billion though. It's 20 billion in like 2029. So noise. Yeah, it's mostly like aesthetic wins that they got. But it doesn't even matter because this conversation shouldn't be had. Okay? And now they have the opportunity to utilize this exact same conversation again in 2 years. So understand that, like, they literally, this is not, like, we just gave them something for no reason. Now, you might look at this and have liberals go, oh, wow, we should really celebrate this. Like, the libs left unscathed in this regard or whatever the fuck, right? But it's like, it should not happen. Like, what do you mean? It never happens when Democrats are not in charge. You know what I mean? Why the fuck is it happening when Republicans are not in charge and the Democrats are in charge? Why? So, this was not a win at all. Any loss is still a loss. And you kick the can down 2 years. That's it. Holy fuck. Here's the debt ceiling aspect of the student loan, or here's the student loan aspect of the debt ceiling. Okay? This is a House bill that passed 3 days ago that blocked it. There's one House bill that passed with 2 Democratic votes, actually, that is supposed to not only fucking restart student loan debt repayment, but they also want the student debt forgiveness to go away, and they want to literally end the payment pause, and they also want to make students pay literally prior loans that were forgiven, which is fucking psychotic. Will it pass in the Senate? No, I don't think so. I mean, but also I don't know. But regardless, despite some hopes that the pause on student loan payments may be extended again if the Supreme Court strikes down debt forgiveness, the Biden admin has said the pause will end this summer. Okay? House Republicans aren't the first to call for an end of the payment pause. In March, SoFi Bank filed a lawsuit trying to compel the federal government to resume collecting payments immediately, calling the most recent extension on the pause unlawful on multiple grounds. Thank you, SoFi. That's so sick. In that regard, it's not the cruelty that's the point. They make money. They literally do debt refinancing. That's their job. That's how they make money. And they're like, oh, we can't make money if you don't fucking enforce these loans, you fucking assholes. Oy. The pause is gone within 60 days of this being signed, McCarthy said on Fox News through the legislation. As with the existing plans to sunset the pause, this is something that the Biden administration has been saying they were going to do anyway. And Kevin McCarthy is basically claiming that this is a win for them, like as a part of the negotiations, which Biden may as well have said it is for them. They are going to do that. Here's what Biden shouldn't do. This, okay? No, keep extending it. It's well within your power to do so. Just keep doing it. And then that's what Republicans would do. Just don't renege on the fucking deal. Just don't follow through on things you said that you were going to do. No one is forcing you at gunpoint to do this. Okay? You don't have to do it. You can keep extending it. Just lie and extend it. Who cares? Be like, yeah, sucks to suck, idiot. Why don't you write legislation that forces to do it? Oh, wait, you did that in the House. Why don't we leave this up to Congress? He could easily say that. He could turn around and say, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, but all you need to do is subscribe if you don't want to see it, Jack. Okay? All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Cut the malarkey. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's another way to cut the malarkey at the top of the hour. Donkey Hawk, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Woo! Right at fucking 4. Right at 4 p.m. Goddamn. I don't think he should say that. 9 out of 10. Polar Bear 420, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Tamana, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. My favorite chatter is the one that always goes, whenever I mention what time it is here in California, my favorite chatter is the guy that goes, it's actually 7, dog. Damn, man, thank you. Like, thank you for telling me what time it is wherever you are. You know what I mean? Sick. 1453, best day of my life. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. The pause is gone within 60 days of this being signed, McCarthy said on Fox News to do the legislation. Are student loans still deferred? Yes. Student payments and interest have been on pause since the onset of the pandemic. A moratorium first adopted and extended under former President Donald Trump and extended again under Brandon. But that won't be the case for long. The Brandon administration, whose mass student debt forgiveness plan is currently being held up in the Supreme Court, has faced mounting pressure to lift the moratorium. No. Here's what you can do. Just say no. Don't fucking leave this up to the debt negotiations as though it's like in writing. Just don't do it. Just be like, oh, sorry, Jack. I'm a little clumsy and old. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Just saying, that would be pretty cool if you did that. Anonymous gifter, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. A bill that passed out of the House last Wednesday would end the payments as well as Biden's broader plan to relieve up to 20 grand in student loan debt. So here's what you can say as Brandon. Kevin McCarthy, you already did your job. You're the fucking speaker, okay? You already passed the bill that would force me to do this. Except that bill's got to pass through Senate, and it's got no chance in passing through the Senate. Obviously, I mean, fucking, I don't even want to say that as a matter of fact, because Democrats are such fucking pathetic, cowardly little bitches that they might actually end up passing that bill through Senate because they're scumbags who literally deserve the worst kind of prison, like just super prison. Like I would send all the Democrats to super prison because who knows, they might actually immediately pass that fucking bill and be like, sorry, it's about, you know, this is deeply unpopular and undesirable, but we decided to fucking pass it anyway because we're cowardly pieces of shit. But let's say in the perfect world, Brandon is saying, yeah, guess what, dude? McCarthy, you already did your job. You passed through the House. Hey, if it passes through the Senate, we'll think about it. Except they're probably not going to say that. Okay? Brandon should be like, it'd be irresponsible if I, if I go against my promise to the American students. You know, they voted me into office for a reason. I made a promise to the American people that I was going to take away their student loans. Okay? I was going to do student loan debt relief. Why would I go back on my promise that I made to the American people so that I can make you happy? Who the fuck are you? You're some adulterer from Bakersfield. No one from Bakersfield should actually ever be in a position of prominence, okay? Go back to making meth. Shut the fuck up. Go back to having sexual intercourse with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I do not give a fuck about my obligations to you, a man from Bakersfield. I care about my obligations to the American people. That's what they voted me into office for. Okay? That's it. Just say that. Say that. What? I have a legit question, Hasan. If Biden used executive authority to forgive student loans, how does SCOTUS even have standing to rule on executive orders? I thought the point of an executive order was that Congress and the judicial branch have no recourse to counteract it. Can't Biden force the loan forgiveness to be executed even waiting for SCOTUS to rule on it? Yes. Yes, they can. But I don't know if the Supreme Court could actually override his executive authority. But the real problem is that it's up to Biden, which is a puppet of the Democratic establishment. So the Democratic establishment, which gets a lot of money, especially like Nancy Pelosi and whatnot, which get a lot of money from student loan debt refinancers and banks like SoFi, for example, and all these fucking gremlin vultures that make money off of your demise, your financial demise that is built into the fucking system itself, are yelling at the Democratic seats that they paid for. They're yelling at the Democrats that they paid into their campaign funds. So now, you know, Brandon is faced with a tough choice. That's the problem. Yes, the quicker you find out that the Democratic establishment doesn't actually want to relieve student loan debt relief, is the quicker you realize this is why they do things like this. But hey, guess what? This is a very unproblematic way that Brandon can act like he still cares about civility while maintaining the position that he actually did everything he could to protect student loans or student loan debt relief, which was a campaign promise. He doesn't. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about students. He doesn't care about adults that are saddled with so much unimaginable debt that they don't need to. pay. Okay? Cares more about SoFi. Bullshit. Plus, like you always point out, if he just did it, they would have a really hard time clawing it back once the cat's out of the bag and people already have the money. Yup. Anytime the government does things that are good, the government creates a very scary reality. It's a reality in which the American people think, wow, wait a minute, maybe the government isn't the worst thing. That is ideologically antithetical to what these hyper-capitalist corporations want out of the government. The only thing that the government should do is at gunpoint take money from you in the form of taxes and then turn it into subsidies for those very same corporations that will never give you any of that back, that will work you to the fucking bone and will never actually improve your conditions. That's what the government's good for. The government's good there to deregulate. The historical fame that a president will get if safe gun laws and or student debt is passed is beyond anything we could imagine, not the senators. Yeah, but fame is nothing when your job is to be a monkey in a suit that does the bidding of corporations and the wealthy. That's what the American president's there to do. Doesn't matter if they're a Republican, doesn't matter if they're a Democrat. Their job is to literally make it seem like there's this facade, there's this theater, there's this back and forth where they don't have any agreements. Oh man, we're certainly disagreeing. We're doing the best we can, folks. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, their main job is to just do precisely not that. Their job is to basically push for whatever measure helps the bottom line of corporations. To be honest, I don't get why you haven't moved out of the USA yet, like to Finland or something. This place is kind of going to shit. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I still like America for what it can be. Okay? And I'm not a fucking quitter. I'm not going to turn around and be like, all right, well, this shit sucks. I'm leaving. And, you know, all power to those who do. But I came here. I came here under the false promise that, like, this was the land of dreams, you know? I did. I believed in that when I came here. I was 100% sucked into the propaganda. This was like where freedom rang, you know? But ultimately, America being the leader of the planet, being the largest superpower, being the global hegemonic superpower, still has a lot of promise. Where would you even go besides Japan? I mean, there are plenty of European countries that I could live in that are great quality of life. You know? I do love Japan, though. Bro, you're rich and famous. I think you're living many people's dreams. Okay. That much is true. But the idea that this American dream is manageable for all is fucking bullshit. That part is a lie. That statement in and of itself is a silly one because, like, you want me to be like a Paul Ryan type. You know what I mean? You want me to be like, I made it. Why can't you, fucking loser? And that's what's wild about this entire process is that, like, yeah, while I live a life that is my dream, that is the dream of many others, it's fucking ridiculous. Like, my actual dream is not just that I get to hold on to this. It's so that others can have a comfortable existence as well. That's my dream. Okay? It's not about just like me having it. It's about everyone else also having a better existence, a comfortable existence. And the irony is, a guy who says that is seen as a fucking liar. A guy who says that is not only seen as a liar, but also bad and evil and wrong. Okay. Whereas if I was in this condition and I said, I made it on my own, like fucking, you know, it wasn't luck, it was hard work, baby, Sigma grind set, and you guys are fucking losers for not being able to achieve it, but like you can too, just work hard, lol. The systems are not wrong. That's just like failure speaking inside of you. If I were to say that instead, hella people would turn around and go, that guy's fucking right. He's so right. Yeah. It's crazy. Anyway, in a statement, a White House official said Biden protected the student loan debt relief plan in its entirety, including of that for mass forgiveness and for improvements to income-driven repayment options. The administration announced back in November that the current student loan payment pause would end this summer. There you go. Like I told you, the student loan debt relief in and of itself is not a part of these negotiations. Biden might have told him that, but the real scary and sad reality is that the student loan payment pause was slated to end this summer regardless. Biden himself wanted to end it. Now, of course, he doesn't have to. I'm just saying, he does not have to do that. You can just keep it going. Keep extending it, baby. Just fucking do it. Just keep extending it. Shh. Shh. Nobody needs to know. Nobody needs to know. Just be like, oh yeah, we'll do that. Shh. Just keep doing it. What are they going to do? You're the fucking guy. You're the guy that can do it. You could do it. The CDC ended the coronavirus emergency declaration, so I don't think he legally can. No, he legally can do that. He can order the fucking the education secretary to just keep extending it. Literally, he can. I know it sounds like overly simplistic, but that is the case. He can absolutely, it is absolutely within the legal purview of the executive office to just say, yeah, we don't have to collect these debts. It's fine. We'll just keep pushing it. We'll just keep. No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll take it down the line. We'll push it. We'll just push it a little bit. That's actually quite literally how he could, how he is able to forgive $20,000 in student loan debt relief. It's in the legislation that authorized student debt that he can modify, cancel, etc. He can forgive it all. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So anyone that tells you it's not legal is bullshit, is fucking wrong. He could. If Biden lets them restart student loan debt repayment, I'm fucked financially. Yep. Plenty of others like you, Celtic von Strons. What is the downside to forgiving student debt? What? No downside at all. I guess like student loan refinancing companies will suffer, but fuck them. Like actually, they can suck my dick. So there's that. That's a downside, I guess. But that's it. There's nothing else. Literally nothing else. The opposing view, on the other hand, if you are asking me to steelman it, I'm going to say some gross shit. If you want me to steelman the argument about student loan debt relief not coming for you, I have to say some disgusting shit that I do not believe in. But the steelman position of that is that it's a moral hazard. These people took on loans. Plenty of other people took on loans. Plenty of people take on loans, and the financial responsibility needs to be instilled upon the American workforce. If we fucking take away student loan debt relief, what's next? What other loans are we going to relieve? You know, car payments. Oh my God. mortgages? Is that what you were going to do next? That's ridiculous. A lot of rich people go to college, and you're basically giving, you're giving a what is functionally like a tax cut almost to some of the wealthiest people who already are in college and already have gotten a college education, which means that they are already going to be better off than all of our big, beautiful men and women who don't have the privilege to go to college. Also, you're not solving the actual problem of college education being unaffordable, unimaginably affordable, as a matter of fact. And these colleges are relying on the student loans to keep, raising their prices. That's what they say all the time, which we did with PPP loans, for the record, but no one ever cares about that. I don't agree comparing it to cancer medicine like you did last time. Wait, what? No, it is exactly, yeah, that my argument to all of those idiotic positions is no one who has actually withstood cancer treatment is going to fucking turn around and be like, no. Sorry, I had to suffer through chemotherapy. How dare you get a fucking vaccine that ensures you don't get cancer ever again? No, you should actually have to go through that cancer. It's actually really good. It's a valuable life lesson, and you might actually die. Yeah. That's my counter to it. All other debts are dischargeable in bankruptcy, which is a basic protection in the Constitution that wasn't ended until 2005 when Biden changed the law as a senator. Oh, that's the other part, too. I'm ultra left-wing, but debt cancellation should not happen until the cost of college is reined in. Oh, okay, never mind, dude. No, me too. I'm ultra left-wing. And I don't think we should have health care until we solve a lot of these, until we solve the obesity problem in America. That's what you sound like, dude, man, bro. It sounds silly. It sounds stupid as fuck. What do you mean? You just literally did what reactionaries do. You used another problem that you might be genuinely interested in solving that problem, but conservatives put that forward. You sound like a boomer. Me? You do, but that's not important. Wait, I sound like a boomer. Why? Because I think that you dumbass Zoomer student loans should be relieved. Is that why? I guess I am. Not me, but people say you don't choose to get cancer. You choose to go to college. Okay, first of all, everyone should be able to go to college. Okay? And secondly, if you're fucking psychotic, you could say you choose to get cancer by, changing your diet. You could avoid getting cancer by changing your fucking diet. Okay? What the fuck do you mean? Education is like the single most important component for upward social mobility. Okay? And it should be free. The idea that like college is just this like luxury good is so fucking stupid. And anyone that tries to fucking tell you that it's not is a ridiculous baboon-brained idiot. Okay? So if someone tells you you don't choose to get cancer, but you get cancer, but you choose to go to college, ask them why they're choosing to go to college to begin with. It's such a stupid argument. I'm just saying, you guys could literally fucking not argue with these idiots in your lives. You know what I mean? This is such a hard argument to win because millions of people in this country are just blindly begging to get fucked by the system. Yeah, I know, but like, I mean, you can't go off of their whims. You know what I mean? You can't like tailor your argument. You can only tailor your argument to to cater to the expectations of dudes who are like literally begging to get fucked by the system so much. Okay? That's it. You can't just like, you can't use stupidity as a counter to progress like this, especially in moments where like a government has the power to do certain things. Debt limit deal includes changes to SNAP that eliminate work requirements for veterans and homeless people regardless of age, while increasing the age threshold for work requirements from 49 to 54 for adults without children, per source familiar. The changes would phase out in 2030. For TANF, the GOP's work requirements for cash assistance recipients has been included but modified to ensure states can continue to support those families and their children. No changes to Medicaid. So, like, people will look to this and say, oh, this is a win for Biden. It's not a win for Biden because this didn't even need to happen. Okay? That's it. Like, oh, we just got... You have a gun, and this dude said, I'm going to punch you in the face. You said, I have a gun. I could just shoot you in the face. Don't come near me. But instead, you just didn't say that at all. And the guy still came and punched you in the face. But you found out that he's not as strong as you previously thought he was. You still got punched in the face. There's no reason to be punched in the face in that regard. Okay? You just stood there and you ate it. Not positive. Anyway. What should you have done? Man, if only there was like a lot of videos that I did on the subject, even talk to like subject matter experts, as a matter of fact. That's a great question, chatter. Here it is.
It sounds...
You can have a conversation. You can listen to the conversation I had with David Dayen in my latest YouTube video. Well, not the latest one, but Republicans are holding America hostage. We went through some of the avenues where, we could have prevented all of this from happening, including... including using the majority that we had in the Senate and the House, including utilizing the 14th Amendment, things of that nature, even after it was too late. David said the debt ceiling negotiations was like a gun on the table that you let the other side grab and hold to your head. Yeah. I'm not watching that whole thing, little bro. Okay, well then don't watch it. Then motherfuckers be like, I don't want to learn actually. You fucking idiot. You stupid idiot. I'm here to just ask questions. Oh, you fool. You thought I wanted to learn? What are you, fucking stupid? No, I'm just here to talk shit.
And in the process, I actually think that they have boxed the Republican Party into this really awful corner, whereby now the Republican Party has to advocate for increased spending, of course, because the debt ceiling will be raised by trillions of dollars, and for increased social service spending, now with an expansion of SNAP benefits for veterans as well as the homeless.
I gotta pee again, goddammit.
On the other hand, the Republican Party can say, the Democratic Party did not get any of their priorities in there. And that, yes, is true as well. So it might be the sign of a great negotiation that nobody is happy right now, but this will certainly pass. It will pass because of moderates on both sides of the aisle, and they will largely do that because they do not want to be the reason for economic calamity.
Catherine, let me bring you into the conversation because there's been a lot of drama, there's been a lot of noise, and you say in a recent op-ed that there's already been some harm done, even if we don't actually default.
Yes. Look, I look at this deal and say, how is it any different than what we would have reasonably expected to get from the usual annual appropriations process? It's really not that different, given divided government. Republicans didn't get the draconian cuts that they asked for. They didn't get the Medicaid work requirements. They didn't get some of the other things that I was worried about, including basically undermining the entire regulatory state. They basically got flat spending, which again is what I would have expected coming out of the appropriations process. So the question is, fine, but what was it all for, right? We've gone through all of this drama. We've gone through economic turmoil, basically embarrassing ourselves on the world stage, Biden having to cut his Asia trip short, the G7 kind of being overshadowed by all of this, not to mention probably higher borrowing costs as a result of some market stresses. And we ended up where we would have been had this whole brinksmanship episode never happened. So on the one hand, I'm glad that we, knock on wood, don't look like we're about to have a financial apocalypse, and that Republicans didn't get all these other things in. But what was the point? We could have avoided all of this.
Catherine, you and I have talked about, in passing, actually, here at CNN, how you feel about IRS reform. And I'm curious what you think about the concessions it looks like the IRS reform will receive as part of this bill. I mean, do you think it would be significant?
Well, they're cutting about a quarter of the funding that was appropriated to the IRS last year, which I think is actually quite a bad thing. That money has a huge return on investment, both because it means better customer services and taxpayers are happier and they're more voluntarily compliant, and it means that the IRS has the resources to go after wealthy tax cheats and corporations. So I don't think this was a good place to cut money. In fact, it will expand deficits. That said, they did some kind of accounting gimmicks where it doesn't look like it's materially going to affect the IRS's overhaul in the near term. It'll probably be more of a problem several years from now. But again, it's not making it easier for rich people to cheat on their taxes doesn't seem like the thing you would do if you really cared about getting deficits under control.
It's sort of interesting, though, that will undoubtedly be put forth as a win for Republicans. They got some of that money back. How does this play to your point of, look, if everybody's unhappy, then I guess this is a good negotiation, right? Because nobody comes out the winner here. But how do you sell that to constituents?
Well, there's a few major hurdles here just in terms of selling it to legislators. First of all, Kevin McCarthy has to get over half of his own caucus to support this before it even gets to the floor, and they have not confirmed that they will do this. And that whipping process, as it's known behind the scenes, is not fact-based.
I love this guy literally being like, nobody's happy, and that's a sign of good negotiations. Who the fuck is writing for just the sake of negotiations? What are you, a negotiation? Are you Mr. Negotiation? I don't understand. Why are you why are you writing for gridlock? Well, at least spirited debate happened. What the fuck does that mean? Do you not have interests, needs, demands? You know what I mean? It blows my fucking mind. This guy's just sorry, I'm Mr. Negotiation. Negotiation pervert here. Love to see a good negotiation. When both sides are angry, when they leave the table, well, that's all the better. Love that. Love me a good argument. It's such a weird stance to take. What the fuck?
This, at this point, will be deeply personal. The speaker wants this. The leader wants this. The president wants this. Get in line, or else there's going to be consequences down the road. You can't take the politics out of politics.
How good is McCarthy at doing that? Because typically Republicans have done a very good job of getting their caucus to fall in line. We are seeing something a little bit different here, which certainly we saw play out when he was trying to get that gavel.
Sure. So he will be fine at getting, I believe, more than 50%, because you've already seen leaders in the moderate wing of that party. I wouldn't call them moderate. Let's just say less extreme wing of that party expressing their support for this. With that being said, though, the Democratic Party, I think that in that whipping process that we're seeing right now, what people will be upset by, yes, is the policy, but they're going to be more upset. Legislators will be more upset about two other things. One, did we get anything out of this at our own priorities? Core Democratic priorities. They got victories. What did we get? But secondly, I think that there will be certain angst around giving Kevin McCarthy a win. So they're going to want to see the Republicans show momentum around this, show that they can pass this themselves or come somewhat close to it before Democrats start raising their hands and saying that that they'll go about doing this.
His head looks like when they put bald caps on people with a lot of hair and movie makeup. Yeah, the top of his dome is too big. Like it's weirding me out.
Of course, last to conclude, there's going to be folks that want to turn this into a Christmas tree as well. I certainly wouldn't rule out some people thinking about amendments. How can I get my little appropriation?
We've got good news. We've got just spoke with Speaker McCarthy, and we've reached a bipartisan budget agreement.
God, this shit sucks so bad. This is why I didn't want to talk about it. You know what I mean? Because ultimately it could have all been fucking avoided. There was no reason to have this happen to begin with. And yeah, Republicans got way less than they wanted, but it's still fucking stupid. That it should not have happened. You know what I mean? All this bald slander is getting me. I'm sorry.
Agreement that we're ready to move to the full Congress. And I think it's a really important step forward, and it takes the threat of catastrophic default off the table, protects our hard-earned and historic economic recovery, and the agreement also represents a compromise.
Oh my God, that's the other part about this. This is so fucking insane. These psychos literally took the gun at the table. To use David's analogy, there's a gun at the table, okay? Democrats are closer to the gun than the Republicans are. You just allowed the Republicans to fucking take the gun off the table, put it to your fucking head, okay? And then literally claw back parts of the prior bill that you had passed. That bill that you self-compromised on before it even touched any Republican votes because it passed through budget reconciliation. Oh, wait, sorry. That was bipartisan. My bad. Not budget reconciliation. Bipartisan. A deal that you did with Republicans, which you still ended up negotiating with yourself on for no fucking reason. It's so cucked.
This means no one got everything they want. But that's the responsibility of governing. And this is a deal is good news, I believe, you'll see, for the American people. The agreement prevents the worst possible crisis, a default for the first time in our nation's history. An economic recession, retirement accounts devastated, millions of jobs lost. It also protects key priorities and accomplishments and values that congressional Democrats and I have fought long and hard for. Investing in America's agenda that's creating good jobs in communities throughout the country. Protect Social Security, Medicare, and veterans, and so much more. The Speaker and I made it clear from the start that the only way forward was a bipartisan agreement. That agreement now goes to the United States House and to the Senate. I strongly urge both chambers to pass that agreement. Let's keep moving forward on meeting our obligations and building the strongest economy in the history of the world. I'll take a few questions.
President, you said at the beginning that the debt ceiling was not negotiable. Isn't that what you've just done here? And isn't that what
you guys, look, we're not negotiating the debt ceiling. Here's the deal. They passed the debt ceiling, and they said they'd only do it on condition that it have all these cuts in it. I said, I'm not going to do that. You pass the debt ceiling, period. I'll negotiate with you on the cuts, what you say, what's going to happen, what the budget's going to look like. That's what we are negotiating in order to get to them deciding that they're going to go along with a new debt ceiling, meaning that it's not attached. It's something totally different attached than was attached before. So if you want to try to make it look like I made some compromise in the debt ceiling, I didn't. I made a compromise on the budget.
That's what they wanted, is you to make a compromise on the budget, and that's what you've done, even though you haven't gone as far as they wanted. Isn't that right?
Sure, yeah. Well, can you think of an alternative?
Mr. President, what do you say to members of your own party who say you've made too many concessions in this deal?
They'll find I didn't.
Mr. President, on your allies and adversaries to America, would you be willing to say about what you think this process said to those adversaries and allies? You have a deal now, but what does the process say? What does the struggle say to them?
Well, it says we've been through this more than once, and it's just the nature of the way we handle the deficit and handle whether we're going to, each year, going to pay our debts. And it's happened more than once. It will probably happen again, but it's not going to happen at least for another 2 years here. And I don't think beyond that it won't either.
Mr. President,
Big benefit here. We just kicked the can down, 2 years down the line. Fucking sick.
it's time for the U.S. to get rid of the debt limit? That this is,
Tell us you're scared of China. I mean, for the record, China's lapping us, man. One big thing people are missing with this flat spending going into next year is the huge macro impact. Monetary policy is tightening dramatically into what is likely to be a very rough recession. And when we need loose fiscal policy the most, Republicans are literally sending us into a depression. We'll see what happens. Because, I don't think this is as, the Republican gains from this is not as significant, even though it should not have happened at all. It has to happen before the 2 years is up. The agreement only sets parameters for the next 2 years of spending. Congress must fill them in by spending a raft of spending bills later this year. Yeah. You know how you fucking stop this can from being kicked down the road? 14th Amendment. Just blow it up. Blow up this conversation so it's never a weapon that they can use ever again. Okay? But of course, you would do that if you were genuinely interested in stopping this kind of back and forth from ever happening again. They're not.
That's the reason you just laid out.
No, I think it would cause more controversy getting rid of the debt limit, although I am exploring the idea that we would, at a later date, a year or two from now, decide whether or not the 14th Amendment...
American
the right. The 8th Amendment gives me the right. You'll find that the 12th Amendment gives me the goddamn right. The God-given right. The 12th Amendment gives me the goddamn right. You'll find that the 15th Commandment of the United States Constitution gives me the right. Where's the American Embassy? I'm an American citizen. I believe in the 56th Amendment. Ladies and gentlemen, please be upstanding for the 15th Amendment, the United States Constitution, given us by Lord Jesus Christ of the Nazareth. Handed down by Sir Jesus Christ of Jerusalem, as Jesus came down from Mount Olympus to hand us the 15th commandment of the United States Constitution.
Yeah, dude, I can't show you guys this now. Everyone's going to be Lemmy heads instead. Everyone's going to go watch him do political commentary. Fuck, he's coming for my job, bro. Chill, dog. Chill.
Amendment, how that actually would impact on whether or not you need to do the debt limit every year. But that's another day. Thank you.
Mr. President, do you believe Speaker McCarthy has the votes, and did he negotiate in good faith?
I think he negotiated with me in good faith. He kept his word. He said what he would do. He did what he said.
There's oh God, I hate this. I hate this so much. He's just so stupid. Dude, no, he's such a pussy, dude. Of course the Republicans walk all over the Democratic Party. They're such fucking pussies, dude.
Said he'd do, and I have no idea whether he had the votes. I expect he does. I don't think he would have made the agreement.
Mr. President, do you have a comment on the elections in Turkey? Have you spoken with President Erdogan?
I have not spoken with him yet.
Do you have a comment?
Some of your Democratic colleagues are saying that this policy will lead some people to go hungry. What is your response to that?
It's ridiculous assertion.
Do you wish you had started these negotiations sooner?
No, it wouldn't have made any difference.
Mr. President, is financial aid for Ukraine secured in your new budget?
Okay, there you have President Biden speaking to reporters just a few moments ago. He was saying essentially there that he believes that the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy was negotiating in good faith during this process. At one point,
why is Debbie Wasserman Schultz here? God, I'm so triggered. I don't want to watch this anymore. I can't do this.
Well, let's bring in Governor Ron DeSantis, 2024 presidential candidate.
What
Welcome,
is this?
Governor.
What is this tie, bro?
Good
What is
morning.
going
Great to
on
have
here?
you. Let's start with the breaking news over the weekend. You have
Dude, I love conservatives that wear the fucking... I love conservatives that wear the fucking skinniest shit you can wear. Just puffed up as a motherfucker, okay? Just absolutely. All you do whenever you fucking wear suits like this, like I sometimes wear suits like this because I don't have any fucking suits that fit me perfectly because I can't find them, okay? This motherfucker got it purposely tailored so he doesn't fit in his suit. Okay, don't make fun of his shoes. He has no legs, okay? I mean, I don't know. I don't know why he doesn't put different shoes on the legs that he has, but which is your most right-wing opinion, do you think? I think that we should keep jails and we should put the members of the Democratic and Republican Party in those jails.
Speaker McCarthy, who said this is a deal worthy of the American people. But then Chip Roy, congressman, bone-ribbed conservative, he supports you. He said pretty bluntly, plus $4 trillion, no. So there's a fracture in the Republican Party. Where do you stand, Governor?
Well, prior to this deal, Kaylee, our country was careening towards bankruptcy. And after this deal, our country will still be careening towards bankruptcy. And to say you can do $4 trillion of increases in the next year and a half, I mean, that's a massive amount of spending. I think that we've gotten ourselves on a trajectory here really since March of 2020 with some of the COVID spending. It totally reset the budget, and they're sticking with that. And I think that that's...
Yeah, this is a winning strategy, guys. No, keep talking about how, like, we got to balance the budget, man. Yeah, no, definitely. See, Ron DeSantis is a fucking loser. Okay, we already knew that. But one of the main reasons why he's a loser is because instead of getting fatter, he decided to get on Ozempic. Okay? Everybody knows you need to be fatter, not skinnier. Okay? It's big boy season.
Is going to be totally inadequate to get us in a better spot. Look, in Florida, we run big budget surpluses. We have a $1.2 trillion economy, but our debt is only $17 billion, second lowest per capita in the country. But we make tough choices, and we make sure that we look forward to the long haul. Obviously, in Washington, D.C., they do these cycles to just get them through the next election, and that's ultimately one of the reasons why they continue to fail.
Governor, you're now in contention, or you're now in the contest to be the presidential candidate for the Republican Party in 2024. Obviously, the front runner is President Donald Trump. When I go out and I talk to Americans, I don't know that you all share all the same policy positions. I don't know that you share the same personality, but you do share a base of Republicans. Most of the people that...
Damn, this guy's cooking them, dude.
...support you probably voted for President Trump twice. And the first comment I hear over and over again is, why doesn't Ron DeSantis wait for President Trump's second term and then run? And what is your best answer to that? Why is right now the time for Ron DeSantis to run for president?
Because everyone knows if I'm the nominee, I will beat Biden and I will serve 2 terms, and I will be able to destroy leftist.
See, the 2-term thing is actually the most significant benefit. Every other part of this shit is goofy, okay? Everyone knows I can beat Biden. Like, the electability argument is dumb as fuck. Even though it kind of does basically say Trump lost without saying Trump lost. You know what I mean? But it reminds people that Trump did kind of lose to Biden, right? But you can't actually say Trump lost to Biden because 60% of the base is like, he never lost to Biden. They cheated him, right? So I guess that's how he has figured out a way to triangulate his perspective here. You know what I mean? To triangulate like a good talking point here without saying what he wants to say without actually saying it. Now, the last part, which he's about to mention here, I'm going to destroy woke ideology. What the fuck are you saying?
Be able to destroy leftism in this country and leave woke ideology on the dustbin of history.
Dude, you fire all of your advisors, dude. Fire them. They're so permanently online. They're so permanently online. I feel like those motherfuckers got banned from this broadcast, okay? We're gonna destroy woke ideology and leave it in the dustbin of history. It's like, bro, no one thinks you popped off there, okay? Stop, dude. It's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but like the notion that like, I have one firm belief, okay? If you say based, the likelihood that you are an important voter block diminishes dramatically. The more you use the term based, the less likely it is that you are an important voter, okay? And this is literally just like the type of motherfuckers that say base. That's who's writing this. That you're like, oh, dude, we're groipers. We're fucking groiped up, dude. We're groiped up. We're so groiped up. Which Felix has brought up many times as well. This is the funniest thing, dude. You have a healthy marriage. Oh, I'm so triggered. Yes. Like, fire this person. Fire the person who made this meme, okay? You're so fucking stupid. You're supposed to be like the reasonable Republican in the room. And like how are you appealing to the moderate wine moms that just want tax cuts with this shit? Does he actually think 4chan got Trump elected? Yeah, exactly.
At the end of the day, I've shown in Florida an ability to win huge swaths of voters that Republicans typically can't win, while also delivering the boldest agenda anywhere in the country. And I think there's a reason why the legacy media is attacking me more than they're attacking anybody else, because I think they realize that if I'm successful in winning the Republican nomination, we're going to bring it home in the general election. And I've pledged to Republican voters, if you nominate me, I will be taking the oath of office on January 20th, 2025 on the West.
Sorting algorithms. I know you're a big fucking Oiler and a big gifter in this community, but if you legitimately think 4chan kind of got Donald Trump elected, I don't know what to tell you, okay? No, 4chan is not the reason why Donald Trump was like one of the most historically recognized, like brand recognition having candidates that ran for the presidency without actually ever holding office. It wasn't fucking 4chan. You know what I mean? Like that didn't happen. 4chan didn't play a role in that. That happened with NBC, okay? Memes do not play as significant a role, or any role at all, as a matter of fact, in getting people out to go out and vote for you.
Side of the Capitol. No excuses, no more excuses about why we can't get it done. We need to get it done, and I will get it done.
You're headed to Iowa. Iowa, as we know, a crucial state when it comes to winning a nomination. Governor, can you win Iowa?
We're going to compete everywhere. Of course we can, but we're competing everywhere. Iowa is very important. We've got an incredible amount of support. I got endorsed by 37 legislators there before I even announced my candidacy. We obviously have a lot in common with Iowa in terms of what Florida's done and what they've done under Governor Kim Reynolds. And I think the groundswell of support has been really, really strong.
Bro, remember when Ted Cruz won Iowa in 2016? And then he became the president after defeating Hillary Clinton, because he became the president of Iowa and then also the president of the Republican Party, and then famously the president of the United States of America. Remember when that happened? Oh yeah, that's right. Donald Trump lost Iowa in 2016, and he was the president. So I don't know about this Iowa.
And, you know, we're going to press the case. I mean, you know, they had mentioned there may be some differences with me and Donald Trump, and I think that those differences redound to my benefit in a place like Iowa. I mean, for example, you know, he's taken the side of Disney in our fight down here in Florida. I'm standing for parents. I'm standing for children. And I think a multi-billion-dollar company that sexualizes children is not consistent with...
Bro, he's still going off the fucking Disney shit. No one cares, dog. Don't come after the treats, stupid. Every conservative that's like, for every one conservative that you think exists because they exist online and all around us, when they're like, oh, I hate Disney, they're satanic pedophiles, there are literally thousands more conservatives who fucking take their kids down to Florida, to Orlando, you dumbass. Disney is more popular than you. Disney is more popular than most presidents, okay? It's literally... it's one of the most popular fucking IPs on the planet. Kids like it. Parents like it because their kids shut the fuck up and enjoy it. You're so stupid that you're like, oh, Mickey Mouse is gay. It's always been gay. You fucking dumbass. There has never been a moment where Disney wasn't fucking gay. Okay? It's Disney. It's so gay. What the fuck? Yeah, also, here is a great example of how popular Disney is. Ron DeSantis got married there. Okay? Ron DeSantis got married at fucking Disney World. That's how popular Disney is. You fucking idiot. God damn it, dude.
The values of Florida or the values of a place like Iowa.
Governor, I think a lot of moms would agree with you on that. Certainly when you talk about our kindergartners, I've seen some of the pages.
Did he marry a man? Yeah.
But I want to talk to you for a moment. You're in Jacksonville right now. I was born there. I believe you were born there too. I want to talk to you about Memorial Day, what it means to you. But particularly yesterday, you were...
Memorial Day, what it means to you. Like, what does it fucking mean to you? It reminds me of all the veterans, all the lives we lost.
At a meeting.
What does Memorial Day mean to Donald Trump? Donald Trump's like, I'm thinking of all the heroes. They died. Like John McCain. Burning in hell.
With 9/11 family members, 9/11 a reason that inspired you to serve yourself. And an attendee of that meeting called it a very moving meeting.
Lame ass.
And a lot of tears were shed. What did those families share with you in that meeting?
Well, I think a lot of it is just they've had a lot of frustrations about getting justice based on the 9/11 attacks. They're suing Saudi Arabia. They're trying to get more documents. They've been made promises in the past about getting help, and then basically some of our elected leaders have reneged on those promises. And so, you know, I think that they've been punched in the gut a number of times, and I think it's been difficult to now be 2 decades later and still trying to get full justice. So. Obviously, it's a very personal thing when you talk about, I mean, you know, some of the people at that meeting were teenagers when their fathers died. There was a granddaughter who wasn't even born yet, and so she's lived through the memories of her grandfather who died in the South Tower. And so those are things that I think are still very raw, even a couple decades later. And look, 9/11.
Okay, bro. Like, nah, I don't think... Maybe I'm wrong because I am 9/11 Andy after all. But I'm going to keep it $150. I don't think people give a shit about 9/11. If they did, military recruitment numbers would not be so bad right now, okay? So fucking bad. No, man. Nah, I don't think they give a shit. It's 2023. Who the fuck cares at this point? By the way, let me just explain something real quick. The families of 9/11 victims should absolutely sue the Saudi government. And Barack Obama is a fucking piece of shit for literally standing in opposition to that. Just going to point that out. Barack Obama famously tried to stop that from happening. So I do think that they have every right and should. I'm 100% in support of that. Okay? But if you're like, you know, if you're big, if your big policy is like, oh, 9/11, well, think about how bad it was. That's why I joined the military. Then, good luck. No one fucking cares.
11, I was down in Florida. I mean, I'm a Florida guy. I didn't have any connection in New York City, but it inspired me to join the Navy, almost 20 years ago. And so it had a profound effect on our country. And obviously to see that right there, the raw emotions from people that were directly impacted was very, very powerful. And it moved my wife and I very much.
On this Memorial Day, Governor, what is your message?
Well, at the end of the day, we have a great country built on great values. We have a great Constitution, a great Declaration of Independence, but those don't run on autopilot. If you don't have people throughout history willing to put on the uniform, risk their lives, and indeed give the last full measure of devotion, none of that's going to amount to very much. And so today is a day to reflect on those that made the ultimate sacrifice, because if you don't have people that are really going to do that, then you really can't have a free society.
Governor, you mentioned sacrifice. And, while today I think about that Bible verse.
God, if he wasn't such a nerd, I would be like, oh my God, I'm panicking. Like, he's just talking about doing fascist things, but he's such a fucking nerd. It is pretty funny. It is pretty funny to see, like, like the Elizabeth Warren of the Republican Party is just like an Elizabeth Warren type on like the dumbest shit. You know what I mean? Like Elizabeth Warren was like, yeah, we got to make the military more green. You know what I mean? We got to make it more focused on renewable energy. We got like the carbon footprint of the U.S. military is the worst part of the U.S. military, Like, and this guy's like, yeah, I want to make it illegal to watch a Disney movie if the characters in it look flamboyant. I'm going to pass a bill to do that. It's like sick, dude. Thanks.
Governor, you mentioned sacrifice. And, while today I think about that Bible verse and Savior Jesus Christ who did just the same, I'm wondering, I was reading about Casey when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. And you said that you turned to prayer. I'm wondering if you could share with us a time when you turned to God.
Donald Trump needs to say your wife faked having cancer to try to get away from you. He will win every fucking primary if he says that. Ron, you're so boring. Your wife faked having cancer to get away from you. Believe me, she told me. She's hot. Too hot for you, Ron. Little Ron. You're 5'0", little Rob.
And how, in particular, that relationship will inform how you would govern as president.
Well, when she was diagnosed, it was something that hits the family like a ton of bricks. I mean, at the time, we had a 5, a 3, and a 1-year-old kid. And not that this is ever something anyone...
Remember how you say you regretted the long hair because you look like a cliche leftist? Now you're going to regret this cap, dude? No, this is important. I'm a veteran. I'm a veteran who died. Listen, I can't be stealing valor from the American veterans all the time. Sometimes I got to steal valor from the other guys. You know what I mean?
Anyone wants to deal with, but I think for a mother of young kids, it's particularly devastating because you're thinking what could happen. And we made the decision to publicly acknowledge that she was fighting this. We're private people, but we're also public. And so we made the decision. And it was pretty dark, I think, before we did that. Once we did that, though, the amount of prayers that we received from people, not just in Florida, but throughout the country, it made a huge difference. And I saw her spirit be lifted up in ways that probably a lot of people didn't think were possible. So if anyone tells you to doubt the power of prayer, well, I'm an example here with me and my wife where the power of prayer made a big difference. And she was able to get through this. It was not easy, but she was able to get through this, I think, handling it about as well as someone could under the circumstances. And I don't think she would have been able to do that without prayer.
Governor, it is Memorial Day. I served in the Marine Corps. You're a veteran yourself. Going into this election.
Yeah, of course he did. Governor, could you tell me perhaps your favorite crayons to eat? I like red myself, personally. That's my favorite. Got a yummy taste to it. What about yours? Of course, you were a pussy-ass lawyer for the Navy. You didn't even do the chair force. You didn't even actually see combat. You didn't even actually work on the carriers. You were overseeing torture as a lawyer for the Navy. But, you know, I still got to ask, what's your favorite color crayon, sir?
Potentially becoming president. We have a war in Ukraine we're financing. We have all this like China trying to attack us from the back door, it seems, through the Pacific. What can be done to stop our country from spilling more blood on a foreign battlefield?
Well, first, I think we need to look.
I love the way these guys talk. Like, oh, we got to stop more blood from being spilled on the battlefield. So I don't even disagree with that sentiment. Obviously, you guys have heard me say this many, many times over. But, like, I want to ask him how he feels about, like, Iraq and Afghanistan before we actually pulled out. You know what I mean? Like, because I'm willing to bet if we go back in time, this guy's been on Fox News a lot. I'm willing to bet he was like, we need to stay there permanently. Sergeant, what is your malfunction?
Look at what's going on with the military right now. And I think the military that I see is different from the military I served in. I see a lot of emphasis now on political ideologies.
Dude, I feel like his brain, like he has no way to process the questions. His brain is so fucking like ready with talking points that he hears military and immediately goes, the military is gay now. Dog, you were in the Navy. You can't make it out without fucking some ass. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean the military's gay now? You were a lawyer in the Navy. Shut the fuck up. God damn, dude.
Things like gender pronouns. I see a lot about things like DEI. And I think that that's caused recruiting to plummet. I think it's driven off a lot of war.
Once again, I got to repeat this. The DEI stuff for the military is quite literally the exact opposite. Okay? It's to boost recruitment. It's stupid. It's silly. It's not going to work. But the whole, like, the military is more woke now is not actually against recruitment. It's for recruitment. Okay? That's literally the reason why they're doing it. So that they can be like, look, we're so woke. Come on. We need more women in the military. Like that kind of shit. That's literally the point. So the idea that like, oh man, you know, the military, we're going to make it less gay or whatever the fuck. Which again, he's in the Navy or was in the Navy as a lawyer. Okay. He was a Navy lawyer. The idea that that is going to, boost recruitment numbers is so stupid.
Warriors, and I think morale is low. So all those issues are important, and we'll be rolling out a really strong program to counter China because I think it is our #1 threat. But I think you've got to get things remoored to focusing on the core mission of why people want to join. Why would you have wanted to join the Marine Corps back in the day? Why do everybody else who joined the Army? I mean, I remember being in Iraq and we were in Fallujah and it was not going well, and yet people were still willing to sign up knowing they'd get sent to
DeSantis what was he doing in Fallujah? Overseeing war crimes over there too? Like, I don't get it. Fuck is a Navy lawyer doing in Fallujah, bro? What? What the fuck?
to Iraq because they believed in that this.
No, he said, I remember being in Iraq, like
up knowing they'd get sent to Iraq because they believed in that this was something special. And I think we've lost that a little bit. And I think we really need to rejuvenate the morale in the military.
Yeah, he's saying like, we got to get to the good old days, Abu Ghraib style shit. Like, we got to get back to the fun stuff that we were engaging in. Okay. What was he doing? Ron DeSantis touts his military record, but as a lawyer, what did he do in Iraq? Okay. 3 months later, DeSantis is the GOP nominee, blah, blah, blah. He arrived in fall as a part of the surge of nearly 30,000 U.S. troops. Okay. Whose mission was to quell insurgencies and turn cities like Fallujah into bloody battle zones, but it was costly, and 961 U.S. troops died that year. military leaders deemed the surge a conditional success. Coalition and Iraqi forces have dealt with significant blows to Al-Qaeda Iraq. It was around this time the U.S. forces have been ordered to let Iraqis take a greater role in securing the nation. So what did he do? DeSantis' campaign didn't comment on the remarks by Trump, whose endorsement of DeSantis helped him win the GOP nomination for governor. Oh my God, that's another angle. That's actually another fucking angle. Like, Donald Trump could be like, you served in Iraq and you loved Iraq. Like, you keep saying you love Iraq. You're a loser. During the surge, DeSantis served as a senior legal advisor to the SEAL who commanded the special... Yeah, during the surge, DeSantis served as a senior legal advisor to the SEAL who commanded the Special Operations Task Force West in Fallujah. Oh my God, I was just joking when I said he just oversaw war crimes. But that's actually what he did. He was there to... Oh no. He was responsible for helping ensure that the missions of the Navy SEALs and Army Green Berets in the wide swath of the western Euphrates River Valley were planned according to the rule of law that captured detainees were humanely treated. He did a phenomenal job, Thorleif Sin said of DeSantis. It was a pretty complex time with Iraqi sovereignty starting to take a hold. During this period, task force troops rounded up 100 detainees, said Thorleifson. They were mostly military-age males, some of whom were found with suicide vests, while others were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Ron DeSantis oversaw the torture of all 100 of them. It was up to DeSantis, the lone lawyer with a Judge Advocate General Corps, JAG, to not only assure that the men were treated humanely and interrogated in accordance with the Geneva Conventions and the U.S. military regulations, but to make sure that, when warranted, they were handed off to the proper legal authorities in Iraq for prosecution in that country's nascent judicial system. That's crazy. His job literally was to oversee the torture. Oh my God. It's like one of the components of the Iraq war. Like, he wins no votes with this, okay? He wins no votes with this because, one, people who have served in the military already are like, oh, dude, fuck this guy. He was literally a pencil pusher for the he was a Navy lawyer, okay? So even people who serve don't have a good opinion of him. I mean, of course, Yale grad, Harvard grad, by the way. Direct officer program, like, internally, even people who were in the military are not going to like him. And then one of the least favorable parts of U.S. military operations is literally the fucking torture. So, like, not a single person would look to this guy and go, wow, it's so great. I think you overestimate voters. Most will think he served. They won't look up the details. No, they will look up the details when Donald Trump says you were a gay-ass lawyer for the torture the torture apparatus of the U.S. military in a war that everyone knew was bad, that I said was bad, and actually defeated Hillary Clinton by saying it was bad. That's it. That's all you got to say. Real life is not like A Few Good Men. Wait, what do you mean? What does A Few Good Men have to do with this? Didn't Trump say he won't partake in the debates, though? It doesn't even fucking matter. He doesn't have to partake in debates. He can just do pot shots. He could just sit there and fucking slam him from Truth Social and then have that be elevated by like every media, every side of the media. God, Trump really needs to get back on Twitter. I'm not going to lie. Your boy Khaled, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Okay.
So we will do that on day one, and you will see very big changes in the services.
Thank you very much, Governor DeSantis.
That was so bad. He is so uncharismatic. Here's some really good news. The GOP-controlled Texas House has voted to impeach Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton. If you want to impeach the top of the hour ad break, however, all you need to do is subscribe. You don't need to be the Texas GOP-controlled House. You can just impeach the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long, for $5 or for free with a subscription. That's right. The free one is called a Twitch Prime, but the regular one is a $5 a month subscription. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Or you can get gifted a sub like your boy Khaled or Speed Razor that just gifted 10 subs, allowing 20 people total to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
The Dallas skyline, because something remarkable, or what counts as remarkable these days, happened in Texas over the weekend. Attorney General Ken Paxton, a Republican, became just the third person ever to be impeached in that state, and he was impeached by Republicans. Wasn't even a close vote in the GOP-controlled state house. You know Paxton as a close ally of former President Donald Trump. He got
his wife is in the Texas Senate and may not recuse herself from voting. Yeah, bro, it's Texas. What do you mean?
Elected despite facing criminal charges related to a previous matter. He's denied all wrongdoing. And Omar Villafranca is here to explain what finally got his own party to turn against him.
A majority of Texas House Republicans voted to impeach one of their own Saturday.
The resolution is adopted.
Acting to oust the state's Attorney General, Ken Paxton.
He put the interest of himself above the laws of the state of Texas.
Lawmakers began investigating Paxton back in March after he asked for $3.3.
His wife might vote against him. He cheated on her and they're separated. Wait, really? Bro, how is this guy getting not only pussy from his wife, but then also additional pussy that's not his wife? I don't understand it. Well, like, is the dick market in the state of Texas that bad that ladies are like, man, I really want some authoritarian ass dick from Ken Paxton? It's sick. How?
$3 million in taxpayer money to settle a whistleblower lawsuit filed by staffers whom Paxton fired after
every guy can be a 7. True, but like not him. What do you mean? He ain't a 7. He's not trying to be a 7. Be fair, Ted Cruz, has children.
They went to the FBI with their corruption allegations. The 20 articles of impeachment include charges of not only misappropriation of public resources, but also bribery, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy. Houston Representative Ann Johnson is on the House Investigative Committee.
The exposure of the felony crimes that Ken Paxton has done is the kind that would erode the public trust.
In a statement, Paxton denied the allegations and denounced the proceedings as illegal, unethical, and profoundly unjust.
Ring the bell.
Some lawmakers who voted against impeachment questioned the process.
It's what I call the hang 'em now and judge 'em later policy.
Paxton's attorney says any alleged wrongdoings should be left to the courts.
There are new criminal charges here that have been filed. So the process, I think, is deeply flawed in terms of denying due process.
Whether Paxton's removal will become permanent will ultimately lie with the Texas Senate, where his wife is a senator. She has not yet said whether she'll recuse herself from her husband's trial proceedings. For CBS Mornings, Omar Villafranca, Dallas.
This whole impeachment is the pot calling the kettle black. I don't give a fuck. Pot's worse than the kettle in this regard, so. Or sorry, the kettle's worse than the pot in this regard. Of course he cheated on his wife. He's always had an eye for other women. Oh, come on. I didn't say that. My mod did. I just read it. All right, we covered the Turkish elections a lot, so we're going to move on to some fun stuff. One, we are going to talk about the FaZe up drama, because FaZe is not up. What is this? Target funding trans curriculums in schools, the LGBTQ discussion. I would rather sit here and listen to Ron DeSantis speak about all of the torture that he oversaw in Guantanamo than listen to this, okay? We're phasing the fuck up. So, for that purpose, instead of phasing the fuck up and like covering the drama on my own, I'm going to go to my favorite right-winger, which I assume has probably talked about the situation only 2 days ago. So this will give us a brief, this will give us a brief introduction to the drama, and then we'll get to some of the updates since this mogul mail video came out.
Talk about two decisions that people online are calling a big mistake. The first of which
is the mustache that you have on your face that you consider to be a mustache that is not a mustache. I had not seen this before. What the fuck is going on above my boy's top lip? Oh my fucking God, that is unacceptable. Why is he doing that?
This mustache. Let me know what you think in the comments. Don't be too mean. I am sensitive. The second one is a recent signing by FaZe Clan that FaZe fans and even OG FaZe members are calling a huge mistake. But is it actually? Let's talk about it. Of course, we can't talk about FaZe without talking about how bad of a year they have had. This is the image ingrained in everyone's mind when you just think about how FaZe has been doing. Their failing stock price that is showing no signs of recovery. But it's mostly been people on the outside talking about how bad it's been for FaZe. More recently, however, it's been people on the inside talking about how bad it is at FaZe. And this sparked just this past week with some huge drama when FaZe Clan tweeted out, "We want more women in FaZe Clan." To which FaZe Rain leaked and said, spoiler alert, it's going to be Grace, the woman they signed. The reason is because I heard she was on one episode of Stranger Things. And if you don't know, FaZe Rain is an OG of FaZe, which is FaZe nomenclature for a founder of FaZe. And this is all the founders right here. You have FaZe Apex, Adapt, Rug, Temper, Rain, and Banks, which is embarrassing that I know all of those things, but I don't really know how to divide negative numbers. I wish I knew one and not the other. These six right here have spent the past week shitting on FaZe Clan for the most part in all of their decisions, specifically the decision that FaZe Rain leaked, which happened to be true, that they did sign Grace as a new FaZe member.
Abby Martin did a piece on DeSantis. Unless Abby Martin of Empire Files did a piece on FaZe Clan, I'm not interested right now. Do you understand? We've moved on, okay? You know who's phased the fuck down? Ron DeSantis. Rob DeSantis, okay? Love Abby Martin, but I'm sorry. It's phase time, okay? We're phasing up. We're phasing so fucking up. We are phasing up so hard.
Look, I think there is reason to criticize this. Specifically, the reason you should criticize it is because they tweeted out that they want more women, but they already had one that they were going to sign, right? They were already like working on this deal with Grace while like posturing that, hey, we want more women. And so a lot of people got their hopes up and were recommending people, but it was all for show, which I think is a little bit cringe. Probably not worth farming the clout from saying we want women when you're already having one in, you know what I mean? Like that feels a little weird to me, but that's not the reason everyone else is criticizing it. And boy, are they criticizing it. You can see right here, the tweet announcing Grace has 10K likes, but almost 18 million views. And everybody's trying to Trump check her. Like, do a temper shot, name like one trick shot and all this shit. And
I think taking like the integrity of what the FaZe brand is super seriously is probably one of the most pathetic things you can do online. Okay? Like, we phase the fuck up here, okay? I never phase down. I never, ever phase down. I'm always phased up, okay? But the idea that like, oh, bro, what the fuck? Grace is like not fucking phase worthy. Like, what do you mean, dude? Like, what the fuck do you mean? What is Snoop Dogg phase worthy? Like, how many trick shots does he do? Like, they're a fucking brand. And this is actually the most like phase thing you can do, which is to sign someone who's not like super big in gaming, but is still interested in gaming as this person is, as Grace is. Full disclosure, I have met her, and she is a very nice person, for the record. Bro, Hasan, stop dick riding. They won't sign you. Bitch, I will literally fucking call up FaZe Banks right now. Do not test me, okay? Talking to him the other day, as a matter of fact. Don't even fucking test me. I FaZe the fuck up, dude. I am not joking when I say I FaZe the fuck up. Okay?
And basically taking out all their anger on Grace, which I think isn't really fair at all, but we'll get to that in a little bit.
They call me HasanAbi.
In response to a lot of people criticizing this announcement, decided to tweet out all the positive replies to the announcement. People like Pokey saying congrats, or Ray, or certain FaZe members like Nate Hill or Swag or Replays, and ignored a lot of the more aggressive tweets, to which the FaZe OGs, the founders, were not so kind to. This is FaZe Banks, who is probably the most iconic leader of FaZe, maybe in conjunction with Temper, tweeting out a meme that they made, which, total aside, I think it's so cringe when people make meme photos to use of themselves. It's like, let it happen naturally. That's the whole point of a meme. Anyway, he tweets out a FaZe photo of them all laughing at a screen. And then like, oh, ha, ha, ha, this is so funny. This what a terrible decision they have made. And it's all the OGs laughing at their most recent decision. And one of the FaZe members, who's currently a FaZe member, not an OG, just another FaZe member, tweeted out, really disappointed, and some people I call friends, hating on the new FaZe recruit, especially girls in the game community. Y'all, you all hate on each other the most, and it's sad. And then someone replied, you're never an OG FaZe member, so what you say is biased and irrelevant. To which he replied, well, where are the FaZe OGs? And then that's where Banks brought out the, you shouldn't have said that hammer, and said, not participating in the sellout clown show that FaZe Clan has become. Not sure what these takes say about you, but the name of FaZe only has a sliver of meaning left because what we built and you're using it. This is the problem, and you're all here to squeeze every last dollar out of FaZe and have zero respect for the brand. It's all shameless promotion, pandering to a non-existent audience, and pretending like it's a team effort. Nobody would ever argue in favor of this version of FaZe. It's so disingenuous to the point.
Motherfucker using Twitter blue, okay? That's an L. That's FaZe L, dude. FaZe Lanks.
Makes us all sick. And we're the only ones, unfortunately, who are interested in...
You wrote way too much, man.
...preserving the history and protecting the brand. Now, there are some truths to what Banks is saying. I do think where FaZe is at now, we can all agree, isn't good. It is dog shit. And the stock price shows that. They're making a lot of poor decisions. But I don't agree that with all this anger and vitriol towards Grace, who is, something that you could criticize the backrooms for signing. But why are you getting mad at Grace? Why are people replying to Grace saying, name your 3 favorite trick shots or whatever, trying to chump check her, when you should be mad at the people who are running FaZe for their decision making? And
wait, did FaZe Rain block me? Stop. Wait, stop. No. I don't even know who the fuck this motherfucker is. Why am I pre-blocked, dude? What a fucking loser. That is not FaZe up behavior, dog. I don't even know who the fuck he was. That's crazy. The truth won. I saw some FaZe dudes talking shit about you during the Layden Laws drama. Oh, they should worry about their own shit, okay? Let me tell you something. That's kind of sad. I didn't know that this fucking Andrew Tate dick muncher was pre-blocking me. There's no way. I don't believe it. There's no fucking way, dude. Hold on. Let me see. Let me just go to his profile. Maybe like... I don't believe it. Oh my God. Bitch, I don't even know who this guy is. I haven't even talked about this drama yet. Oh no. Oh, god damn, dude. Yo, I'm phasing down right now. I'm not gonna lie. This is kind of fucked up. FaZe Rain, I'm sorry I hurt your daddy Andrew Tate's feelings, man. His game sense is crazy. He saw it coming. Anyway. Yeah, see, I've been phasing up since
Wanna
2019.
Party with the Dobre brothers? Yeah, I'm going to the fucking YouTube party, bro, because I'm gonna fucking phase up with the Dobre kids, dude. I'm gonna fucking. That's what I'm gonna do, dude.
It's true.
Yeah, Chad. I'm not going to the fucking Twitch party because guess what? I don't give a fuck about hanging out with Destiny. I'm one of the fucking Dobre brothers now.
There you go. Even back then, I always knew. Consistency even there, baby. Look at that. FaZe. Yeah, my name was FaZe. My FaZe name was going to be FaZe 911. Assuming the blog has anything to do with the current drama is a huge reach. He probably just didn't like your tweets since he's a Tate douche. No, that's literally what our assumption is. We didn't. I was joking when I said he pre-blocked me. That's actually what the words that came out of my mouth was he probably saw that I shit on his daddy and that's why he blocked me. Because I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. You're friends with the better FaZe Banks? True. Anyway. Where were we? Let's continue with this fucking right-wing grifter.
She's also like, you know, if you zoom out for a minute, one of many different decisions FaZe has made that can be criticized. Like for one, when they gave Snoop Dogg millions of dollars and made him a board member. For what? His streams of Madden that had broken audio with like 50 viewers? They gave him millions. They also gave his son money to just be a member of FaZe Clan. $1.9 million in stock, a spot on the board of directors, $250K worth of stock to his son. Like what was the value of that? They also signed a famous football player, Kyler Murray, who tweeted out one time ever the word FaZe, and that was before they signed him. Where's the criticism of that signing? That it seems like that brought zero value to FaZe whatsoever. And then, of course, I made a video about this over a year ago, but they had their FaZe 1 contest, which was this 24-hour reality show that was super awkward, super embarrassing, and honestly, a super huge waste of money. And so to criticize FaZe now, and specifically I'm talking to all the OG members, for them to specifically target the Gray signing as like the point of failure for FaZe, to me, brain dead. There are 100 other things that you can point at that are way bigger failures or make way less sense for FaZe. Them signing someone who actually streams, who will get viewership, who might bring more interest to women.
Yeah, I was about to say, at least like they'll finally have some fucking streamers on their roster. They get like a lot of views. What the fuck do you mean? No disrespect to the streamers that do on the FaZe roster, but as Ludwig pointed out, there's plenty who don't ever do any fucking content. Like, it's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Like, I don't know. It's just so full disrespect. They're all dog shit. No, they're not. There's plenty of people I like that are on the fucking FaZe roster. That's not true. That's actually not true. There are great content creators who I think are great and nice and creative, talented. They're on the FaZe roster. They're great. I'm not talking about fucking FaZe Banks, who is, you know, who is the OG. Yeah, Kaylee is one of them. I mean, there's a bunch. We just saw Ronaldo. He's great. He's cool. He's chill. Anyway, it's oftentimes like, it's oftentimes fucking weirdos that are like, that you didn't even know were on the fucking FaZe roster to come out and say like, you know, I'm FaZe homophobia. What's up? Like, I think we should throw gays off the building. Like, that's how I think. That's what I think about Pride Month. And then they like, and you're like, where the fuck did this guy come from? Like, what? Like, what are you saying right now? What's up? I'm FaZe transphobia. I think white people should say the N-word like more frequently than black people. It's our word. That kind of thing. And then you're like, that's an insane thing that you just voluntarily said for no reason. Anyway.
Into FaZe is not that bad compared to all of the other brain dead decisions. So that's the only thing I want to say about that. But what is interesting about all of this, FaZe Rain is the one who originally leaked this, and his leak turned out to be true. Well, he also leaked some other shit that is probably true, and I think it's really interesting. So let's just take a look here at his video.
Like where there should be money, there's a line. 25K.
So here he's talking about the expenses and the return that FaZe is making in certain esports. And he said all of these esports have a line on return, aka they are making $0. Now, whether that's true or not, I'm not exactly sure, but he does go through the expenses, which I do believe to be true. And bear in mind, these are monthly expenses.
224K, 37K, 94K, 21K, 48K, 86K, 33K, and 1K. And
that is a whole lot.
FIFA's getting 1K? That sucks.
Of money that they are spending on esports.
That is a month.
$756,000 a month, and apparently no return for any of those dollars. Now, FaZe Clan, I believe they announced that they started the year with like, I don't know, $40 to $60 million in the bank, and I believe in the last quarterly reports they're down to like something like, you know, 30 mil. They're bleeding money. They're bleeding money very fast. So fast that just last week they laid off another 40% of their staff. They're struggling. They're struggling. They clearly need to restart. I do think the FaZe OGs could have a good direction to do it. Don't necessarily agree with them using Grace's signing and bringing all the hate to Grace as the way to do it. But this all probably stems from terrible business decisions that FaZe made early on, losing control of their company, giving it to brain dead boomers who are driving this shit into the ground. And anyway, that is your FaZe embarrassing update.
Yeah, brain dead boomers who fucking only care about, you know, making more money and failing to do so successfully because there's, I mean, basically the point of FaZe Clan now is to just have like a brand that transcends gaming. Okay? That's it. In the eyes of like all of the financial vultures that they're in bed with, they only see it as like the brand that maybe their kids knew about or maybe their kids have mentioned and referenced. So now their entire goal is to set up brand partnerships and just like bring in other people just like they originally were doing. Okay? But of course, there are plenty of fucking weirdos in the FaZe Clan roster that have like historically done awful shit. Okay? Like rug pulls and the like, you know what I mean? But the idea that like this person needs to be catching all the fucking strays for the internal strife within FaZe Clan is insane. Because as far as I understand, okay, FaZe Rain, the guy that he just showed, has been popping off about Grace, the girl that they just signed, okay? Here's what he had to say about her, which, by the way, holy fuck, dude. Trigger warning for the maximum cringe, okay? This is a hard watch, I'm not gonna lie. Not because it's like, oh my god, it's so scary. He said really awful things. Like, no, it's just so fucking cringe. I've never seen a dude who's like so transparently a fucking goober, okay? Like a actually insane, like, you're an adult, what the fuck are you doing type shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, you got the Tim Pool beanie on, too. And, of course, like, all these fucking losers are like, oh, FaZe Rain is insane for this, dog. Oh, on God, W. Okay, what is he insane for? Let's take a look.
So, get fucking wrecked.
I think she just said get fucking wrecked because FaZe Rand is like, I assume at this point, going off the timeline, talking about how like she sucks or whatever, right? And this is what his response was to her.
Oh my God. I just can't compete with that, man. I can't. She roasted me. It's over. Grace, I'm sorry. All I want to say is you're golden Valorant. You make Stranger Things your entire personality, even though you're only on one episode. You found out about Twitch through Tumblr. Not only have you not hit a trick shot, but you don't even know what the fuck that is. When you were still playing with Barbies, I made my first million out of this industry. And on top of it, you're excruciatingly mid who I would never let touch me on my drunkest night.
It fucking...
Sick, man. Yo, you don't even know what a trick shot is. Like, dude. I thought FaZe was all about like fucking being cool. You know what I mean? Like, I thought it was like, oh, we're gamers, but we're like kind of cool. We do cool stuff. We go like fucking party. We drink alcohol at the clubs. You know what I mean? Why are you such a dork? What kind of fucking dork shit is this? Ha, you don't even know what a trick shot is. Ooh, got you. Like, it's 2023, dog. Why the fuck are you talking about trick shots, dumbass? Who the fuck cares? You think that's the OG FaZe shit? Like, you're going to go back to that? We're going to do Modern Warfare trick shots again? And that's how the fucking FaZe brand is going to be revitalized? Like, the fuck are you saying? I made my first million. Yeah, like, I know you desperately want to go back to that era, but like, it's not happening. And it's certainly not happening with attitudes like this. Okay? But I wanted to point this out because it's like such a lame fucking thing to say. Like, oh, you learned about Twitch through Tumblr. And like, I mean, what's this? Where does this guy fucking stream? Does he stream on Twitch? Does he stream on YouTube? I don't even know. When's the last time he's made content before this drama? Like, I'm all in support of you trying to fucking turn around and I don't know, try to get the control of this brand, okay? But like, what the fuck are you doing? You think this is the best way to do it? Perhaps this is precisely the reason why you fucking lost control of the brand to begin with. Because a bunch of you unhinged weirdos behave this way. He's been super vocal about this whole situation on his YouTube. I'm just saying, like, before that, was he making, I don't know, before that, was he making content? Maybe he was. I'm sorry, I don't know, because, you know, it's not fucking 2011, okay? That's why I don't know. They think they can be edgy rebels with a corporate structure. He was disabled for years because he had a leg infection. I mean, I don't give a fuck. Didn't have like a brain infection. You know what I mean? At least as far as I understand. What, you think I'm going to be fucking nice to someone because they were in a wheelchair? Like, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to fucking soft pedal that bullshit. Anyway, listen. The last part about this is that you're ugly. Like, I wouldn't even hit on you if I was drunk. Like, brother, that's probably a good thing. Okay. I think, you know, I think you should stay away until you reevaluate your fucking values. Okay.
Never let touch me on my drunkest night.
I would never let you touch me on my drunkest night. Like, anyone that fucking goes off and says, oh man, you fucking went off, King. You went off on this shit. Oh, fuck, like, you fucking popped off, brother. You killed it. Like, anyone that thinks that is a fucking 12-year-old goober, okay? The GOAT. Oh, Jesus Christ. That guy's almost 30, by the way. He's always about posy vibes, too. Yeah, real posy vibes there. So, apparently the OG members were going to like form a union in 2014, but didn't, and now lost control of FaZe, and they're just spiraling, I guess. A bunch of content creators obviously came to defense of Grace, Disguised Toast being one of them. This is what he had to say.
Like with the FaZe, quote unquote, OGs and stuff. Like, I get that
He's on Andrew Tate stand too. Look at his Twitter. Oh, let me look at his Twitter. Oh, wait. I fucking can't because I'm blocked by this dude. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I have no idea who the fuck this guy is. Okay, but why the fuck do you care, dude? Fuck her and him. Wait, why fuck her? What the fuck did she do? She didn't do shit. She just got her crime being a woman getting signed by fucking FaZe that like doesn't meet the standards of FaZe reign. What do you mean? I care about this because this is the space that I'm in. I care about this because, you know, this kind of attitude oftentimes is not as popular as it once was. You know what I mean? It's not like this isn't 2011. This is not 2015. When you say dumb shit like this, I think it's on large content creators to fucking hold other dumbasses accountable in the space when they're shitting on other content creators for no fucking reason, especially using such like insane, weirdo, sexist, misogynistic bullshit. Okay? Straight up. I'm sure if there was someone that you know that was like unjustifiably getting yelled at in this way, you would probably want, if someone was yelling at you in this way, Ross DeLongs, you would want someone like myself to come to your defense too. Anyway, I know there's a new part of this drama. Okay? I know. I don't know if you saw, but Rain doubled down when responding to Jake Luggy. He said, she ain't going to fuck you, bro. Yeah, I know. So this is her response. We're going to talk about that in a second. But hold on. Let me cook. 6 months ago, FaZe Clan said that they were investigating a 4-member FaZe Mew over sexual assault allegations. They quietly released him 2 months later in January. And he has returned saying he was forced quiet due to legal reasons. FaZe has said nothing on what they found. This was the FaZe Mew situation. Okay. I'm not going to get into it. I don't know anything about the situation, but you know, typical bullshit. He doubled down and then kind of apologized. They met up and recorded a video today. Okay, here is more to the story. Okay, this is what Disguised Toast said
about that. Like with the FaZe quote unquote OGs and stuff. Like, I get that it definitely sucks to see something you care about, like your org, become something that you don't necessarily agree with, but you also signed the contracts. You also like were part of FaZe when all this transition was happening. You guys were also part of FaZe when you were shilling crypto coins, and now you guys suddenly it's too far when you guys signed quote unquote the girl from Stranger Things. That's going too far.
It's a situation where workers try to get back control from corporate entities, attempt to unionize the two, but the workers themselves are cringe. What do? What do you mean? I'm always in support. That's why I literally said I'm all in favor of FaZe Clan taking control, like the OGs and the players themselves and the content creators themselves actually taking control over the brand once again, and not some fucking stupid numbers crunchers in Wall Street. Okay? I'm all in favor of that. Except this is not the way to go about it. That's precisely what I'm saying. It's so stupid. You just keep devaluing your own fucking brand and your own cause in the eyes of at least the adults. And let me tell you something. Maybe 12-year-old Andrew Tate dick riders are fucking going, oh, base, dog, you're the king, you're the GOAT. But those 12-year-olds don't mean shit. Those 12-year-olds aren't even watching you anymore. Let's be fucking real, okay? But also, they have no power in this space. They have no influence in this space. Why the fuck are you doing dumb shit like this? Anyway.
Scamming
Toast
kids
is right.
with crypto coins? Yeah, whatever. Signing Grace? Oh, but this isn't the FaZe I know. Like, bro, it's not like an overnight thing.
Anyway, Yeah, the OG sold out the business to those number crunchers. They had a choice not to sell, but it backfired. They're acting like fucking toddlers now. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, they made fucking irresponsible financial decisions. Oh my God, that's shocking. Okay, how crazy. How crazy that they did that. It still doesn't change the reality that, like, you know, if you worked on it for a long ass time and you don't want your, you don't want something that you cared about so much to fall apart in this very spectacular fashion, then, you know, I get it. Okay, I'm on board. FaZe Rain turned into a misogynistic dude because of the epidemic of tater tots. He's been recently posting things like, you know, Andrew Tate kind of went off with this, and it'll be some like 1950s woman stereotype. Yeah, it's just so fucking transparent what he's doing. Okay? So here's where Grace went back and popped off on the dude, the FaZe guy, the beanie boy.
He says that I don't even know what a trick shot is. You're right, I don't. And I know that that's kind of what you're known for, but I know you, Rain, as the person who almost overdosed on a live stream. And I know that you're better now, and I'm really proud of you for that. I am, because I grew up with a mom heavily into drugs, and you know those things when you're little, the things that you would make wishes on? Like when you're driving under a tunnel and you make a wish, or you make a wish on a dandelion, or you make a wish on a shooting star, anything like that. I made all of my wishes growing up that my mom would get better and stop doing drugs, but she didn't. So I am proud of you for getting better, but don't come after me for not knowing what a trick shot is, man. Like,
She said, this ain't 2011. Like, what the fuck do you mean? That's what she should have just said. She should have kept rolling his ass. I mean, listen. She cooked him up, and then every single person that literally was like, "Oh, W Riz, yo, thank God for fucking." What does FaZe narc? Okay, stop. Listen. It's a bit out of pocket. Okay. Making fun of overdoses, not the best thing to do, okay? Not the best thing to do. She also tied it up to her own personal experience with, like, drug addiction in the family. So it's a little bit better than what I thought it originally was, okay? Now let me tell you something, okay? Every single motherfucker that was like, yo, FaZe Rain popped off on this. He's the fucking GOAT. They all so quickly, I suspect, turned into, wow, she needs to be killed for this. How dare she? Excuse me. Issue a trigger warning before talking about overdoses on God, okay? Like, every single fucking person does this shit, okay? They always do this dumb shit. Are you fucking joking? Why? I know why. It's because you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about people doing edgy humor, okay? Unless it's something you can use against your interlocutors. Unless it's something you can use against, like, somebody that you think sucks. Do you ever get sick of people trying to do that shit all the time? Yes, I do, and I yell all the time. That's why when some motherfucker was like, well, Hasan, you're, like, talking shit about a guy who, like, couldn't use his legs for years. I was like, I don't give a fuck, okay? Did the rot seep into his fucking brain? No. Equal opportunity, okay? Equal opportunity flaming. I'm sorry. Get the fuck out of here. You can't just, like, pop off and be like, oh, I wouldn't even fuck you, like, implying that that's the only reason that she has any fucking value whatsoever, and then turn around and be like, oh, wow, wait, hold on. You're making fun of me getting overdosed. I mean, me having an overdose on stream. Like, that's really fucked up. You can't do that. You can't do that. Okay? And I hate motherfuckers that turn around and celebrate it when one side is doing it and fucking lose their minds all of a sudden and become these woke scolds when the other side does it back. Okay? Addiction is a disease. Making fun of it is extremely reprehensible. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut up. I think she popped off with a very aggressive insult. An aggressive insult that actually makes her look bad. Okay? But I don't give a fuck about all of these motherfuckers that say infinitely worse shit on a regular fucking basis, turning around and crying foul. You can't do that, man. I see all the other shit that you write on the timeline. I'm sick and tired of this. It's like every time I go on Reddit, when someone is like, Hasan is the most racist man because he said cracker, and I click on their Reddit profile and they're saying the N-word with a hard R on a post literally not 5 minutes prior to the post that they had. Are you joking? That's crazy. We see what you're doing. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Anyway. I don't think she was making fun of it, really. No, she brought it up in a snarky way to, like, you know, drop it on him. That's why. That's why she did. She fought dirty. You don't think the being genuine about it, being proud of him? No, I don't think. No. Okay? No. Come on, dude. She did the bless your heart technique, okay? She did it in the liberal way.
We're not on this.
Why can't we admit both people are shitty and move on? Because she didn't deserve any of the fucking metric ton of hate that she was getting for signing on the FaZe, okay? It's not even a good brand fit, and she probably shouldn't have done it regardless for the sake of protecting her own brand. You know what I mean? But, like, it's ridiculous that she's getting, like, absolutely ass blasted this way. Anyway, I disagree. It's so warranted. It's like having, it's like saying to a high school bully, I understand you have trouble at home. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. So, there you go. Didn't the FaZe guy say they were intentionally roasting her? I don't know what the fuck was going on, but people were, I saw a lot of this pop off on my timeline, and catastrophic W for Asmongold. Asmongold says Grace was right to swing back at FaZe Rain.
I am proud of you for getting better, but don't come after me for not knowing what a trick shot is, man. Like, we're not on the same plane.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, so this is my perspective on this. Okay? I believe in self-defense. And if he wants to call her mid and then she makes fun of him for almost overdosing on his stream, I think that's totally fine. He shouldn't have said that and made it personal. I'll take the high road. I'll stay on the high road. It's no problem. But if you take the low road, I'll meet you there.
Yeah. You can't. You can't be like you wouldn't survive in the COD lobbies back in my day kind of guy, and then fucking cry foul when someone blasts back at you and shows you in your weakest fucking moment. No, I mean, straight up. Don't fucking dish it out if you can't take it back. What is this fucking snowflake shit?
That's what I think.
So I am.
Anyway, it makes zero sense as to why Rain and Banks are mad at this. They were the two who completely spearheaded the FaZe switch to normie hypebeast shit that's not all about trick shots, so they should be happy. A normie like Grace, somebody who's not all about trick shots, is signed. The only reason they wouldn't be is because she's a normie woman. No, FaZe has signed women as well. Not many, but some. I think that the real reason is because there's two reasons. One, because, you know, yes, of course, she's a woman. That's one reason. The second reason is because they want to use anything and everything they can to shit on the FaZe brand and separate themselves from the FaZe brand. And they basically utilized, you know, typical textbook incel misogyny against her, their newest person who was signed. But yes, you are correct, Never Creative. Like, they are the guys who literally started the we're gamers, but we're more than that brand, okay? We're not like the sweaty fucking gamers. Okay? So, that's it. You had to see this chat switch up as soon as he had that take. Just watch that clip watch chat during the clip. Really?
Getting better, but don't come after me for not
Oof,
knowing
she's
what
an
a trick
asshole,
shot is, man.
Sadge. The fuck she talking about, bro? This script.
Like, we're not on the same plane.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, so this is my perspective on this. Okay? I believe in self-defense. And if he wants to call her mid and then she makes fun of him for almost overdosing on his stream, I think that's totally fine. He shouldn't have said that and made it personal.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love that. Hey, it's good. Chat acting like we're different. Yeah, none of you motherfuckers are different either. She just made fun of Norton's past drug abuse history and Odie because he told her she wasn't a real gamer. That's classic Modern Warfare 2 pregame lobby move. Maybe she is a gamer. Yeah, exactly. That's what I like to call a gamer move, okay? What's that about? Like, what? Women can't fucking be gamers? Women can't do wrong shit, you know? Just saying. She's the insult trick shot. Yeah, she 360 no scoped the fuck out of this dude. Anyway. Why is nobody talking about the fact that FaZe Rain is also Golden Val? No shot. You mean to tell me that this no way. This trick shot legend from 2011 is he's a gold Valorant Andy? That's crazy to me. No, I don't believe that. Anyway. Valorant and Call of Duty are different games. It don't matter. You know, you're fucking shooters shoot, my man. What the fuck? Just watched your Flagrant episode. Was extremely eye-opening. Never agree with the leftist more. Everything you said was extremely reasonable. Thank you, Taste the Paste. Happy to have you here. Me and Gracie about to make a video. They're gonna do the Ginny on Pokemon thing, probably. Anyway. Oh my God, here come the fucking waterworks. Hasan, I appreciate you, but you can't condone this behavior in front of your chat when she's actually lowering herself to this level. She could have not even responded, and there would only be one idiot. She made fun of a possibly traumatic event because he called her ugly. Sir. Dude. I have made fun of veterans the entire day. Whose fucking community are you a part of? I have talked about how I've sucked cop dick so hard that they've died. Okay? Like, what kind of cuck shit is this? My most notable moment is saying America deserved 9/11 and then talking about a veteran's Purple Heart, decorated veteran's Purple Heart fucking injury. What are you saying? What are you saying? Just because you agree with me, okay, doesn't change the reality that I say some fucking unhinged shit on a regular basis, okay? Jesus Christ. Like, what do you mean? Oh, no, she got real gamer-like. Oh, no, like, why? Why are we expecting people to literally always be fucking nice when they're being inundated with a sea of unhinged incel behavior at the top of the motherfucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break? Okay? No. Sometimes you got to fucking fight fire with fire. It's a great opportunity for FaZe Rain to see this and go, you know what? Props. You fucking flame me pretty hard. I respect it. That's some real gamer shit. Okay? You can salvage the situation a little bit. I'm sick and tired of this respectability politics bullshit. Where the fuck is this coming from, man? Bender the Great, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the... You're the guy who said people should get to use kiss yourself cards? Yeah, like, what are you talking about? I've been a long time advocate for kill yourself tokens, where like the amount of times I get to hear it, I get a token for it, and then I can, serve it to others willingly and happily. This motherfucker's like, wow, this is really sad. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Ezra Desentropy, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Geoforio, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. If a woman gets a misogynistic insult by a black guy, should she respond with the N-word? Do you think it's the equivalent? Do you think it's the equivalent? Do you think it's the equivalent? Go ahead. You can talk about someone overdosing, but you can't say the word. Why can't you? Not really, but was wondering. Why are you wondering? Write the word out then if you think it's like the equivalent. You can talk about people ODing all the time. We talk about it all the time. Yeah, this motherfucker got shaken as a baby, dude. Just wondering, just curious. No, you're not, bitch. You thought you were going to come in here with a fucking pop-off reply. Debate pervert. You disgust me. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm not saying she was, doing the righteous thing. She wasn't. She was clapping back. Very aggressive manner. You are so mean to people who are curious, just wondering why. Exactly. It's because the incel weirdos relate to and are more sympathetic towards an overdose more than any woman ever. Yeah. Ridiculous. Hasan really tries to rule over chat like a dictator is so fucking funny. Bro, this is a Twitch chat. If you think that this is like, if you think that blocking or banning fucking unruly weirdos in here is the same as like living under the dictatorship, you really need to go outside more. You know what I mean? Is my community. There are people that do stuff in here that, I don't think is great for what I want to see out of my community. You know what I mean? I didn't even ban any of those guys, by the way. I just like clapped back at them and you think that's dictatorship. I'm validating your existence. Isn't that what you want in your sad, pathetic life? That's why you wrote this in the chat. So that either I or maybe some other chatters could fucking send you some whispers and be like, yo, you're so right, dude. You're so fucking right. He's such a dictator. Come join our Discord server where we talk about how fucking shitty Hasan is all day. Come on. My biggest mistake is that I allow dumbasses like you to write whatever the fuck you want and then treat you like a human being and actually respond to it instead of just like, I don't know, making this chat sub only. Okay? That's the problem. Anyway. Where were we? We're going to do the Matt Healy thing in a second. Hold on. Kaya has been very good. I think she deserves a treat. You make up a great point, chatter. Kaya, good job. She has been worthy of a treat. Anyway. Not so much bargaining without Fiona in sight. Yeah, she might now because she woke up and I gave her a little bit of attention. But there was one other part of this. Austin Ox fucking pointed this out. This is some fucking pick-me shit. I'm sorry. Come on. Woman defends herself from internet dogpile. You are despicable, petty, disgusting human. Man 6 internet dogpile on woman who did nothing but be signed to an org. He's known for this. Sadly, she should have really done her research and expected this. You have to be a very disgusting person to bring up someone's ODing, especially under such petty circumstances. I understand Rain came for her. Sadly, he's known for this. She should be aware of this, especially since you're signed with FaZe. I'm not defending him, but going at someone for their appearance / lack of gaming knowledge is not going for someone's near-death experience / addiction. Like, bro, you're a woman in the fucking field. What are you talking about? You think, like, doing this pick-me shit is going to make this space a little bit better for you? Weirdo. Come on, dude. I can't believe she did this. She had it coming because she, like, signed to FaZe argument. That's weird, dude. She was in FaZe. I should be aware of the sexual harassment and internet dogpile that I will receive signing to FaZe. Can we get some W feminisms in the chat? She's FaZe pearl clutching. Anyway. Do you think that being on the internet so much is what makes you so aggro? Or in your opinion, is it normal? No, I think the internet certainly plays a role in this. So yeah, that was the FaZe drama. Please don't read my last comment, Hasan. You're actually extremely helpful to a lot of chatters, and a lot of people genuinely appreciate what you do. Fuck every other gray name except for me. Aw, thanks, man. He's Turkish, lol. Wait, really? No fucking way. That motherfucker Turkish? FaZe Rain? I would believe it. FaZe Clan, for all of its fucking faults, is like a very they're a very diverse organization. It's kind of funny like to think about, but they are low-key a very diverse organization. Not a lot of women in it, but FaZe performing like the Lyra. Stop. Anyway. FaZe dick ride over here. Many are asking, who is Matty Healy? From the New Yorker article, because Matty Healy went on the Adam Friedland show and first his stands, and then the Taylor Swift fans came after him for unhinged shit that he said, which, by the way, he should join FaZe. You're right. That would be perfect. Perfect fit. Matty Healy has addressed the podcast controversy, says, I'm going to do his voice here. Actually, doesn't matter, and that you're a bit mental if you're hurt by it. Nobody's sitting here at night, slumped at their computer, and their boyfriend comes over and goes, "What's wrong, darling?" And they go, "It's just this thing with Matt Healy." That doesn't happen. If it does, you're either deluded or you are, sorry, a liar. You're either lying that you're hurt or you're a bit mental for being hurt. True. I do agree with that, except he's wrong. People do say that, from what I understand. There are hella chatters in here that have brought up the fact that their girlfriends have brought this Matty Healy drama up. Maybe not on those terms. Like, maybe they're not like, I'm so devastated by this. Are we talking about your close, personal, genuine friend, Matthew H.M. Healy? Yes. Bruh, I don't know why this saga has lasted this damn long. Did I not tell you a couple days ago exactly why this was going to be in the news cycle for as long as it was going to remain in the news cycle? I told you, because it's low stakes, okay? Everybody, this is the only thing that stays in the news cycle. There's 3 categories I gave you, okay? Gender wars, racial wars, okay? That are played on the boundaries, not of like real structural change, but instead of like, this guy said something, that lady said something, I don't like it, or the, you know, the bike Karen situation, things of that nature. Okay? Whoa, Anne. Can you take her? Can you take her outside? She's gonna get really excited now that you guys are over here picking up Fiona. Hi, Sammy. Yeah. Let my Islamophobic king live, please. Thank you, Frogan. The ultimate stan has spoken, okay? This is why you shouldn't go into white women business. What was the third one? I forgot. Anyway, my point is this. This is irrelevant to the grand scheme of things. Like, it doesn't matter. And that's precisely the point. That's the reason why everybody talks about it endlessly, okay? That's it. Noel Gallagher responds to the 1975's Matt Healy saying Oasis needs to grow up and reunite. Oh, that fucking slack-jawed fuckwit. What do you say? He needs to go over, out, shit his bandies and split up. Wait, is he also British? I don't know. I don't know anything about music. Fuck. That's pretty funny. Is he British? Okay, good. That's pretty funny. It's from Manchester. Nice. So, 50 scare me. I had to try to not make fun of my little sister because she cried over a Taylor Swift concert ticket situation to me. What the fuck? What is this? Problematic Maddie C. Hello?
Sorry about shit that I've said. I've never meant to hurt anybody. Sorry if I've offended you and like Ice Spice. I'm sorry. I wasn't. It's not because I'm annoyed that me joking got misconstrued. It's because I don't want Ice Spice to think that I'm a dick. I love you, Ice Spice. I'm so sorry. But I don't want anything I get misconstrued to be mean. Like, I'm not.
He didn't even say it. It was fucking Nick that said it. He was just like, listen, the thing that he did that is like actually cringe is he's, as a cumboy, he wanted to impress his best friend, Nick Mullen, okay? And his best friend, Adam Friedland, but mostly his best friend, Nick Mullen. That is why that's the most cringe shit he did. That was the problem. He sat there and he fucking wanted to impress them, and he wanted to impress them by being as unhinged as possible, okay? And many of you motherfuckers would behave in the same way. So this is a good moment for you. This is a good wake-up call, okay? This is a good fucking wake-up call for a lot of you motherfuckers. You're not besties with Nick Mullen. And also, that's how you come across when you say shit like that to the normal public.
I don't mind being like a bit of a joker, and there's so many people here that are like, what the fuck is this part of the show? Does he do this all the time?
Hometown really got y'all defending a mid-ass white British guy? I'm not defending Matty Healy, who is my best friend, who I love his music, especially the way that he has changed my life. I'm a music enjoyer, everybody knows. I am a music enjoyer. I've read in the newspaper that I'm not a music enjoyer. Those are lies. I am a music enjoyer.
I know that you know that I do, but like, I don't want to be, it's okay for me to be like a trickster or whatever, but I don't want to be perceived as like kind of mean-hearted, because honestly, I just love you guys and I love doing this, and you know. So the truth is, I've been coming out on stage and I do all this kind of stuff, and it's all a bit of a put on, because the truth is, I just want to say like, hello, this is a bit embarrassing. I'm sorry if I get it wrong. We all get it wrong, you know, like, and I just have to do it in public, and then
people have been calling this man a neo-Nazi. Dude, it's so fun. That part is really funny. Okay, that part is really funny. I don't care. It's just like that. I'm sorry. That's fucking hilarious. Okay. No, they were like, it's funny. It's so good. It's so good. No, they've been saying everything. No, he's everything. Why are you laughing? He's literally Hitler? Yeah, I know. He's a bad
apologize
guy.
to Ice Spice, and my life's just a bit weird. But I am genuinely sorry if I upset her, because I fucking love her.
Bro, you always go easy on your famous friends, but attack everyone else? Yeah, famously. 24-month subscriber, which means that he has probably been in here for at least 11 drama cycles of me straight up ripping a new asshole to my famous friends. Not fucking Matty Healy, who I don't know, by the way, but like actual people that I know. At least 8 drama cycles where I have fucking laid in to multiple famous people in this space and have gotten fucking absolutely obliterated by their fandom non-stop. At least 8 of those drama cycles he's been in here for, and yet here he is doing it again, over and over and over again. 5 of those were X? Yeah, probably. Radlibs, of course, want you to go hard on their random weekly person they hate. Exactly. Andrew Tate, Nicki Minaj, Aiden Ross, Misgive, XQC, Kai, Moist Critical, Trainwrecks. Yes. Anyway. Have you talked about any of the Roger Waters stuff yet? No, because it's fucking insane. People need to literally shut the fuck up. Actually, like, the Roger Waters shit is so psychotic, dude. I don't even want to give it any fucking attention. People are mad about Roger Waters doing the same fucking bit that he has done for like 30 goddamn years, where he's supposed to be like a hallucinating fascist, okay? where he's depicting like a hallucinating fascist. Yes, Pink Floyd on his The Wall, Pink Floyd The Wall performance. And like people decided like this is the most anti-Semitic thing one can do. Why did they decide it? Because Roger Waters also is a very famous advocate for Palestinian liberation. That's the main reason why they're doing this. Make no fucking mistake. That is literally why they're like, oh, he's so anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up, dude. I mean, fuck. Yeah, he's pro-trans rights. He's woke as fuck. He's literally an advocate for Palestinians. That's precisely the reason why these motherfuckers are like cynically being like, oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe what he's doing. He's being canceled with the right and libs are just taking the bait. I just don't care. You're impressing me with your Pink Floyd knowledge. Make no mistake. I do not know music, okay? I only know Roger Waters because he's like, you know, he's very outspoken. Literally from the same show. Yeah. Can't have occupation and human rights. That's the real reason why they want to fucking cancel him. Let's be real. Didn't he do this in Germany? Yes, he did. He did it everywhere. He's done it in America. He's done it in the UK. He's done it everywhere. And you got like fucking dumbass cucks in the Labor Party being like, oh, we need to do something about this Roger Waters. Like, fuck you. Fucking piece of shit. German news are disgusting about this. It's crazy. Germany's so cooked to Israel. I've actually seen something very interesting. I forget what it was. It's not that like, it's not necessarily that they are like Germans and German culture is like always over the top. It's not that they're like over the top capitulating to the needs of Zionists or anything like that. It's more so that like it's a good fuck, who was it? Was it Noah Colvin who said this? I don't remember. Anyway, they basically someone on the timeline saying someone on the timeline was saying that it's a deflection. It's like now they're like, hey, we found someone else that we can shift the blame over to. It's the Palestinians, like they're the bad guys. Like, don't forget what we did, please. Don't think about that. It's more so a culture of disdain and a culture of deflection rather than like genuine recognition and trying to right the wrongs. Is it hell's Bolsonaro? Oh, ew, I quoted a fucking 23-year-old. That's lame of me. Anyway, it might have been how's Bolsonaro. Anyway. It's like when conservatives found out what machine Rage Against the Machine was raging about. Yeah. Some anti-German leftists tried to load the idea of the Holocaust to the Palestinians and blame them. It's fucking wild here. Yeah. Yeah, that anti-German leftist, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has literally done that. Benjamin Netanyahu is famously engaged in Holocaust revisionism and was like called out by a bunch of Israeli scholars back in the day for saying Hitler didn't want to kill the Jews. He got that idea from the Palestinian mufti at the time, which is the most psychotic thing because like, no, he definitely wanted to kill the Jews, man. Like that's like he wrote about it a lot. He talked about it a lot and he fucking wrote about it a lot. So it's a weird thing to try and like do historical revisionism on. Anyway, Hasan's friend Matty Healy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anyway. Before Hitler, Europe was famously super cool with Jews. Yeah. You know who was actually super cool with Jews? The Ottoman Empire. Not a big deal, but that is the case. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to point that out. That is a historical fact for all of you to know and take home with you, okay? Don't say lies, you bitch. That's literally not a lie. That's actually... You're so dumb. It's literally fucking true, asshole. It's actually true. That's so crazy. Why do you think I would fucking lie about that? What about jizya? Oh, wow. Jizya, attacks for not being Muslim. Pogroms. Let me think real quick. I wonder what's preferable in the time of like empire. Wow. Here, this is what I'm referencing though. They where the fuck was it? During one of the pogroms, I think it was Spain, where a group of Jews, like a large population of Jews, were escaping the Inquisition, and the Ottoman Empire offered them safe harbor. More than what fucking the United States of America did leading up to World War II, by the way. Suck my cock, bitch. There it is. Throughout its history, the Ottoman Empire was a place where Jews could live without fear of persecution, a comfort denied to them in most of Europe in the 19th century. So yeah. Is there still a big Jewish population? There is a Jewish population. I wouldn't say it's big, but there is like a sizable Jewish population. Anyway. Yes, the literal Reconquista Sephardic Jews escaped Andalusia to the Ottoman Empire. Anyway. Ottoman Empire actually has a ton of W's in history compared to any other empire. Their big problem was not modernizing and getting fucked in World War I. Yes. Well, there was also some other things that they did in World War I that were big no-nos, I think. But yeah, other than that, you know, they, in comparison to empires of the time, they were decent, you know. They became the old man of Europe. No, the term is sick man of Europe. But you're right. I mean, I guess that works as well. I thought that Netanyahu quote was when he was studying. No, that's like from 2012. Prime Minister tells World Zionist Congress that Hitler only wanted to expel the Jews, but Jerusalem's Grand Mufti convinced him to exterminate them, a claim that was rejected by most accepted Holocaust scholars. Yeah, that's what Netanyahu did on a list of crimes. Okay, the worst one being that he is from Philadelphia. Israel let a man from Philadelphia lead the nation over and over again. Okay, there is no bigger L than that. That is the singular largest fucking L on a very long list of crimes that Netanyahu is personally responsible for. Oh, Jesus. Is Netanyahu actually from Philadelphia? Yes. Benjamin Netanyahu is actually from Philadelphia. That is 100% true. Just look it up. Anytime I say something, just you can Google it yourself. Okay, I'm sick and tired of Googling every goddamn thing I say. When everyone in the chat's like, no fucking way, Hasan. I know you've been right on like literally 900 other random factoids that you briefly mentioned throughout the broadcast over the course of 8 fucking hours, but this one is a bridge too far. Okay, this one is a bridge too far, sir. I don't believe you, even though you probably have lost some of your most formative memories as a consequence of knowing these random dumb things, okay? But I'm still gonna not believe you instead of keep digging your own graves as Adele's #1 fan. He's gross. So yeah, this is from the article, Who is Matt Healy? Okay. Addressing what he has said. He sang the song's refrain, I'm sorry if you're living in your 17, when Healy and his 3 bandmates were that age. They've been in a band and best friends for 20 years. They were mostly concerned with shows, records, parties, and girls. And they believed earnestly in the power of art to free themselves and change the world. Now, as Healy sees things, the average 17-year-old is worried about melting ice caps or the failures of capitalism or how easy it is to say the wrong thing. The future holds little imagined promise, and to cope, teens are indulging in reactionary conservatism or the oppression Olympics, the world and their identities distorted by social media. Healy is something of a test case for the digital panopticon and its reaction cycles. I like that the future holds little imagined promise, and to cope, the teens are indulging in reactionary conservatism or the oppression Olympics. Are you a reactionary conservative? Who the fuck says that? Like, you can do enlightened centrism, okay? But, like, this is the dumbest way to do it. Like, no, just say that, like, misguided teenagers have incredibly black and white, rid of nuance perspectives on social justice, which they enact through an incredibly narcissistic lens on issues that are completely irrelevant, okay? Because they don't have any fucking power. That's it. That's where it comes from. This is the New Yorker. Why are you doing an accent? Because it's Matty Healy, who's British. Yeah, they use already existing lanes, path of least resistance. Exactly. Healy is something of a test case for the digital panopticon and its reaction cycles. Though he was always run his mouth, he long seemed dedicated to saying the right thing, eventually, and getting praise for it. He sometimes ceded his position to the voices of women. The band's last album, Notes from a Conditional Form from 2020, opens with a monologue about the climate crisis delivered by Greta Thunberg. When the 1975 won the British equivalent of a Grammy, Healy, in an acceptance speech, read a snippet of an essay by the writer Laura Snipes about misogyny in music. Fans asked him to take a stand on other things, Israel and Palestine, police abolition, but his politics, by his own estimation, are not particularly radical, and he was not the voice for activism that some wanted him to be. In May 2020, after the murder of George Floyd, he tweeted, "If you truly believe that all lives matter, you need to stop facilitating the end of black ones," and appended a link to the 1975's most anthemic song, Love It If We've Made It, which begins, "We're fucking in a car, shooting heroin, saying controversial things for the hell of it, selling melanin, then suffocate the black man, start with misdemeanors, and we'll make a business out of them." It was, to Healy, the clearest way to articulate his thoughts about racial injustice and police brutality. But people perceived it as a callous attempt to promote the band. Very nice. He deactivated his Twitter account and began the slow heel turn that has brought him to the current persona. A post-woke rock star switching unpredictably between tenderness and trollishness. He stayed on Instagram, where he constantly made fun of both himself and the fans who seemed obsessed with his morality. He likened his music to a YouTube video titled, Sound Effect, Grown Man Crying Like a Little Baby. When a fan messaged him to ask why he followed the Kenosha shooter Kyle Rittenhouse and the self-declared misogynist Andrew Tate on the platform, he posted the message along with a reply, "We are starting a band." On tour, he began kissing fans on stage, and these moments kept going viral. He sucked a girl's thumb. He kissed a boy. He kissed Ross McDonald, the band's bassist. In the middle of one show, he laid back on a couch on stage as a tattoo artist inked the words, "I'm a man," on his torso. In sarcastic font, of course, which implies he was making fun of the concept of gender in and of itself. But of course, as is the case with Matty Healy, it seems that he left a lot up to interpretation. A mistake that he would never recover from when he went on the podcast, The Adam Friedland Show. He inspired articles about the resurgence of the sleazeball and the appeal of the sensitive dirtbag. He sang like a louche Elvis and played a lipstick red guitar. If you do a show that's about the duality of your life, is it still method acting? He asked between songs at the O2. The house lights came on and white-coated technicians touched up the band members' clothes and faces. A tech slammed the clapboard and they resumed their positions, concluding the meta intrusion. The band resumed playing against the house in the suburbs backdrop. The crowd sang along blissfully to a bouncy song. I don't care about all this. I don't care. I do not care. He's Marilyn Manson for Zoomers? Okay, I wouldn't go that far. No. I would not go that far. It's like, I don't think Marilyn Manson gives a fuck about like any of these issues. He's also not a good guy, like at all. I don't know why everyone constantly has to be like, dude, no, you don't understand. He's just like this person. No, he could just be he could be fucking cringe, okay? And he is. That's the crime, is that he's cringe. Not a fucking rapist, okay? Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? Everybody calm down. This is what I mean. Like, you can't, like, people can be cringe. People can be edgy. People can say racist things and not be Adolf Hitler, okay? This does not mean that it's okay that they did that. This does not mean that it's like fine. This doesn't mean anything, okay? But like a lot of times people just like calculate all of the fucking worst things that someone has done, things that have, and then pack it up to the fucking gills of like, pack it up to the fucking gills with like idiotic shit like, oh, he must like Kyle Rittenhouse, like he must like Andrew Tate. You know what I mean? It's not. Like, I follow all these fucking weirdos too. That doesn't mean anything about my like actual political perspective. Okay? I don't think he's like a fan of Andrew Tate. Okay? I don't think he's a fan of Andrew Tate at all. You're missing the forest for the trees when you hyper focus on like the types of shit that people say. Matty is just pretentious and ignorant. He's not an inherently bad guy. You can tell he cares, bro. Also, he's been chronically online for a decade. He's edgy and gonna say controversial things. Shut the fuck up. Follow policing is one of the most pathetic things I've ever encountered. Yeah, people try to do that to me too as well. But the point is, just let him be raised in peace, sarcasm. No, not at all. Not at all. But you have to, cannot wait for the engagement or permanency. The fandom burning down will be peak content. I agree. I agree. But like the way he conducts himself, I almost see a lot of myself in, I'm not going to lie, where like I'm also very stubborn and can be fucking cringe. And when people like come at me and say, you're following this person, I'll be like, yeah, because I love them. Now, the difference is I'm a political commentator who speaks for 10 fucking hours every day. So you have to be literally the dumbest moron to like not understand what my actual personal politics are. Whereas if you're like some fucking teen heartthrob guy who doesn't openly state what their perspective is, and you leave it up to people to interpret, then yeah, of course they're gonna fucking think you're like literally the most insane, edgy, racist person on the fucking planet. That's it. Okay? Yeah, my sarcastic shit gets clipped out of context all the time. Okay? It does. Like, there are still a not insignificant group of people that literally say, I am a transphobe, okay? Like, that's all you need to know about how fucking insane people are, okay? Dude, you barely do 10? Okay, 8 hours a day. Oh my God, shut up. So you can't really do that if you are like you can't have the confidence of someone who is literally fucking talking about politics for a goddamn living when you are like addressing your political perspective to an audience of impressionable teens who are going to see the worst of whatever they want to see. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. That's what a lot of this comes from. And there are truly parts of like what he was getting quote unquote canceled for that is like actually really fucking cringe and racist. Okay. But the same, I'll use an analogy that I use. You can make a surgery look fucking disgusting if you describe it in the most brutal terms. Okay. And the same goes for the way people are. People are complex. Okay? Like the I'm a man tattoo can go either way. If he's transphobic, he's actually saying like, I'm actually a man. But at least you know he's like one of these fucking new age pan dudes, okay? So you know like when he tattoos that on his chest, like he's actually saying, I'm a man, like with a sarcastic fucking font. Does that make sense? It's like a perfect example. Yeah, I mean, he's alt as fuck. Exactly. So if you think like he's a horrifying monster, then you're going to look at that and go and read it in the least charitable way possible. There's the two of you is that you have hours of pro-trans content online. He doesn't. Exactly. That's my point. And I don't even fucking know. I'm speculating on a lot of this shit because I don't fucking know him. I'm not, contrary to the opinion in some of the most unhinged motherfuckers in the chat. Like I did not know who this person was until literally a month ago. Fake friend. Anyway, it's the last rock and roll show in town, Healy said after Swift had left and the band had returned for a second half. A set of his hits, blah, blah, blah. By 4 p.m., the band was back at the O2 soundchecking without him. The word backstage was Swift had stayed until 3:30 a.m. the night before. Okay, this is a lot of, like, intrigue. That I don't give a shit about. In the British press, Healy is sometimes positioned as a stylish warrior, his evil twin. The bands became popular around the same time. Both men are straight-leaning, but like Mick Jagger and David Bowie before them, enjoy reveling in sexual ambiguity. Healy said the band had asked Styles to come. He gave us a hard no, he added, laughing. He's afraid that he would have to say something. Healy found it annoying that at a certain level of fame, celebrities can cultivate liberal auras while avoiding the risk of taking real political stands. Swift, I thought, but didn't say, seemed to be accepted from this critique. He headed to the green room where a mellow family vibe prevailed. Like, oh my God, I love the accent. Thank you. Yeah, like everything I've read so far, other than like the fucking edgy and sometimes racist fucking shit that he has said, like as far as his own political, as far as his own personal politics fucking goes, it's always like you know, defending the Labour Party, defending Jeremy Corbyn, shit like that. You know what I mean? Unless he's defending Jeremy Corbyn because he's an anti-Semite. Dun dun dun. Wait, what? It has been alleged online that Healy's actually secretly 5 feet 5 inches tall. In truth, he looks short on stage only because Daniel and MacDonald are both 6'4". Healy says he's 5'11". I'd guess 5'10". Adam Hann, the guitarist, was also backstage with his wife Carly. The two have a 1-year-old son. They'd woken up at home just a few hours before Swift left the O2. Healy had skipped his make-out routine during the previous night's show. I'm not kissing anybody in front of Taylor Swift. Have some respect. He'd said, on night 2, the fans reached for him with grasping fingers and tormented faces, a tangled mass of limbs like a scene out of Hieronymus Bosch. Healy kissed one, then his face was grabbed by 2 others. He did his push-up and crawled through the TV. He told the crowd that Swift wasn't coming and that instead they could expect 5 extra minutes of his thoughts on industrial action. The night before, he'd given a shout-out to striking railway workers. He also talked about how the right was better than the left at offering anxious young men a path for their floundering masculinity. All I can tell is that I'm a bloke, I'm confused, and I'm definitely on the left. A roar of approval cut him off. Shut up, he said, dismissing the reflexive praise. What the fuck? This dude is based? Like, the point is, I don't think a dude who's like legitimately interested in being like a fucking edgy reactionary right-wing weirdo would go out his way to like promote things that are unpopular. You know what I mean? Like, these are things that are not necessarily super popular concepts, industrial action being one of them, especially when you're a rich guy. You know what I mean? Ah, yes. The 2 political opinions, based and canceled. That's one of my favorite chats of all time. What the fuck? That's so good. That's perfect. That's actually perfect. Oh, Jesus Christ. Great chatter. Where were we? He was carefully dressed. He ordered orange juice and a steak. Steak, I asked again. Healy explained that he was from circus stock and needed to eat a lot of protein to keep muscle on. My grandparents are from the circus, like Irish travelling circus on both sides. I come from this really sinewy line of contortionists. Truman Show, Newsy Flush, blah, blah, blah. There's like so much in this fucking article. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. A month later. Oh, is this the beginning? Oh no, here it is. Healy went on a podcast called The Adam Friedland Show. Friedland, whom Healy had befriended in the past couple of years, used to host a podcast Comtown, a title that reflects the Borat-esque level of seriousness that he and his co-host generally brought to the table. Friedland is part of a downtown New York scene referred to as Dime Square, which during the pandemic became widely known for an ostensibly transgressive rejection of liberal pieties and a reactionary brand of post-left politics, particularly associated with another podcast, Red Scare. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. The worst association for Comtown, in my opinion, or the Adam Friedland Show. Healy sometimes has been spotted wearing a Red Scare hat. He told me that he became a fan in part because he was attracted to the differences in opinion and also to one of the hosts whom he described as really sexy. On the Adam Friedland show, Healy and the host roamed more or less randomly around the cultural landscape, cracking jokes. One of the hosts asked if the rapper Ice Spice, who is of Nigerian and Dominican descent, was an Inuit Spice Girl, and the group did crude approximations of an Inuit accent, veering from vaguely Chinese to quasi-Hawaiian. I love the serious way to describe, like, the serious way to fucking describe a Adam Friedland show bit. Okay. Later, he laughed as the host did impressions of hypothetical Japanese guards at the German concentration camps. He joked about watching the brutal porn channel Ghetto Gaggers. After the episode went up, outrage headlines and furious tweets, Matty Healy, how are you getting on stage every night, and mocking toxic masculinity, and then going on a podcast and undoing the whole thing by being wildly ignorant, misogynistic, homophobic, racist, everything else under the sun, predictably ensued. Healy had reached a level of fame that makes celebrities start speaking like politicians, even as he was still skinning his psyche for his performances. Aside from the podcast controversy, he was getting slammed for doing a Nazi salute on stage, a gesture he made, rather crucially, while singing a litany of horrors in Love It If We Made It, including a line that quotes Donald Trump's praise of Kanye West. He didn't apologize or comment on the uproar, but he did seem more outwardly subdued afterward. When the band came to New York to perform on Saturday Night Live, he played it straight, crooning in an unbuttoned tux. We met for lunch again downtown at Balthazar a couple days later. He was wearing another white shirt, but open to the chest this time, his tattoos showing. I asked him about the podcast. He'd been doing so much promo, he told me, that he wanted to do something that felt more like simply talking with his friends. But of course, he had done this all in public, on mic. Had he baited his fans on purpose? A little bit, he said, but it doesn't actually matter. Nobody's sitting there at night, slumped at their computer, and their boyfriend comes over and goes, "What's wrong, darling?" And they go, "It's just this thing with Matty Healy. That doesn't happen." "Maybe it does," I said. "If it does," he said, "you're either deluded or you're a liar. You're either lying that you're hurt or you're a bit mental for being hurt. It's just people going, oh, there's a bad thing over there. Let me get as close to it as possible so you can see how good I am." Kind of true. I mean, low-key, he kind of popped off on this part, okay? Which is weird because, like, this is a deviation away from the cringe antics of a man who wanted to appear as funny and as edgy as his comedian friends on the podcast, The Adam Friedland Show. Okay? And I kind of want them to do that because they've demonstrated something so base level. The night before, he'd hung out with the indie filmmaker Kaveh Zahedi, who has cannibalized his relationships for his art. In his first film, Zahedi tries, unsuccessfully, to make his estranged father and brother take ecstasy with him on camera. Most famous movie is an autobiographical comedy called I Am a Sex Addict. Not long before our lunch, Healy on Instagram had uploaded a short film he'd made in which he plays his real self, first watching porn in a hotel room, then practicing being friendly, natural, and lovely with selfie-requesting fans. "You want to take it, or you want me to take it?" Healy asks before tilting his head to the rest of the head of an imaginary girl. Then we see him walking around New York and watch actual fans stop him and ask for selfies. "You want to take it, or you want me to take it?" he asks. Healy said that he admires Zahedi, but he's wary of heading further in that direction. Okay, first of all, my selfie voice is better than that. Let's do it. I mean, come on. As a classic. As a staple. Fucking staple. Like, I think the whole exaggeration of my shit throughout the past year and a half, maybe it proves there's something oppositional happening, that I'm getting something out of my system, he told me. Because the truth is, really quite anxious. We're all anxious, but at the moment, I'm really anxious. It had something to do, he suggested, with his desire to be stoic, because stoic means masculine, and this doesn't come from having an oppressive father who doesn't communicate, he added. His dad, he said, was soft and open. The one who passed on his belief in art as a vessel for radical truth. His mom was the gobby one, mouthy and intense. She's still on TV every day on a talk show called Loose Women, a rough analogue of The View. She also has a podcast called Denise Welsh's Juicy Crack. Crack in the UK is slang for gossip. Healy touched his I'm a Man tattoo on his ribcage. This whole thing, it comes from something real, he said. I'm always sort of, he mimed shadow boxing, nervously pumping himself up. And this is all just a mental thing to be doing. All right. That's it. This article is the longest article of all time. Puff Piece Woo. Yeah. He's like a Disco Elysium character. I skipped so much of it. And even then it was like I was just trying to see what his like analysis of the situation was. And how he was going to respond to it. And yeah, it seems not a puff piece exactly. No, it's one of those things where if you're in the news and they write an article or they get insider access to you, it's not always a given that it's going to be a puff piece. They'll put your side on it, but they will certainly, season it with their own personal perspectives a little bit. This one was definitely favorable to him. Also, how good was my accent though? Like low key, high key. He's swept up in the biggest PR team in the country. Expect more exhilarating articles like this. Yeah, Taylor Swift will fucking definitely turn him into the wokest of scholars, okay? It was a bit much for me with the headphones. I had to take them off. Sorry. I saw Taylor last night. She could do whatever she wants. Best concert of my life. Isn't Taylor a 4chan user? Or is that a meme? No, dude. I think she's like a very cookie cutter white lady. What? No, that was like a 4chan meme. No, that's Doja. True. Careful? Wait, what do you mean? I'm not saying that as like a bad thing. She's just like a normie. No, it actually isn't a meme. She actually was a 4chaner. Yeah, totally. Author of the article probably gave him her PR person. She's the one who had to be like, oops, sorry for publicly and proudly defending my parents' charges of human trafficking and debt slavery in the form of a personal essay in the Times. Yeah, that's true. You want Celtics or the Heat to win? Dude, I don't want people to get mad at me for this, but I never want the Celtics to win, okay? I know they're coming. I know it's a big comeback. But I just don't want Celtics to ever win. Also, come on, man. I literally lived in fucking Miami. Like, that's the first place I ever lived in. More anti-white racism? Yeah. Don't get mad at me, okay? But at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. But also, like I said, I fucking lived in Miami. Like, that's, you know. I live in LA. I lived in Miami. These are currently both of these areas are guiding my perception of the Celtics. I will throw away my convictions.
Is that the vehicle is at least partially disabled. It's not going to come to a stop on its own here,
It's
at least
over.
not yet. We've seen vehicles, especially a vehicle like this.
There you go. Dude, crime has been on the downturn lately. Like, I don't think these crime videos pop off as much. Like, I don't think the crime that they're committing in Los Angeles lately is that good. They got to go back to better crimes.
What is mostly a residential neighborhood. You mentioned that this is causing a commotion in this area. Not something we like to see because that starts to look at
It's
this
not the same.
pit maneuver. The one thing that the spike strips do is when you lose those front tires, you put yourself in a position where it's much easier to execute a textbook pit here, especially for these well-trained sheriff's deputies who are continuing this pursuit. If they see an opportunity, he's going to have to pick up a little bit of speed. You know, it's possible to go too slow for a pit maneuver as well, and he's going a little bit too slow for an effective pit maneuver. They're going to pull up right behind him here. He's coming to a pause and continuing once again up the LA River, and again, we've been here before. He is just kind of making these circles up as he goes along up the LA River, and attracting attention in these residential neighborhoods is really a recipe for disaster because you start to see people want to get involved. They're tracking it on ABC7.
Dude, that thing is busted,
and they want
dog.
to get a picture of it, maybe post it for social media, and it just becomes a messier situation for law enforcement. Right now, he's back in that industrial section right along the LA River. You can see the bike path there just to the left of him. He's coming northbound on the west side of the river.
Hey, yo! He hit him with the fucking... He hit him with the nope.
Think of where he could run and hide.
The old stop and go, baby.
Is not even aware
Undefeated.
of so black and white patrol cars right behind him. So he's not going to get very far, but he's sure giving it a go.
He certainly has found an area to just drive, you know, in a straight line, because anybody who's had a flat tire, especially in the front, you cannot really turn the wheels of these cars. So to see that he's trying to just keep going straight and the police are patiently going along with them, it seems this could last quite some time.
That is not a four-door that drives like a two-door. That's a four-door that drives like a no-door.
An industrial road here that parallels the river, which turns away from the freeway. So he's getting, as he makes the turn there, you see the bend in that road? That's going to turn him away from the 710 freeway, unless he thinks that he's going to...
Whoa, what the fuck?
Maybe drive into the river? Is he going to drive into the river?
What the fuck's he doing?
Over the bike trail.
Yo!
Right, that is the riverbed right there. So he potentially could take this into the river, quite frankly. He's now on a bike trail. He's now out of the driver's seat, and the hands are up. Okay,
he's done.
Decided to just give up. Thankfully, the best move here was to surrender. That could have been a disaster. Obviously, lots of people on holiday on that bike path. That parallels
It's
the
over.
river.
It's Joe.
Unfortunately,
That
this
was
has
like
come to a
that was one
relatively
pathetic ass
peaceful
river, and it was one
Put
pathetic
your
ass
hand in there,
chase,
Josh.
bro.
We'll go ahead and zoom in tight. You can see them now taking that suspect who has been subdued into custody. 3 officers placing him into handcuffs, and now he will be off to Men's Central Jail, guys.
That clearly was not his intention to give up, but I think he jumped out quickly, and then he saw them so close to him, he realized there's no way he's going to get away, which was a good choice that he did finally give up, and now they have him into custody. And this is happening, as you said, in a very isolated area where it's not disturbing a whole lot of people or blocking an intersection, and there are not a lot of bystanders in the way. So that's good news.
Yeah, about as safe of a resolution as we could have hoped for. Thankfully, we did not see anybody get hurt in this pursuit. There were no collisions that we are aware of. Maybe some minor damage to public property here, but that's about it. He'll be taken off to jail. We believe that the cohort, the other driver who was in that driver's seat, has also been taken into custody. So looks like they've got their guys, and this pursuit has come to an end.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it was a very interesting one to watch, but we're glad it came to a peaceful and safe ending. Chris, thank you very much. We'll be checking back in with you later on during this newscast if there's any more breaking news. But for now, we're going to head back over to Danny Romero. Danny, we interrupt your segment to go to the breaking news. So again, you're watching the Meg Ray kind of.
That was it, dude. That was over. This is the shortest fucking crime of all time. We want to defund the police is for content's sake. Yes. Let my man retry. What is this? South Korea is a cyberpunk dystopia. I kind of want to.
I've always found it odd how the cyberpunk genre seemed to have a strange obsession with Japan. All across these movies, you'll find Japanese text, culture, and characters. But this actually makes sense.
Cool as fuck.
These movies date back to the 1980s, a time period where the rise and growth of Japan was crazy. Japan was undergoing an economic miracle. In a 40-year time span, Japan had gone from a small agricultural country to becoming the world's third largest economy. Japan was beating the US in tech, cars, and even video games. Japan's eventual surpassment of the US seemed inevitable. But of course, as we know, this didn't happen. The Japanese bubble burst, and Japan stagnated. And yet, you still continue to see Japanese influence in cyberpunk. But there's a country which I think fits the cyberpunk motif even better: Korea. It's always been a staple of cyberpunk media to feature massive, domineering corporations. Blade Runner has the Tyrell Corporation, Ready Player One has IOI, and Korea has Samsung. It's hard to overstate the impact that Samsung has on Korean society. Many think of Samsung as simply a technology company, but it is actually an incredibly diverse mega corporation. The Samsung Group has over 80 subsidiaries, the largest being Samsung Electronics, which makes everything you think of when you imagine Samsung. But there are of course a number of others, such as Samsung SDI, which is an energy company, Samsung SDS, which offers IT and consulting services, Samsung C&T, which is a construction company, Samsung Sports, which owns a variety of sports teams, Samsung Fire and Marine Insurance, which, you guessed it, offers fire and marine insurance, Samsung Heavy Industries, which is the world's second largest shipbuilder, and Samsung Life Insurance, which is not shady whatsoever. These subsidiaries of the Samsung Group make up roughly 20% of the Korean economy, which is absolutely absurd. This level of dominance over the country lacks any real comparison. It should come as no surprise that Samsung is also Korea's largest employer, employing 100,000.
Bro, this song makes me go fucking hard for Samsung. Like right now, I'm like, fuck yeah, pop off, Samsung. Keep killing it, dude. It's like if the intention is to make Samsung look bad, I have already caved. That's how easily manipulated I am by sounds, okay? Like, I'm literally like, yeah, Chaeballs, let's fucking go. I love this monopoly.
1,000 people across the country. Even the United States' largest employer, Walmart, makes up only 2.5% of the economy.
Yeah, fuck you, Walmart.
The level of control
fucking
Samsung
bitch-ass
has over
Walmart,
Korea
dude.
is
Samsung's
insane.
killing it.
Just looking at it at a cultural level. If you were to ask a Korean primary schooler what they wanted to do when they grew up, more often than not, they'd say work at Samsung. Kids in Korea have it drilled into their brains that getting a job at Samsung is their key to a better and more prestigious life. This isn't an easy task, however. Children, even from an incredibly early age, know that if they want to work at Samsung, they'll have to do it very well in school and get into a prestigious university. Korean society places an incredible significance on education. School days are 11 hours of lecture-based instruction in a variety of subjects.
Wait, 11? No, what? 11? Yo, no wonder it's the fucking most, like, the highest rate of suicide out of any fucking country on the planet, dog. What the fuck? I feel like we'll watch a video about Korea and Samsung at some point. Yes. What he's saying about Chaeballs, what he's saying about Samsung, what he's saying about, like children dedicating their entire lives to, like, learning and getting into these like entry exams so they can like be a part of the Samsung family is true. Korea highest suicide, not Japan. Yes, bro. America's suicide rate, I think, is like comparable, if not higher than Japan now. Japan fell off on suicides. I'm gonna be honest. But yeah, the Korean rate of suicide is like one of the highest. The highest in the OECD nations for sure. And I think possibly the highest on the planet, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, let's
And starting in middle school, more than 95% of students will begin to attend privately owned, for-profit cram schools after they finish their regular school day. Overall, students may spend as much as 16 hours studying in a
we did this too. What? 16 hours? Shut the fuck up. That's crazy. We did do the darsane, which I think is like now illegal in Turkey. That's what people were saying. But like we did this as well for bro, the more you leave the West, the further you go east, the more aggressive schooling becomes and the more emphasis placed on schooling in general. Okay? Like, I mean, we did a lot of this shit too. Like darsane is like cram schools in Turkey. We did this as well. We had like testing in 8th grade to get into placement tests for high school, which straight up dictate what your career is going to be from like 6th grade. You know what I mean? Or another one in at the end of high school for college.
a day, only coming home to...
Is it less efficient than the West? Is it actually... No, they're definitely... What? No. I mean, no, it's not that they're less efficient. They are learning a lot. Bro, we were doing Calc 2 in fucking high school. Like, that was Common Core curriculum for Turkey, not like AP or anything like that.
Sleep. There's a common saying in Korea that if you sleep 3 hours each night, you may get into a top university. If you sleep 4 hours each night, you may get into another university. But if you sleep 5 hours or more each night, especially during your last year of high school, forget about getting into any university. Even more so than other countries, getting into a top university in Korea is a big deal. And the only way to do that is by scoring highly on the Suning or CSAT exam. The Suning exam is a 9-hour-long all-encompassing exam and is offered only once a year. During these 9 hours, the country holds its breath. Teachers wear trainers to muffle their footsteps as they pace their classrooms. Roads around schools are shut down to prevent traffic for students arriving at test sites. Even planes are grounded all across the country, so the sound of them taking off is not a distraction to students. The pressure is immense.
Okay, now I'm sucked in to the fucking the psychotic education system too. I'm like, yeah, cyberpunk music making me feel some type of way about 12 hours of schooling. I'm like, yeah, let the kids fucking learn. Fuck those airplanes.
Students study Korean, English, mathematics, and history, knowing that if they aren't happy with their result, they'll have to endure another year of grueling studying just to try again. For those who did poorly, well, they'll make up the 20% of students who will take it in a year. Some may even take it up to 5 times. And for those who did well, their parents may reward them with plastic surgery. After all, a more attractive face will give them a leg up in the job market. This may seem insane for people in the West, but yes, this is true, and it's almost a cliche at this point. Of course, there are others who may never be able to find success with Suning and will be forced to look for a different path. Some may abandon their dreams and work in manufacturing, while others may try to become professional gamers.
Okay, I knew that like Korea had a huge fucking plastic surgery culture. I didn't know it was like that. What the fuck? This is making me realize why Koreans have such a bad gaming culture in that they're addicts, lol. I didn't know they were doing it to fucking high schoolers to like have better better job opportunities. That's insane, dude. What the fuck?
Spending all their free time practicing an internet cafe.
Doesn't help that you put a picture of yourself on Java applications.
Some may even try to become K-pop idols. But even in the entertainment industry, there still exists this extreme work culture. When someone auditions to become a K-pop idol, they sign what's called a slave contract, where they agree to let a management company control every facet of their lives for years. It often takes years of incredibly intense training for a K-pop group to debut, And in that time, trainees are constantly...
Dude, I'm standing. Holy fuck, this music is making me think everything is in Korea is so cool.
monitored, having to follow an extremely strict diet, and are not allowed to be in a relationship. Trainees live together in dorms so they can be better
Slave
monitored,
contracts!
and aren't even allowed to leave
Let's
without
go!
permission. At any point, even after years of intense training, the management company could drop the trainee with no financial compensation. This extreme work culture, which propelled Korea onto the world stage as a major economy.
Yeah, that's why you look at fucking, on the one hand, Blackpink, okay? Blackpink in your fucking area. And then you look at Berry-chan here in Burbank, okay? And there's a massive gap there, okay? I'm going to say it. Yeah. I'm sorry. Berry-chan is not clearing Blackpink, okay? Stan Luna right now. I'm standing. I'm so sorry. Am I doing it right? Stand twice.
Economy is also slowly destroying it. Extreme overworking has caused a mental health epidemic, giving South Korea the highest suicide rate of any developed country in the world. Since the 1980s, Korean population growth has fallen below replacement levels. As of 2020, the Korean fertility rate was at 0.84 births per woman, which not only puts them far below replacement level, but also is the lowest in the world. The population of Korea is already in decline and will continue to
Fuck yeah.
into the future.
Bro, this music is so confusing. I'm sorry. It's like, yeah! Fuck yeah, their population is declining, dude. Holy shit, #1 in suicides. Let's go!
It's only exacerbated by the country's compulsory military conscription, which forces all men in the country to serve in the army for at least 2 years. Well, all men in theory at least. Of course, like any other country, Korea has exceptions to its conscription, and those who are unfit to serve don't. And who decides who is fit to serve? Military brokers. In August of 2022, after serving 18 months in jail, Samsung Vice Chairman Lee Jae-yong was officially pardoned for his heavy...
Wait. As I grew up as an Indian expat in Korea as a kid, and I will say Korea is an extremely strange place to live in, culturally conservative and homogenous nation, which is obsessed with capitalism and development. Hello? No. That is the most obvious thing, dude. What do you mean? What do you think happens to countries that America has literally designed, okay? America built every aspect of it straight up. Yeah. No, that's what you get. Like, you get a lot of prosperity, you get a lot of fucking development, you get a lot of money, but also that's what you get. You can say, Hasan, oh, typical Hasan getting mad at America again, but like, it's literally the fucking truth. You know what I mean? South Korea is just KUSA. I mean, their agencies are like KCIA. You know what I mean? It's not like, their pop is K-pop. Their CIA is KCIA. They are KUSA in many ways. You can almost say the same about China. It's just Asian culture. No. An emphasis on education being seen as like the most, like the fundamental bedrock of societal development and the most important part of like whatever kind of distorted meritocratic system that they have is certainly true for not only Korea, but for China as well. And certainly true for Japan to a certain degree as well, as far as I understand. No, there is that's why I said the further east you go, the more they care about education. Like, I'm saying this from in India too. I'm saying this from my own personal experience, coming from Turkey, which is obviously nowhere near China, but still, you know what I mean? It's like, in comparison to the Western world, I saw both sides. I saw Western education, and I saw education even in a place like Turkey, and it's certainly different. It's not monolithic. There is truth to it. As far as an emphasis on education, but this is not just that. This is not just education, or it's not. it's not anywhere near similar, like Korean culture, Japanese culture, like hyper capitalism, especially when you look at two countries, Japan and Korea, okay, and shared values and principles that they have in contemporary societal development versus a country like China, which has very different aspects to their societal development, whether it be social programs, whether it be even development, whether it be like rural areas, focusing on rural areas and developing rural areas, like it's very different. And there is an aspect, or rather, there is one factor there, and that is that that is absolutely the reality that like the United States played a fundamental role in developing both of these countries, a fundamental role in building these states, or at least the contemporary version of these states. South Korea even more so than Japan. Anyway, let's continue.
Heavy involvement in a bribery scheme with the previous Korean president Park Geun-hye, where Lee Jae-yong would offer over $38 million in bribes. Yoon Suk-yeol, one of Park's successors after she was sent to jail, would then go on to pardon Jae-yong, citing his importance to Samsung and by extension the larger Korean economy. Korea is not new to corruption. In fact, a very similar scandal happened years ago with Lee Jae-yong's father, Lee Kun-hye, who, along with his many scandals, is credited for the transformation of Samsung into one of the world's largest businesses. It seems that anyone connected to these hyper-rich families can get away with anything. In fact, Korea has a word for these families: chaebol. At the start of this video, I may have lied a bit. Korea doesn't just have Samsung as its corporate overlord. It also has three others: SK, Hyundai, and LG. These four chaebol make up the majority of the Korean economy and account for half of all exports. Work at these companies is so in demand that in addition to demanding degrees from highly prestigious universities, they also have their own standardized entrance exams to recruit workers, of which hundreds of thousands of people take annually. The families that control these chaebol are near untouchable, and they are so spoiled that they'll rent an entire passenger plane just because you serve them their macadamia nuts in a bag rather than on a plate. The Korean government is a hostage to these companies. If any one of them were to fall, it's possible the entire Korean economy may collapse. The Korean government has little choice but to let these companies do as they please.
Did you know that American aid accounted for nearly 80% of all government revenue in South Korea in the early 1950s? Yes, I did. There was a time and place where North Korea was seen as the prosperous nation in comparison to the military dictatorship of the South. It sounds insane to even comprehend. It sounds insane. Like when I say that, it sounds like you're making it up. So, basically until the collapse of the Soviet Union, yes. Anyway, that's what it is what it is. That's what happens when America controls your development. Isn't it kind of cool how cyberpunk still had a decent impact on nerd culture despite a dogshit launch? Yeah. It makes me so sad. It makes me so sad that it like fucking imploded at launch. Because it was such a great game. I wish everyone could have played it. I loved it. You guys know I loved it. I played it literally to the ground. Like I finished it on stream. Anyway. Didn't they just post DLC content? Did they come out yet? I thought the DLC's not out yet, but I will probably play it. I'm tired. I will not be getting to the Disco Elysium 2-hour documentary because it's fucking crazy. You've said anyway like 20 times now? Yeah, because I'm fucking tired, dog. That's what it is. Okay. I love you all. I will be, of course, live and alive tomorrow. Tomorrow also, fuck. I don't want to think about that. Jesus, there's so much going on. Anyway, tomorrow I'll be live. Big announcement. We're working on, we talked about this on the podcast, on the paywall, but we're working on going to Japan. That's right. Working on going to Japan for VCT. Beer and in Japan. Big Man in Japan Part 2. Japan 2, baby. Japan's so nice, we had to do it twice. Anyway. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LG